Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2, by John Ruskin. The Nature of Gothic, Part 3. Let us then understand at once that change or variety is as much a necessity to the human heart and brain in buildings as in books; that there is no merit, though there is some occasional use, in monotony; and that we must no more expect to derive either pleasure or profit from an architecture whose ornaments are of one pattern, and whose pillars are of one proportion, than we should out of a universe in which the clouds were all of one shape, and the trees all of one size. And this we confess in deeds, though not in words. All the pleasure which the people of the 19th century take in art is in pictures, sculpture, minor objects of virtue, or mediaeval architecture, which we enjoy under the term picturesque. No pleasure is taken anywhere in modern buildings, and we find all men of true feeling delighting to escape out of modern cities into natural scenery. Hence, as I shall hereafter show, that peculiar love of landscape which is characteristic of the age. It would be well if, in all other matters, we were as ready to put up with what we dislike, for the sake of compliance with established law, as we are in architecture. How so debased a law ever came to be established, we shall see when we come to describe the Renaissance schools. Here we have only to note, as the second most essential element of the Gothic spirit, that it broke through the law wherever it found it in existence. It not only dared, but delighted in, the infringement of every servile principle, and invented a series of forms of which the merit was, not merely that they were new, but that they were capable of perpetual novelty. The pointed arch was not merely a bold variation from the round, but it admitted of millions of variations in itself. For the proportions of a pointed arch are changeable to infinity, while a circular arch is always the same. The grouped shaft was not merely a bold variation from the single one, but it admitted of millions of variations in its grouping, and in the proportions resultant from its grouping. The introduction of tracery was not only a startling change in the treatment of window lights, but admitted endless changes in the interlacement of the tracery bars themselves. So that, while in all living Christian architecture the love of variety exists, the Gothic schools exhibited that love in culminating energy, and their influence, wherever it extended itself, may be sooner and farther traced by this character than by any other, the tendency to the adoption of Gothic types being always first shown by greater irregularity and richer variation in the forms of the architecture it is about to supersede, long before the appearance of the pointed arch, or of any other recognizable outward sign of the Gothic mind. We must, however, herein note carefully what distinction there is between a healthy and a diseased love of change. For, as it was in healthy love of change that the Gothic architecture rose, it was partly in consequence of diseased love of change that it was destroyed. In order to understand this clearly, it will be necessary to consider the different ways in which change and monotony are presented to us in nature, both having their use, like darkness and light, and the one incapable of being enjoyed without the other; change being most delightful after some prolongation of monotony, as light appears most brilliant after the eyes have been for some time closed. I believe that the true relations of monotony and change may be most simply understood by observing them in music. We may therein notice, first, that there is a sublimity and majesty in monotony, which there is not in rapid or frequent variation. This is true throughout all nature. The greater part of the sublimity of the sea depends on its monotony, so also that of desolate moor and mountain scenery, and especially the sublimity of motion, as in the quiet, unchanged fall and rise of an engine beam. So also there is sublimity in darkness, which there is not in light. Again, monotony after a certain time or beyond a certain degree becomes either uninteresting or intolerable, and the musician is obliged to break it in one or two ways: either while the air or passage is perpetually repeated, its notes are variously enriched and harmonized, or else, after a certain number of repeated passages, an entirely new passage is introduced, which is more or less delightful according to the length of the previous monotony. Nature, of course, uses both these kinds of variation perpetually. The sea waves, resembling each other in general mass, but none like its brother in minor divisions and curves, are a monotony of the first kind. The great plain, broken by an emergent rock or clump of trees, is a monotony of the second. Farther, in order to the enjoyment of change in either case, a certain degree of patience is required from the hearer or observer. In the first case, he must be satisfied to endure with patience the recurrence of the great masses of sound or form, and to seek for entertainment in a careful watchfulness of the minor details. In the second case, he must bear patiently the infliction of the monotony for some moments, in order to feel the full refreshment of the change. This is true even of the shortest musical passage in which the element of monotony is employed. In cases of more majestic monotony, the patience required is so considerable that it becomes a kind of pain, a price paid for the future pleasure. Again, the talent of the composer is not in the monotony, but in the changes. He may show feeling and taste by his use of monotony in certain places or degrees, that is to say, by his various employment of it; but it is always in the new arrangement or invention that his intellect is shown, and not in the monotony which relieves it. Lastly, if the pleasure of change be too often repeated, it ceases to be delightful, for then change itself becomes monotonous, and we are driven to seek delight in extreme and fantastic degrees of it. This is the diseased love of change of which we have above spoken. From these facts we may gather generally that monotony is and ought to be in itself painful to us, just as darkness is; that an architecture which is altogether monotonous is a dark or dead architecture; and of those who love it, it may be truly said, they love darkness rather than light. But monotony in certain measure, used in order to give value to change, and above all, that transparent monotony, which, like the shadows of a great painter, suffers all manner of dimly suggested form to be seen through the body of it, is an essential in architectural as in all other composition; and the endurance of monotony has about the same place in a healthy mind that the endurance of darkness has. That is to say, as a strong intellect will have pleasure in the solemnities of storm and twilight, and in the broken and mysterious lights that gleam among them, rather than in mere brilliancy and glare, while a frivolous mind will dread the shadow and the storm; and as a great man will be ready to endure much darkness of fortune in order to reach greater eminence of power and felicity, while an inferior man will not pay the price, exactly in like manner a great mind will accept, or even delight in, monotony which would be wearisome to an inferior intellect, because it has more patience and power of expectation, and is ready to pay the full price for the great future pleasure of change. But in all cases it is not that the noble nature loves monotony, any more than it loves darkness or pain, but it can bear with it, and receives a high pleasure in the endurance or patience, a pleasure necessary to the well-being of this world; while those who will not submit to the temporary sameness, but rush from one change to another, gradually dull the edge of change itself, and bring a shadow and weariness over the whole world, from which there is no more escape. From these general uses of variety in the economy of the world, we may at once understand its use and abuse in architecture. The variety of the Gothic schools is the more healthy and beautiful, because in many cases it is entirely unstudied, and results not from the mere love of change, but from practical necessities. For in one point of view, Gothic is not only the best, but the only rational architecture, as being that which can fit itself most easily to all surfaces, vulgar or noble, undefined in its slope of roof, height of shaft, breadth of arch, or disposition of ground plan, it can shrink into a turret, expand into a hall, coil into a staircase, or spring into a spire with an undegraded grace and unexhausted energy; and whenever it finds occasion for change in its form or purpose, it submits to it without the slightest sense of loss either to its unity or majesty, subtle and flexible like a fiery serpent, but ever attentive to the voice of the charmer. And it is one of the chief virtues of the Gothic builders, that they never suffered ideas of outside symmetries and consistencies to interfere with the real use and value of what they did. If they wanted a window, they opened one; a room, they added one; a buttress, they built one, utterly regardless of any established conventionalities of external appearance, knowing, as indeed it always happened, that such daring interruptions of the formal plan would rather give additional interest to its symmetry than injure it. So that, in the best times of Gothic, a useless window would rather have been opened in an unexpected place for the sake of the surprise, than a useful one forbidden for the sake of symmetry. Every successive architect, employed upon a great work, built the pieces he added in his own way, utterly regardless of the style adopted by his predecessors; and if two towers were raised in normal correspondence at the sides of a cathedral front, one was nearly sure to be different from the other, and in each the style at the top to be different from the style at the bottom. These marked variations were, however, only permitted as part of the great system of perpetual change which ran through every member of Gothic design, and rendered it as endless a field for the beholder's inquiry as for the builder's imagination. Change, which in the best schools is subtle and delicate, and rendered more delightful by intermingling of a noble monotony, in the more barbaric schools is somewhat fantastic and redundant, but, in all, a necessary and constant condition of the life of the school. Sometimes the variety is in one feature, sometimes in another. It may be in the capitals or crockets, in the niches or the traceries, or in all together; but in some one or the other of the features it will be found always. If the mouldings are constant, the surface sculpture will change; if the capitals are of a fixed design, the traceries will change; if the traceries are monotonous, the capitals will change; and if even, as in some fine schools, the early English for example, there is the slightest approximation to an unvarying type of mouldings, capitals, and floral decoration, the variety is found in the disposition of the masses, and in the figure sculpture. I must now refer for a moment, before we quit the consideration of this, the second element of Gothic, to the opening of the third chapter of the Seven Lamps of Architecture, in which the distinction was drawn between man gathering and man governing, between his acceptance of the sources of delight from nature, and his development of authoritative or imaginative power in their arrangement. For the two mental elements, not only of Gothic, but of all good architecture, which we have just been examining, belong to it, and are admirable in it, chiefly as it is, more than any other subject of art, the work of man, and the expression of the average power of man. A picture or poem is often little more than a feeble utterance of man's admiration of something out of himself. But architecture approaches more to a creation of his own, born of his necessities and expressive to his nature. It is also in some sort the work of the whole race, while the picture or statue are the work of one only, in most cases more highly gifted than his fellows. And therefore we may expect that the first two elements of good architecture should be expressive of some great truths commonly belonging to the whole race, and necessary to be understood or felt by them in all their work that they do under the sun. And observe what they are: the confession of imperfection, and the confession of desire of change. The building of the bird and the bee needs not express anything like this. It is perfect and unchanging. But just because we are something better than birds or bees, our building must confess that we have not reached the perfection we can imagine, and cannot rest in the condition we have attained. If we pretend to have reached either perfection or satisfaction, we have degraded ourselves and our work. God's work only may express that, but ours may never have the sentence written upon it, and behold, it was very good. And observe again, it is not merely as it renders the edifice of a book of various knowledge, or a mine of precious thought, that variety is essential to its nobleness. The vital principle is not the love of knowledge, but the love of change. It is that strange disquietude of the Gothic spirit that is its greatness, that restlessness of the dreaming mind that wanders hither and thither among the niches, and flickers feverishly around the pinnacles, and frets and fades in labyrinthine knots and shadows along wall and roof, and yet is not satisfied, nor shall be satisfied. The Greek could stay in his triglyph furrow, and be at peace. But the work of the Gothic heart is fretwork still, and it can neither rest in nor from its labour, but must pass on sleeplessly, until its love of change shall be pacified for ever in the change that must come alike on them that wake and them that sleep. The third constituent element of the Gothic mind was stated to be naturalism, that is to say, the love of natural objects for their own sake, and the effort to represent them frankly, unconstrained by artistical laws. This characteristic of the style partly follows in necessary connection with those named above. For, so soon as the workman is left free to represent what subject he chooses, he must look to the nature that is round him for material, and will endeavor to represent it as he sees it, with more or less accuracy according to the skill he possesses, and with much play of fancy, but with small respect for law. There is, however, a marked distinction between the imaginations of the Western and Eastern races, even when both are left free, the Western or Gothic delighting most in the representation of facts, and the Eastern (Arabian, Persian, and Chinese) in the harmony of colors and forms. Each of these intellectual dispositions has its particular forms of error and abuse, which, though I have often before stated, I must here again briefly explain, and this the rather because the word naturalism is, in one of its senses, justly used as a term of reproach, and the questions respecting the real relations of art and nature are so many and so confused throughout all the schools of Europe at this day, that I cannot clearly enunciate any single truth without appearing to admit, in fellowship with it, some kind of error, unless the reader will bear with me in entering into such an analysis of the subject as will serve us for general guidance. We are to remember, in the first place, that the arrangement of colors and lines is an art analogous to the composition of music, and entirely independent of the representation of facts. Good coloring does not necessarily convey the image of anything but itself. It consists in certain proportions and arrangements of rays of light, but not in likenesses to anything. A few touches of certain grays and purples, laid by a master's hand on white paper, will be good coloring. As more touches are added beside them, we may find out that they were intended to represent a dove's neck, and we may praise, as the drawing advances, the perfect imitation of the dove's neck. But the good coloring does not consist in that imitation, but in the abstract qualities and relations of the gray and purple. In like manner, as soon as a great sculptor begins to shape his work out of the block, we shall see that its lines are nobly arranged and of noble character. We may not have the slightest idea for what the forms are intended, whether they are of man or beast, or vegetation or drapery. Their likeness to anything does not affect their nobleness. They are magnificent forms, and that is all we need care to know of them, in order to say whether the workman is a good or bad sculptor. Now the noblest art is an exact unison of the abstract value, with the imitative power of forms and colors. It is the noblest composition, used to express the noblest facts. But the human mind cannot in general unite the two perfections. It either pursues the fact to the neglect of the composition, or pursues the composition to the neglect of the fact. And it is intended by the Deity that it should do this. The best art is not always wanted. Facts are often wanted without art, as in a geological diagram, and art often without facts, as in a Turkey carpet. And most men have been made capable of giving either one or the other, but not both. Only one or two, the very highest, can give both. Observe then, Men are universally divided, as respects their artistical qualifications, into three great classes: a right, a left, and a centre. On the right are the men of facts; on the left the men of design; in the centre the men of both. The three classes, of course, pass into each other by imperceptible gradations. The men of facts are hardly ever altogether without powers of design; the men of design are always in some measure cognizant of facts; and as each class possesses more or less of the powers of the opposite one, it approaches the character of the central class. Few men, even in that central rank, are so exactly throned on the summit of the crest that they cannot be perceived to incline in the least one way or the other, embracing both horizons with their glance. Now each of these classes has, as I above said, a healthy function in the world, and correlative diseases or unhealthy functions; and, when the work of either of them is seen in its morbid condition, we are apt to find fault with the class of workmen, instead of finding fault only with the particular abuse which has perverted their action. Let us first take an instance of the healthy action of the three classes on a simple subject, so as fully to understand the distinction between them, and then we shall more easily examine the corruptions to which they are liable. Fig. 1 in Plate VI. is a spray of vine with a bough of cherry tree, which I have outlined from nature as accurately as I could, without in the least endeavoring to compose or arrange the form. It is a simple piece of fact work, healthy and good as such, and useful to any one who wanted to know plain truths about tendrils of vines. But there is no attempt at design in it. Plate 19 below represents a branch of vine used to decorate the angle of the Ducal Palace. It is faithful as a representation of vine, and yet so designed that every leaf serves an architectural purpose, and could not be spared from its place without harm. This is central work, fact and design together. Fig. 2 in Plate 6 is a spandrel from St. Mark's, in which the forms of the vine are dimly suggested, the object of the design being merely to obtain graceful lines and well-proportioned masses upon the gold ground. There is not the least attempt to inform the spectator of any facts about the growth of the vine. There are no stalks or tendrils, merely running bands with leaves emergent from them, of which nothing but the outline is taken from the vine, and even that imperfectly. This is design unregardful of facts. Now the work is, in all these three cases, perfectly healthy. Fig. 1 is not bad work because it has not design, nor Fig. 2 bad work because it has not facts. The object of the one is to give pleasure through truth, and of the other to give pleasure through composition, and both are right. What then are the diseased operations to which the three classes of workmen are liable? Primarily two, affecting the two inferior classes: first, when either of those two classes despises the other; second, when either of the two classes envies the other, producing therefore four forms of dangerous error. First, when the men of facts despise design. This is the error of the common Dutch painters, of merely imitative painters of still life, flowers, etc., and other men who, having either the gift of accurate imitation or strong sympathies with nature, suppose that all is done when the imitation is perfected or sympathy expressed. A large body of English landscapists come into this class, including most clever sketches from nature, who fancy that to get a sky of true tone, and a gleam of sunshine or sweep of shower faithfully expressed, is all that can be required of art. These men are generally themselves answerable for much of their deadness of feeling to the higher qualities of composition. They probably have not originally the high gifts of design, but they lose such powers as they originally possessed by despising and refusing to study the results of great power of design in others. Their knowledge, as far as it goes, being accurate, they are usually presumptuous and self-conceited, and gradually become incapable of admiring anything but what is like their own works. They see nothing in the works of great designers but the faults, and do harm almost incalculable in the European society of the present day by sneering at the compositions of the greatest men of the earlier ages, because they do not absolutely tally with their own ideas of nature. The second form of error is when the men of design despise facts. All noble design must deal with facts to a certain extent, for there is no food for it but in nature. The best colorist invests best by taking hints from natural colors, from birds, skies, or groups of figures. And if, in the delight of inventing fantastic color and form, the truths of nature are wilfully neglected, the intellect becomes comparatively decrepit, and the state of art results which we find among the Chinese. The Greek designers delighted in the facts of the human form, and became great in consequence. But the facts of lower nature were disregarded by them, and their inferior ornament became, therefore, dead and valueless. The third form of error is when the men of facts envy design; that is to say, when, having only imitative powers, they refuse to employ those powers upon the visible world around them, but having been taught that composition is the end of art, strive to obtain the inventive powers which nature has denied them, study nothing but the works of reputed designers, and perish in a fungus growth of plagiarism and laws of art. Here was the great error of the beginning of this century. It is the error of the meanest kind of men that employ themselves in painting, and it is the most fatal of all, rendering those who fall into it utterly useless, incapable of helping the world with either truth or fancy, while, in all probability, they deceive it by base resemblances of both, until it hardly recognizes truth or fancy when they really exist. The fourth form of error is when the men of design envy facts; that is to say, when the temptation of closely imitating nature leads them to forget their own proper ornamental function, and when they lose the power of the composition for the sake of graphic truth; as, for instance, in the hawthorn moulding so often spoken of round the porch of Bourges Cathedral, which, though very lovely, might perhaps, as we saw above, have been better, if the old builder, in his excessive desire to make it look like hawthorn, had not painted it green. It is, however, carefully to be noted, that the two morbid conditions to which the men of facts are liable are much more dangerous and harmful than those to which the men of design are liable. The morbid state of men of design injures themselves only; that of the men of facts injures the whole world. The Chinese porcelain painter is indeed not so great a man as he might be, but he does not want to break everything that is not porcelain. But the modern English fact hunter, despising design, wants to destroy everything that does not agree with his own notions of truth, and becomes the most dangerous and despicable of iconoclasts, excited by egotism instead of religion. Again, the Bourges sculptor, painting his hawthorns green, did indeed somewhat hurt the effect of his own beautiful design, but he did not prevent anyone from loving hawthorn. But Sir George Beaumont, trying to make Constable paint grass brown instead of green, was setting himself between Constable and nature, blinding the painter and blaspheming the work of God. So much, then, of the diseases of the inferior classes, caused by their envying or despising each other. It is evident that the men of the central class cannot be liable to any morbid operation of this kind, they possessing the powers of both. But there is another order of diseases which affect all the three classes, considered with respect to their pursuit of facts. For observe, all the three classes are in some degree pursuers of facts, even the men of design not being in any case altogether independent of external truth. Now, considering them all as more or less searchers after truth, there is another triple division to be made of them. Everything presented to them in nature has good and evil mingled in it; and artists, considered as searchers after truth, are again to be divided into three great classes: a right, a left, and a centre. Those on the right perceive and pursue the good and leave the evil; those in the centre, the greatest, perceive and pursue the good and evil together, the whole thing as it verily is. Those on the left perceive and pursue the evil, and leave the good. The first class, I say, take the good and leave the evil, Out of whatever is presented to them, they gather what it has of grace, and life, and light, and holiness, and leave all, or at least as much as possible of the rest, undrawn. The faces of their figures express no evil passions, the skies of their landscapes are without storm. The prevalent character of their color is brightness, and of their chiaroscuro, fullness of light. The early Italian and Flemish painters, Angelico and Hemling, Perugino, Francia, Raphael in his best time, John Bellini, and our own Stothard, belong eminently to this class. The second or greatest class render all that they see in nature unhesitatingly, with a kind of divine grasp and government of the whole, sympathizing with all the good, and yet confessing, permitting, and bringing good out of the evil also. Their subject is infinite as nature, their color equally balanced between splendor and sadness, reaching occasionally the highest degree of both, and their chiaroscuro equally balanced between light and shade. The principal men of this class are Michelangelo, Leonardo, Giotto, Tintoret, and Turner. Raphael in his second time. Titian and Rubens are transitional, the first inclining to the eclectic, and the last two to the impure class. Raphael rarely giving all the evil, Titian and Rubens rarely all the good. The last class perceive and imitate evil only. They cannot draw the trunk of a tree without blasting and shattering it, nor a sky except covered with stormy clouds. They delight in the beggary and brutality of the human race. Their color is for the most part subdued or lurid, and the greatest spaces of their pictures are occupied by darkness. Happily the examples of this class are seldom seen in perfection. Salvador Rosa and Caravaggio are the most characteristic. The other men belonging to it approach towards the central rank by imperceptible gradations, but as they perceive and represent more and more of good. But Murillo, Zurbaran, Camillo Procaccini, Rembrandt, and Teniers all belong naturally to this lower class. Now observe, the three classes into which artists were previously divided, of men of fact, men of design, and men of both, are all of divine institution. But of these latter three the last is in no wise of divine institution. It is entirely human, and the men who belong to it have sunk into it by their own faults. They are, so far forth, either useless or harmful men. It is indeed good that evil should be occasionally represented, even in its worst forms, but never that it should be taken delight in, and the mighty men of the central class will always give us all that is needful of it. Sometimes as Hogarth did, dwelling upon it bitterly as satirists, but this with the more effect, because they will neither exaggerate it nor represent it mercilessly, and without the atoning points that all evil shows to a divinely guided glance, even at its deepest. So then, though the third class will always, I fear, in some measure exist, the two necessary classes are only the first two, and this is so far acknowledged by the general sense of men, that the basest class has been confounded with the second, and painters have been divided commonly only into two ranks, now known, I believe, throughout Europe by the names which they first received in Italy, Puristi and Naturalisti. Since, however, in the existing state of things, the degraded or evil-loving class, though less defined than that of the Puristi, is just as vast as it is indistinct, this division has done infinite dishonour to the great faithful painters of nature, and it has long been one of the objects I have had most at heart to show that, in reality, the Purists in their sanctity are less separated from these natural painters than the sensualists in their foulness, and that the difference, though less discernible, is in reality greater, between the man who pursues evil for its own sake, and him who bears with it for the sake of truth, than between this latter and the man who will not endure it at all. End of Section 14. Chapter 6, Part 4 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2, by John Ruskin. The Nature of Gothic, Part 4. Let us, then, endeavour briefly to mark the real relations of these three vast ranks of men, whom I shall call, for convenience in speaking of them, Purists, Naturalists, and Sensualists. Not that these terms express their real characters, but I know no word, and cannot coin a convenient one, which would accurately express the opposite of Purist; and I keep the terms Purist and Naturalist in order to comply, as far as possible, with the established usage of language on the Continent. Now, observe, in saying that nearly everything presented to us in nature has mingling in it of good and evil, I do not mean that nature is conceivably improvable, or that anything that God has made could be called evil, if we could see far enough into its uses, but that, with respect to immediate effects or appearances, it may be so, just as the hard rind or bitter kernel of a fruit may be an evil to the eater, though in the one is the protection of the fruit, and in the other its continuance. The Purist, therefore, does not mend nature, but receives from nature and from God that which is good for him, while the sensualist fills himself with the husks that the swine did eat. The three classes may, therefore, be likened to men reaping wheat, of which the Purists take the fine flour, and the sensualists the chaff and straw, but the Naturalists take all home, and make their cake of the one and their couch of the other. For instance, we know more certainly every day that whatever appears to us harmful in the universe has some beneficent or necessary operation; that the storm which destroys a harvest brightens the sunbeams for harvests yet unsown; and that the volcano which buries a city preserves 1,000 from destruction. But the evil is not for the time less fearful, because we have learned it to be necessary; and we easily understand the timidity or the tenderness of the spirit which would withdraw itself from the presence of destruction, and create in its imagination a world of which the peace should be unbroken, in which the sky should not darken nor the sea rage, in which the leaf should not change nor the blossom wither. That man is greater, however, who contemplates with an equal mind the alternations of terror and beauty, who, not rejoicing less beneath the sunny sky, can bear also to watch the bars of twilight narrowing on the horizon, and, not less sensible to the blessing of the peace of nature, can rejoice in the magnificence of the ordinances by which that peace is protected and secured. But separated from both by an immeasurable distance would be the man who delighted in convulsion and disease for their own sake, who found his daily food in the disorder of nature mingled with the suffering of humanity, and watched joyfully at the right hand of the angel whose appointed work is to destroy as well as to accuse, while the corners of the house of feasting were struck by the wind from the wilderness. And far more is this true, when the subject of contemplation is humanity itself. The passions of which the end is the continuance of the race, the indignation which is to arm it against injustice, or strengthen it to resist wanton injury, and the fear which lies at the root of prudence, reverence, and awe, are all honorable and beautiful, so long as man is regarded in his relations to the existing world. The religious Purist, striving to conceive him withdrawn from those relations, effaces from the countenance the traces of all transitory passion, illumines it with holy hope and love, and seals it with the serenity of heavenly peace. He conceals the forms of the body by the deep folded garment, or else represents them under severely chastened types, and would rather paint them emaciated by the fast, or pale from the torture, than strengthened by exertion, or flushed by emotion. But the great naturalist takes the human being in its wholeness, in its mortal as well as its spiritual strength. Capable of sounding and sympathizing with the whole range of its passions, he brings one majestic harmony out of them all. He represents it fearlessly in all its acts and thoughts, in its haste, in its anger, in its sensuality, and its pride, as well as in its fortitude or faith, but makes it noble in them all. He casts aside the veil from the body, and beholds the mysteries of its form, like an angel looking down on an inferior creature. There is nothing which he is reluctant to behold, nothing that he is ashamed to confess. With all that lives, triumphing, falling, or suffering, he claims kindred, either in majesty or in mercy, yet standing in a sort afar off, unmoved even in the deepness of his sympathy. For the spirit within him is too thoughtful to be grieved, too brave to be appalled, and too pure to be polluted. How far beneath these two ranks of men shall we place, in the scale of being, those whose pleasure is only in sin or in suffering, who habitually contemplate humanity in poverty or decrepitude, fury or sensuality, whose works are either temptations to its weakness or triumphs over its ruin, and recognize no other subjects for thought or admiration than the subtlety of the robber, the rage of the soldier, or the joy of the sybarite? It seems strange, when thus definitely stated, that such a school should exist. Yet consider a little what gaps and blanks would disfigure our gallery and chamber walls, in places that we have long approached with reverence, if every picture, every statue were removed from them, of which the subject was either the vice or the misery of mankind, portrayed without any moral purpose. Consider the innumerable groups having reference merely to various forms of passion, low or high, drunken revels and brawls amongst peasants, gambling or fighting scenes among soldiers, amours and intrigues among every class, brutal battle pieces, banditti subjects, gluts of torture and death in famine, wreck, or slaughter, for the sake merely of the excitement, that quickening and suppling of the dull spirit that cannot be gained for it but by bathing in blood, afterward to wither back into stained and stiffened apathy, and then that whole vast false heaven of sensual passion, full of nymphs, satyrs, graces, goddesses, and I know not what, from its high seventh circle in Correggio's Antiope, down to the Grecized ballet dancers and smirking cupids of the Parisian upholsterer. Sweep away all this remorselessly, and see how much art we should have left. And yet these are only the grossest manifestations of the tendency of the school. There are subtler, yet not less certain, signs of it in the works of men who stand high in the world's list of sacred painters. I doubt not that the reader was surprised when I named Murillo among the men of this third rank. Yet go into the Dulwich Gallery, and meditate for a little over that much celebrated picture of the two beggar boys, one eating lying on the ground, the other standing beside him. We have among our own painters one who cannot indeed be set beside Murillo as a painter of Madonnas, for he is a pure naturalist, and never having seen a Madonna, does not paint any, but who, as a painter of beggar or peasant boys, may be set beside Murillo or anyone else. W. Hunt. He loves peasant boys, because he finds them more roughly and picturesquely dressed, and more healthily coloured than others. And he paints all that he sees in them fearlessly, all the health and humour, and freshness and vitality, together with such awkwardness and stupidity, and what else of negative or positive harm there may be in the creature, but yet so that on the whole we love it, and find it perhaps even beautiful. Or if not, at least we see that there is a capability of good in it rather than of evil, and all is lighted up by a sunshine and sweet colour that makes the smock frock as precious as cloth of gold. But look at those two ragged and vicious vagrants that Murillo has gathered out of the street. You smile at first because they are eating so naturally, and their roguery is so complete. But is there anything else than roguery there? Or was it well for the painter to give his time to the painting of those repulsive and wicked children? Do you feel moved with any more charity towards children as you look at them? Are we the least more likely to take any interest in ragged schools, or to help the next pauper child that comes in our way, because the painter has shown us a cunning beggar feeding greedily? Mark the choice of the act. He might have shown hunger in other ways, and given interest to even this act of eating, by making the face wasted or the eye wistful. But he did not care to do this. He delighted merely in the disgusting manner of eating, the food filling the cheek. The boy is not hungry, else he would not turn round to talk and grin as he eats. But observe another point in the lower figure. It lies so that the sole of the foot is turned towards the spectator, not because it would have lain less easily in another attitude, but that the painter may draw and exhibit the grey dust ingrained in the foot. Do not call this the painting of nature. It is mere delight in foulness. The lesson, if there be any, in the picture, is not one whit the stronger. We all know that a beggar's bare foot cannot be clean. There is no need to thrust its degradation into the light, as if no human imagination were vigorous enough for its conception. The position of the sensualists in treatment of landscape is less distinctly marked than in that of the figure, because even the wildest passions of nature are noble, but the inclination is manifested by carelessness in marking generic form in trees and flowers, by their preferring confused and irregular arrangements of foliage or foreground to symmetrical and simple grouping, by their general choice of such picturesqueness as results from decay, disorder, and disease, rather than of that which is consistent with the perfection of the things in which it is found, and by their imperfect rendering of the elements of strength and beauty in all things. I propose to work out this subject fully in the last volume of Modern Painters, but I trust that enough has been here said to enable the reader to understand the relations of the three great classes of artists, and therefore also the kinds of morbid condition into which the two higher, for the last has no other than a morbid condition, are liable to fall. For, since the function of the naturalists is to represent, as far as may be, the whole of nature, and the purists to represent what is absolutely good for some special purpose or time, it is evident that both are liable to error from shortness of sight, and the last also from weakness of judgment. I say, in the first place, both may err from shortness of sight, from not seeing all that there is in nature, seeing only the outsides of things, or those points of them which bear least on the matter in hand. For instance, a modern continental naturalist sees the anatomy of a limb thoroughly, but does not see its color against the sky, which latter fact is to a painter far the more important of the two. And because it is always easier to see the surface than the depth of things, the full sight of them requiring the highest powers of penetration, sympathy, and imagination, the world is full of vulgar naturalists, not sensualists. Observe, not men who delight in evil, but men who never see the deepest good, and who bring discredit on all painting of nature by the little that they discover in her. And the purist, besides being liable to this same short-sightedness, is liable to fatal errors of judgment, for he may think that good which is not so, and that the highest good which is the least, and thus the world is full of vulgar purists, who bring discredit on all selection by the silliness of their choice, and this the more, because the very becoming of a purist is commonly indicative of some slight degree of weakness, readiness to be offended, or narrowness of understanding of the ends of things. The greatest men being in all times of art, naturalists, without any exception, and the greatest purists being those who approach nearest to the naturalists, as Benozotto Gozzoli and Perugino. Hence there is a tendency in the naturalists to despise the purists, and in the purists to be offended with the naturalists, not understanding them and confounding them with the sensualists, and this is grievously harmful to both. Of the various forms of resultant mischief, it is not here the place to speak. The reader may already be somewhat wearied with a statement which has led us apparently so far from our immediate subject. But the digression was necessary, in order that I might clearly define the sense in which I use the word naturalism when I state it to be the third most essential characteristic of Gothic architecture. I mean that the Gothic builders belong to the central or greatest rank in both the classifications of artists which we have just made, that, considering all artists as either men of design, men of facts, or men of both, the Gothic builders were men of both, and that again, considering all artists as either purists, naturalists, or sensualists, The Gothic builders were naturalists. I say first, that the Gothic builders were of that central class which unites fact with design, but that the part of the work which was more especially their own was the truthfulness. Their power of artistical invention or arrangement was not greater than that of Romanesque and Byzantine workmen. By those workmen they were taught their principles, and from them received their models, of design. But to the ornamental feeling and rich fancy of the Byzantine, the Gothic builder added a love of fact which is never found in the South. Both Greek and Roman used conventional foliage in their ornament, passing into something that was not foliage at all, knotting itself into strange cup-like buds or clusters, and growing out of the lifeless rods instead of stems. The Gothic sculptor received these types at first as things that ought to be, just as we have a second time received them, but he could not rest in them. He saw that there was no veracity in them, no knowledge, no vitality. Do what he would, he could not help liking the true leaves better, and cautiously, a little at a time, he put more of nature into his work, until at last it was all true, retaining, nevertheless, every valuable character of the original, well-disciplined and designed arrangement. Nor is it only in external and visible subject that the Gothic workman wrought for truth. He is as firm in his rendering of imaginative as of actual truth. That is to say, when an idea would have been by a Roman or a Byzantine symbolically represented, the Gothic mind realized it to the utmost. For instance, the purgatorial fire is represented in the mosaic of Torcello, Romanesque, as a red stream, longitudinally striped like a riband, descending out of the throne of Christ, and gradually extending itself to envelop the wicked. When we are once informed what this means, it is enough for its purpose. But the Gothic inventor does not leave the sign in need of interpretation. He makes the fire as like real fire as he can, and in the porch of Saint Maclou at Rouen, the sculptured flames burst out of the Hades gate, and flicker up in writhing tongues of stone through the interstices of the niches, as if the church itself were on fire. This is an extreme instance, but it is all the more illustrative of the entire difference in temper and thought between the two schools of art, and of the intense love of veracity which influenced the Gothic design. I do not say that this love of veracity is always healthy in its operation. I have above noticed the errors into which it falls from despising design, and there is another kind of error noticeable in the instance just given, in which the love of truth is too hasty, and seizes on a surface truth instead of an inner one. For in representing the Hades fire, it is not the mere form of the flame which needs most to be told, but its unquenchableness, its divine ordainment and limitation, and its inner fierceness, not physical and material, but in being the expression of the wrath of God. And these things are not to be told by imitating the fire that flashes out of a bundle of sticks. If we think over his symbol a little, we shall perhaps find that the Romanesque builder told more truth in that likeness of a blood-red stream, flowing between definite shores and out of God's throne, and expanding, as if fed by a perpetual current, into the lake wherein the wicked are cast, than the Gothic builder in those torch flickerings about his niches. But this is not to our immediate purpose. I am not at present to insist upon the faults into which the love of truth was led in the later Gothic times, but on the feeling itself, as a glorious and peculiar characteristic of the Northern builders. For observe, it is not, even in the above instance, love of truth, but want of thought which causes the fault. The love of truth, as such, is good, but when it is misdirected by thoughtlessness or overexcited by vanity, and either seizes on facts of small value, or gathers them chiefly that it may boast of its grasp and apprehension, its work may well become dull or offensive. Yet let us not, therefore, blame the inherent love of facts, but the incautiousness of their selection and impertinence of their statement. I said, in the second place, that Gothic work, when referred to the arrangement of all art, as purist, naturalist, or sensualist, was naturalist. This character follows necessarily on its extreme love of truth, prevailing over the sense of beauty, and causing it to take delight in portraiture of every kind, and to express the various characters of the human countenance and form, as it did the varieties of leaves and the ruggedness of branches. And this tendency is both increased and ennobled by the same Christian humility which we saw expressed in the first character of Gothic work, its rudeness. For as that resulted from a humility which confessed the imperfection of the workman, so this naturalist portraiture is rendered more faithful by the humility which confesses the imperfection of the subject. The Greek sculptor could neither bear to confess his own feebleness, nor to tell the faults of the forms that he portrayed. But the Christian workman, believing that all is finally to work together for good, freely confesses both, and neither seeks to disguise his own roughness of work, nor his subject's roughness of make. Yet this frankness being joined, for the most part, with depth of religious feeling in other directions, and especially with charity, there is sometimes a tendency to purism in the best Gothic sculpture, so that it frequently reaches great dignity of form and tenderness of expression, yet never so as to lose the veracity of portraiture, wherever portraiture is possible, not exalting its kings into demigods, nor its saints into archangels, but giving what kingliness and sanctity was in them to the full, mixed with the due record of their faults. And this, in the most part, with a great indifference like that of Scripture history, which sets down, with unmoved and unexcusing resoluteness, the virtues and errors of all men of whom it speaks, often leaving the reader to form his own estimate of them, without an indication of the judgment of the historian. And this veracity is carried out by the Gothic sculptors in the minuteness and generality, as well as the equity, of their delineation. For they do not limit their art to the portraiture of saints and kings, but introduce the most familiar scenes and most simple subjects, filling up the backgrounds of Scripture histories with vivid and curious representations of the commonest incidents of daily life, and availing them of every occasion in which, either as a symbol or an explanation of a scene or time, the things familiar to the eye of the workman could be introduced and made of account. Hence, Gothic sculpture and painting are not only full of valuable portraiture of the greatest men, but copious records of all the domestic customs and inferior arts of the ages in which it flourished. There is, however, one direction in which the naturalism of the Gothic workman is peculiarly manifested, and this direction is even more characteristic of the school than the naturalism itself. I mean their peculiar fondness for the forms of vegetation. In rendering the various circumstances of daily life, Egyptian and Ninevite sculpture is as frank and as diffuse as the Gothic. From the highest pomps of state or triumphs of battle, to the most trivial domestic arts and amusements, all is taken advantage of to fill the field of granite with the perpetual interest of a crowded drama, and the early Lombardic and Romanesque sculpture is equally copious in its description of the familiar circumstances of war and the chase. But in all the scenes portrayed by the workmen of these nations, vegetation occurs only as an explanatory accessory. The reed is introduced to mark the course of the river, or the tree to mark the covert of the wild beast, or the ambush of the enemy. But there is no especial interest in the forms of the vegetation strong enough to induce them to make it a subject of separate and accurate study. Again, among the nations who followed the arts of design exclusively, the forms of foliage introduced were meagre and general, and their real intricacy and life were neither admired nor expressed. But to the Gothic workman the living foliage became a subject of intense affection, and he struggled to render all its characters with as much accuracy as was compatible with the laws of his design and the nature of his material, not unfrequently tempted in his enthusiasm to transgress the one and disguise the other. There is a peculiar significancy in this, indicative both of higher civilization and gentler temperament than had before been manifested in architecture. Rudeness and the love of change which we have insisted upon as the first elements of Gothic, are also elements common to all healthy schools. But here is a softer element mingled with them, peculiar to the Gothic itself. The rudeness or ignorance which would have been painfully exposed in the treatment of the human form, are still not so great as to prevent the successful rendering of the wayside herbage; and the love of change, which becomes morbid and feverish in following the haste of the hunter and the rage of the combatant, is at once soothed and satisfied as it watches the wandering of the tendril and the budding of the flower. Nor is this all. The new direction of mental interest marks an infinite change in the means and the habits of life. The nations whose chief support was in the chase, whose chief interest was in the battle, whose chief pleasure was in the banquet, would take small care respecting the shapes of leaves and flowers, and notice little in the forms of the forest trees which sheltered them, except the signs indicative of the wood which would make the toughest lance, the closest roof, or the clearest fire. The affectionate observation of the grace and outward character of vegetation is the sure sign of a more tranquil and gentle existence, sustained by the gifts and gladdened by the splendor of the earth. In that careful distinction of species, and richness of delicate and undisturbed organization, which characterize the Gothic design, there is the history of rural and thoughtful life, influenced by habitual tenderness, and devoted to subtle inquiry; and every discriminating and delicate touch of the chisel, as it rounds the petal or guides the branch, is a prophecy of the development of the entire body of the natural sciences, beginning with that of medicine, of the recovery of literature, and the establishment of the most necessary principles of domestic wisdom and national peace. I have before alluded to the strange and vain supposition that the original conception of Gothic architecture had been derived from vegetation, from the symmetry of avenues and the interlacing of branches. It is a supposition which never could have existed for a moment in the mind of any person acquainted with early Gothic; but, however idle as a theory, it is most valuable as a testimony to the character of the perfected style. It is precisely because the reverse of this theory is the fact, because the Gothic did not arise out of, but develop itself into, a resemblance to vegetation, that this resemblance is so instructive as an indication of the temper of the builders. It was no chance suggestion of the form of an arch from the bending of a bough, but a gradual and continual discovery of a beauty in natural forms, which could be more and more perfectly transferred into those of stone, that influenced at once the heart of the people and the form of the edifice. The Gothic architecture arose in massy and mountainous strength, axe hewn and iron bound, block heaved upon block by the monk's enthusiasm and the soldier's force, and cramped and stanchioned into such weight of grisly wall as might bury the anchoret in darkness, and beat back the utmost storm of battle, suffering but by the same narrow crosslet the passing of the sunbeam or of the arrow. Gradually, as that monkish enthusiasm became more thoughtful, and as the sound of war became more and more intermittent beyond the gates of the convent or the keep, the stony pillar grew slender, and the vaulted roof grew light, till they had wreathed themselves into the semblance of the summer woods at their fairest, and of the dead field flowers, long trodden down in blood. Sweet monumental statues were sent to bloom for ever beneath the porch of the temple, or the canopy of the tomb. Nor is it only as a sign of greater gentleness or refinement of mind, but as a proof of the best possible direction of the refinement, that the tendency of the Gothic to the expression of vegetative life is to be admired. That sentence of Genesis, "I have given thee every green herb for meat," like all the rest of the book, has a profound symbolical as well as a literal meaning. It is not merely the nourishment of the body, but the food of the soul that is intended. The green herb is, of all nature, that which is most essential to the healthy spiritual life of man. Most of us do not need fine scenery. The precipice and the mountain peak are not intended to be seen by all men. Perhaps their power is greatest over those who are unaccustomed to them. but trees and fields and flowers were made for all, and are necessary for all. God has connected the labor which is essential to the bodily sustenance with the pleasures which are healthiest for the heart; and while he has made the ground stubborn, he made its herbage fragrant, and its blossoms fair. The proudest architecture that man can build has no higher honor than to bear the image and recall the memory of that grass of the field which is, at once, the type and the support of his existence. The goodly building is then most glorious when it is sculptured into the likeness of the leaves of paradise; and the great Gothic spirit, as we showed it to be noble in its disquietude, is also noble in its hold of nature. It is, indeed, like the dove of Noah, in that she found no rest upon the face of the waters; but like her in this also, lo, in her mouth was an olive branch plucked off. The fourth essential element of the Gothic mind was above stated to be the sense of the grotesque; but I shall defer the endeavor to define this most curious and subtle character until we have occasion to examine one of the divisions of the Renaissance schools, which was morbidly influenced by it. Volume 3, Chapter 3. It is the less necessary to insist upon it here, because every reader familiar with Gothic architecture must understand what I mean, and will, I believe, have no hesitation in admitting that the tendency to delight in fantastic and ludicrous, as well as in sublime images, is a universal instinct of the Gothic imagination. The fifth element above named was rigidity, and this character I must endeavor carefully to define, for neither the word I have used, nor any other that I can think of, will express it accurately. For I mean not merely stable, but active rigidity, the peculiar energy which gives tension to movement and stiffness to resistance, which makes the fiercest lightning forked rather than curved, and the stoutest oak branch angular rather than bending, and is as much seen in the quivering of the lance as in the glittering of the icicle. I have before had occasion, Volume 1, Chapter 13, to note some manifestations of this energy or fixedness, but it must be still more attentively considered here, as it shows itself throughout the whole structure and decoration of Gothic work. Egyptian and Greek buildings stand, for the most part, by their own weight and mass, one stone passively incumbent on another; but in the Gothic vaults and traceries there is a stiffness analogous to that of the bones of a limb or fibres of a tree, an elastic tension and communication of force from part to part, and also a studious expression of this throughout every visible line of the building. And, in like manner, the Greek and Egyptian ornament is either mere surface engraving, as if the face of the wall had been stamped with a seal, or its lines are flowing, lithe, and luxuriant. In either case, there is no expression of energy in the framework of the ornament itself. But the Gothic ornament stands out in prickly independence, and frosty fortitude, jutting into crockets and freezing into pinnacles, here starting up into a monster, there germinating into a blossom, anon knitting itself into a branch, alternately thorny, bossy, and bristly, or writhed into every form of nervous entanglement; but, even when most graceful, never for an instant languid, always quick set, erring, if at all, ever on the side of brusquerie. The feelings or habits in the workman which give rise to this character in the work, are more complicated and various than those indicated by any other sculptural expression hitherto named. There is, first, the habit of hard and rapid working, the industry of the tribes of the north, quickened by the coldness of the climate, and giving an expression of sharp energy to all they do, as above noted, Volume 1, Chapter 13, as opposed to the languor of the southern tribes, however much of fire there may be in the heart of that languor, for lava itself may flow languidly. There is also the habit of finding enjoyment in the signs of cold, which is never found, I believe, in the inhabitants of countries south of the Alps. Cold is to them an unredeemed evil, to be suffered and forgotten as soon as may be; but the long winter of the north forces the Goth, I mean the Englishman, Frenchman, Dane, or German, if he would lead a happy life at all, to find sources of happiness in foul weather as well as fair, and to rejoice in the leafless as well as in the shady forest. And this we do with all our hearts, finding perhaps nearly as much contentment by the Christmas fire as in the summer sunshine, and gaining health and strength on the ice fields of winter, as well as among the meadows of spring. So that there is nothing adverse or painful to our feelings in the cramped and stiffened structure of vegetation checked by cold; and instead of seeking, like the southern sculptor, to express only the softness of leafage nourished in all tenderness, and tempted into all luxuriance by warm winds and glowing rays, we find pleasure in dwelling upon the crabbed, perverse, and morose animation of plants that have known little kindness from earth or heaven, but, season after season, have had their best efforts palsied by frost, their brightest buds buried under snow, and their goodliest limbs lopped by tempest. End of Section 15. Chapter 6. Part 5 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2 by John Ruskin. The Nature of Gothic, Part 5. There are many subtle sympathies and affections which join to confirm the Gothic mind in this peculiar choice of subject; and when we add to the influence of these the necessities consequent upon the employment of a rougher material, compelling the workman to seek for vigor of effect rather than refinement of texture or accuracy of form, we have direct and manifest causes for much of the difference between the northern and southern cast of conception. But there are indirect causes holding a far more important place in the Gothic heart, though less immediate in their influence on design. Strength of will, independence of character, resoluteness of purpose, impatience of undue control, and that general tendency to set the individual reason against authority and the individual deed against destiny, which, in the northern tribes, has opposed itself throughout all ages to the languid submission, in the southern, of thought to tradition and purpose to fatality, are all more or less traceable in the rigid lines, vigorous and various masses, and daringly projecting and independent structures of the northern Gothic ornament; while the opposite feelings are in like manner legible in the graceful and softly guided waves and wreathed bands in which southern decoration is constantly disposed, in its tendency to lose its independence, and fuse itself into the surface of the masses upon which it is traced, and in the expression seen so often, in the arrangement of those masses themselves, of an abandonment of their strength to an inevitable necessity or a listless repose. There is virtue in the measure, and error in the excess, of both these characters of mind, and in both of the styles which they have created. The best architecture and the best temper are those which unite them both; and this fifth impulse of the Gothic heart is therefore that which needs most caution in its indulgence. It is more definitely Gothic than any other; but the best Gothic building is not that which is most Gothic. It can hardly be too frank in its confession of rudeness, hardly too rich in its changefulness, hardly too faithful in its naturalism; but it may go too far in its rigidity, and, like the great Puritan spirit in its extreme, lose itself either in frivolity of division or perversity of purpose. It actually did so in later times; but it is gladdening to remember that in its utmost nobleness, the very temper which has been thought most adverse to it, the Protestant spirit of self-dependence and inquiry, was expressed in its every line. Faith and aspiration there were in every Christian ecclesiastical building, from the 1st century to the 15th. But the moral habits to which England in this age owes the kind of greatness that she has, the habits of philosophical investigation, of accurate thought, of domestic seclusion and independence, of stern self-reliance, and sincere upright searching into religious truth, were only traceable in the features which were the distinctive creation of the Gothic schools, in the veined foliage, and thorny fretwork, and shadowy niche, and buttressed pier, and fearless height of subtle pinnacle and crested tower, sent like an unperplexed question up to heaven. Last, because the least essential of the constituent elements of this noble school, was placed that of redundance, the uncalculating bestowal of the wealth of its labor. There is, indeed, much Gothic, and that of the best period, in which this element is hardly traceable, and which depends for its effect almost exclusively on loveliness of simple design and grace of uninvolved proportion. Still, in the most characteristic buildings, a certain portion of their effect depends upon accumulation of ornament, and many of those which have most influence on the minds of men have attained it by means of this attribute alone. And although by careful study of the school it is possible to arrive at a condition of taste which shall be better contented by a few perfect lines than a whole façade covered with fretwork, the building which only satisfies such a taste is not to be considered the best. For the very first requirement of Gothic architecture being, as we saw above, that it shall both admit the aid and appeal to the admiration of the rudest as well as the most refined minds, the richness of the work is, paradoxical as the statement may appear, a part of its humility. No architecture is so haughty as that which is simple, which refuses to address the eye except in a few clear and forceful lines, which implies, in offering so little to our regards, that all it has offered is perfect, and disdains, either by the complexity or the attractiveness of its features, to embarrass our investigation, or betray us into delight. That humility, which is the very life of the Gothic school, is shown not only in the imperfection, but in the accumulation of ornament. The inferior rank of the workman is often shown as much in the richness as the roughness of his work; and if the cooperation of every hand and the sympathy of every heart are to be received, we must be content to allow the redundance which disguises the failure of the feeble, and wins the regard of the inattentive. There are, however, far nobler interests mingling in the Gothic heart, with the rude love of decorative accumulation, a magnificent enthusiasm, which feels as if it never could do enough to reach the fullness of its ideal, an unselfishness of sacrifice, which would rather cast fruitless labor before the altar than stand idle in the market, and finally, a profound sympathy with the fullness and wealth of the material universe, rising out of that naturalism whose operation we have already endeavored to define. The sculptor who sought for his models among the forest leaves could not but quickly and deeply feel that complexity need not involve the loss of grace, nor richness that of repose; and every hour which he spent in the study of the minute and various work of nature made him feel more forcibly the barrenness of what was best in that of man. Nor is it to be wondered at that, seeing her perfect and exquisite creations poured forth in a profusion which conception could not grasp, nor calculation sum, he should think that it ill became him to be niggardly of his own rude craftsmanship. And where he saw throughout the universe a faultless beauty lavished on measureless spaces of broidered field and blooming mountain, to grudge his poor and imperfect labor to the few stones that he had raised one upon another for habitation or memorial. The years of his life passed away before his task was accomplished, but generation succeeded generation with unwearied enthusiasm, and the cathedral front was at last lost in the tapestry of its traceries, like a rock among the thickets of herbage of spring. We have now, I believe, obtained a view approaching to completeness of the various moral or imaginative elements which compose the inner spirit of Gothic architecture. We have, in the second place, to define its outward form. Now, as the Gothic spirit is made up of several elements, some of which may, in particular examples, be wanting, so the Gothic form is made up of minor conditions of form, some of which may, in particular examples, be imperfectly developed. We cannot say, therefore, that a building is either Gothic or not Gothic in form, any more than we can in spirit. We can only say that it is more or less Gothic, in proportion to the number of Gothic forms which it unites. There have been made lately many subtle and ingenious endeavors to base the definition of Gothic forms entirely upon the roof vaulting, endeavors which are both forced and futile, for many of the best Gothic buildings in the world have roofs of timber, which have no more connection with the main structure of the walls of the edifice than a hat has with that of the head it protects; and other Gothic buildings are merely enclosures of spaces, as ramparts and walls, or enclosures of gardens or cloisters, and have no roofs at all, in the sense in which the word roof is commonly accepted. But every reader who has ever taken the slightest interest in architecture must know that there is a great popular impression on this matter, which maintains itself stiffly in its old form, in spite of all ratiocination and definition, namely, that a flat lintel from pillar to pillar is Grecian, a round arch Norman or Romanesque, and a pointed arch Gothic. And the old popular notion, as far as it goes, is perfectly right, and can never be bettered. The most striking outward feature in all Gothic architecture is, that it is composed of pointed arches, as in Romanesque that it is in like manner composed of round, and this distinction would be quite as clear, though the roofs were taken off every cathedral in Europe. And yet, if we examine carefully into the real force and meaning of the term roof, we shall perhaps be able to retain the old popular idea in a definition of Gothic architecture which shall also express whatever dependence that architecture has upon true forms of roofing. In Chapter 13 of the first volume, the reader will remember that roofs were considered as generally divided into two parts: the roof proper, that is to say, the shell, vault, or ceiling internally visible, and the roof mask, which protects this lower roof from the weather. In some buildings these parts are united in one framework, but in most they are more or less independent of each other, and in nearly all Gothic buildings there is considerable interval between them. Now it will often happen, as above noticed, that owing to the nature of the apartments required, or the materials at hand, the roof proper may be flat, coved, or domed. In buildings which in their walls employ pointed arches, and are, in the straitest sense of the word, Gothic in all other respects. Yet so far forth as the roofing alone is concerned, they are not Gothic, unless the pointed arch be the principal form adopted either in the stone vaulting or the timbers of the roof proper. I shall say then, in the first place, that Gothic architecture is that which uses, if possible, the pointed arch in the roof proper. This is the first step in our definition. Secondly, although there may be many advisable or necessary forms for the lower roof or ceiling, there is, in cold countries exposed to rain and snow, only one advisable form for the roof mask, and that is the gable, for this alone will throw off both rain and snow from all parts of its surface as speedily as possible. Snow can lodge on the top of a dome, not on the ridge of a gable. And thus, as far as roofing is concerned, the gable is a far more essential feature of Northern architecture than the pointed vault, for the one is a thorough necessity, the other often a graceful conventionality. The gable occurs in the timber roof of every dwelling house and every cottage, but not the vault; and the gable, built on a polygonal or circular plan, is the origin of the turret and spire. And all the so-called aspiration of Gothic architecture is, as above noticed, Volume 1, Chapter 12, 6, nothing more than its development. So that we must add to our definition another clause, which will be, at present, by far the most important, and it will stand thus: Gothic architecture is that which uses the pointed arch for the roof proper, and the gable for the roof mask. And here, in passing, let us notice a principle as true in architecture as in morals. It is not the compelled, but the wilful transgression of law which corrupts the character. Sin is not in the act, but in the choice. It is a law for Gothic architecture that it shall use the pointed arch for its roof proper; but because, in many cases of domestic building, this becomes impossible for want of room, the whole height of the apartment being required everywhere, or in various other ways inconvenient, flat ceilings may be used, and yet the Gothic shall not lose its purity. But in the roof mask there can be no necessity nor reason for a change of form. The gable is the best, and if any other, dome or bulging crown, or whatsoever else, be employed at all, it must be in pure caprice and wilful transgression of law. And wherever, therefore, this is done, the Gothic has lost its character; it is pure Gothic no more. And this last clause of the definition is to be more strongly insisted upon, because it includes multitudes of buildings, especially domestic, which are Gothic in spirit, but which we are not in the habit of embracing in our general conception of Gothic architecture; multitudes of street dwelling houses and straggling country farmhouses, built with little care for beauty, or observance of Gothic laws in vaults or windows, and yet maintaining their character by the sharp and quaint gables of the roofs. And, for the reason just given, a house is far more Gothic which has square windows and a boldly gabled roof, than the one which has pointed arches for the windows and a domed or flat roof. For it often happened in the best Gothic times, as it must in all times, that it was more easy and convenient to make a window square than pointed. Not but that, as above emphatically stated, the richness of church architecture was also found in domestic; and systematically, when the pointed arch was used in the church it was used in the street. Only in all times there were cases in which men could not build as they would, and were obliged to construct their doors or windows in the readiest way; and this readiest way was then, in small work, as it will be to the end of time, to put a flat stone for a lintel and build the windows as in Fig. 8. And the occurrence of such windows in a building or a street will not ungoticize them, so long as the bold gable roof be retained, and the spirit of the work be visibly Gothic in other respects. But if the roof be wilfully and conspicuously of any other form than the gable, if it be domed or Turkish or Chinese, the building has positive corruption mingled with its Gothic elements, in proportion to the conspicuousness of the roof, and, if not absolutely ungothicized, can maintain its character only by such vigor of vital Gothic energy in other parts as shall cause the roof to be forgotten, thrown off like an esker from the living frame. Nevertheless, we must always admit that it may be forgotten, and that if the Gothic seal be indeed set firmly on the walls, we are not to cavil at the forms reserved for the tiles and leads. For observe, as our definition at present stands, being understood of large roofs only, it will allow a conical glass furnace to be a Gothic building, but will not allow so much either of the Duomo of Florence or the Baptistery of Pisa. We must either mend it, therefore, or understand it in some broader sense. And now, if the reader will look back to the 5th paragraph of Chapter 3, Volume 1, he will find that I carefully extended my definition of a roof so as to include more than is usually understood by the term. It was there said to be the covering of a space, narrow or wide. It does not in the least signify, with respect to the real nature of the covering, whether the space protected be 2 feet wide or 10, though in the one case we call the protection an arch, in the other a vault or roof. But the real point to be considered is, the manner in which this protection stands, and not whether it is narrow or broad. We call the vaulting of a bridge an arch, because it is narrow with respect to the river it crosses; but if it were built above us on the ground, we should call it a wagon vault, because then we should feel the breadth of it. The real question is the nature of the curve, not the extent of space over which it is carried; and this is more the case with respect to Gothic than to any other architecture, For, in the greater number of instances, the form of the roof is entirely dependent on the ribs, the domical shells being constructed in all kinds of inclinations, quite undeterminable by the eye, and all that is definite in their character being fixed by the curves of the ribs. Let us then consider our definition as including the narrowest arch or tracery bar, as well as the broadest roof, and it will be nearly a perfect one. For the fact is, that all good Gothic is nothing more than the development, in various ways, and on every conceivable scale, of the group formed by the pointed arch for the bearing line below, and the gable for the protecting line above; and from the huge, grey, shaly slope of the cathedral roof, with its elastic pointed vaults beneath, to the slight crown-like points that enrich the smallest niche of its doorway, one law and one expression will be found in all. The modes of support and of decoration are infinitely various, but the real character of the building, in all good Gothic, depends upon the single lines of the gable over the pointed arch, Fig. IX., endlessly rearranged or repeated. The larger woodcut, Fig. X., represents three characteristic conditions of the treatment of the group: A, from the tomb at Verona, 1328; B, one of the lateral porches at Abbeville; C, one of the uppermost points of the great western façade of Rouen Cathedral, both these last being, I believe, early work of the 15th century. The forms of the pure early English and French Gothic are too well known to need any notice. My reason will appear presently for choosing, by way of example, these somewhat rare conditions. But first, let us try whether we cannot get the forms of the other great architectures of the world broadly expressed by relations of the same lines into which we have compressed the Gothic. We may easily do this if the reader will first allow me to remind him of the true nature of the pointed arch, as it was expressed in Chapter 10 of the first volume. It was said there that it ought to be called a curved gable, for strictly speaking an arch cannot be pointed. The so-called pointed arch ought always to be considered as a gable, with its sides curved, in order to enable them to bear pressure from without. Thus considering it, there are but three ways in which an interval between piers can be bridged, the three ways represented by A, B, and C, Fig. 11 on page 213. A, the lintel; B, the round arch; C, the gable. All the architects in the world will never discover any other ways of bridging a space than these three. They may vary the curve of the arch, or curve the sides of the gable, or break them; but in doing this they are merely modifying or subdividing, not adding to, the generic forms. Now there are three good architectures in the world, and there never can be more, correspondent to each of these three simple ways of covering in a space, which is the original function of all architectures. And those three architectures are pure exactly in proportion to the simplicity and directness with which they express the condition of roofing on which they are founded. They have many interesting varieties according to their scale, manner of decoration, and character of the nations by whom they are practised, but all their varieties are finally referable to the three great heads: A, Greek, architecture of the lintel; B, Romanesque, architecture of the round arch; C, Gothic, architecture of the gable. The three names, Greek, Romanesque, and Gothic, are indeed inaccurate when used in this vast sense, because they imply national limitations. But the three architectures may nevertheless not unfitly receive their names from those nations by whom they were carried to the highest perfections. We may thus briefly state their existing varieties. A, Greek, lintel architecture, the worst of the three, and considered with reference to stone construction, always in some measure barbarous. Its simplest type is Stonehenge, its most refined the Parthenon, its noblest the Temple of Karnak. In the hands of the Egyptian it is sublime, in those of the Greek pure, in those of the Roman rich, and in those of the Renaissance builder, effeminate. b. Romanesque, round arch architecture. Never thoroughly developed until Christian times, it falls into two great branches, Eastern and Western, or Byzantine and Lombardic, changing respectively in process of time, with certain helps from each other, into Arabian Gothic and Teutonic Gothic. Its most perfect Lombardic type is the Duomo of Pisa; its most perfect Byzantine type, I believe, St. Mark's at Venice. Its highest glory is, that it has no corruption. It perishes in giving birth to another architecture as noble as itself. c. Gothic, architecture of the gable. The daughter of the Romanesque, and, like the Romanesque, divided into two great branches, Western and Eastern, or pure Gothic and Arabian Gothic, of which the latter is called Gothic only because it has many Gothic forms, pointed arches, vaults, etc. But its spirit remains Byzantine, more especially in the form of the roof mask, of which, with respect to these three great families, we have next to determine the typical form. 4. Observe, the distinctions we have hitherto been stating depend on the form of the stones first laid from pier to pier, that is to say, of the simplest condition of the roofs proper. Adding the relations of the roof mask to these lines, we shall have the perfect type of form for each school. In the Greek, the Western Romanesque and Western Gothic, the roof mask is the gable; in the Eastern Romanesque and Eastern Gothic, it is the dome. But I have not studied the roofing of either of these last two groups, and shall not venture to generalize them in a diagram. But the three groups in the hands of the Western builders may be thus simply represented. Fig. 12. A. Greek. B. Western Romanesque. C. Western or true Gothic. Now observe, first, that the relation of the roof mask to the roof proper in the Greek type forms that pediment which gives its most striking character to the temple, and is the principal recipient of its sculptural decoration. The relation of these lines, therefore, is just as important in the Greek as in the Gothic schools. Secondly, the reader must observe the difference of steepness in the Romanesque and Gothic gables. This is not an unimportant distinction, nor an undecided one. The Romanesque gable does not pass gradually into the more elevated form. There is a great gulf between the two, the whole effect of all Southern architecture being dependent upon the use of the flat gable, and of all Northern upon that of the acute. I need not here dwell upon the difference between the lines of an Italian village, or the flat tops of most Italian towers, and the peaked gables and spires of the North, attaining their most fantastic development, I believe, in Belgium. But it may be well to state the law of separation, namely that a Gothic gable must have all its angles acute, and a Romanesque one must have the upper one obtuse. Or, to give the reader a simple practical rule, take any gable, A or B, Fig. 13, and strike a semicircle on its base. If its top rises above the semicircle, as at B, it is a Gothic gable; if it falls beneath it, a Romanesque one. But the best forms in each group are those which are distinctly steep or distinctly low. In the figure, F is perhaps the average of the Romanesque slope, and G of Gothic. But although we do not find a transition from one school into the other in the slope of the gables, there is often a confusion between the two schools in the association of the gable with the arch below it. It has just been stated that the pure Romanesque condition is the round arch under the low gable, A, Fig. 14, and the pure Gothic condition is the pointed arch under the high gable, B. But in the passage from one style to the other, we sometimes find the two conditions reversed, the pointed arch under a low gable, as D, or the round arch under a high gable, as C. The form D occurs in the tombs of Verona, and C in the doors of Venice. We have thus determined the relation of Gothic to the other architectures of the world, as far as regards the main lines of its construction. But there is still one word which needs to be added to our definition of its form, with respect to a part of its decoration, which rises out of that construction. We have seen that the first condition of its form is, that it shall have pointed arches. When Gothic is perfect, therefore, it will follow that the pointed arches must be built in the strongest possible manner. Now, if the reader will look back to Chapter 11 of Volume 1, he will find the subject of the masonry of the pointed arch discussed at length, and the conclusion deduced, that of all possible forms of the pointed arch, a certain weight of material being given, that generically represented at E, Fig. 15, is the strongest. In fact, the reader can see in a moment that the weakness of the pointed arch is in its flanks, and that by merely thickening them gradually at this point, all chance of fracture is removed. Or, perhaps, more simply still, suppose a gable built of stone, as at A, and pressed upon from without by a weight in the direction of the arrow, clearly it would be liable to fall in, as at B. To prevent this, we make a pointed arch of it, as at C, and now it cannot fall inwards, but if pressed upon from above may give way outwards, as at D. But at last we build as at E, and now it can neither fall out nor in. End of Chapter 6, Part 5. Chapter 6, Part 6. Of the Stones of Venice, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2, by John Ruskin. The Nature of Gothic, Part 6. The forms of arch thus obtained, with a pointed projection called a cusp on each side, must forever be delightful to the human mind, as being expressive of the utmost strength and permanency obtainable with a given mass of material. But it was not by any such process of reasoning, nor with any reference to laws of construction, that the cusp was originally invented. It is merely the special application to the arch of the great ornamental system of foliation, or the adaptation of the forms of leafage, which has been above insisted upon as the principal characteristic of Gothic naturalism. This love of foliage was exactly proportioned, in its intensity, to the increase of strength in the Gothic spirit. In the Southern Gothic, it is soft leafage that is most loved, in the Northern, thorny leafage. And if we take up any Northern illuminated manuscript of the great Gothic time, we shall find every one of its leaf ornaments surrounded by a thorny structure laid round it in gold or in colour, sometimes apparently copied faithfully from the prickly development of the root of the leaf in the thistle, running along the stems and branches exactly as the thistle leaf does along its own stem, and with sharp spines proceeding from the points, as in Fig. 16. At other times, and for the most part in work in the 13th century, the golden ground takes the form of pure and severe cusps, sometimes enclosing the leaves, sometimes filling up the forks of the branches, as in the example Fig. 1, Plate 1, Volume 3, passing imperceptibly from the distinctly vegetable condition, in which it is just as certainly representative of the thorn as other parts of the design are of the bud, leaf, and fruit, into the crests on the necks, or the membranous sails of the wings, of serpents, dragons, and other grotesques, as in Fig. 17, and into rich and vague fantasies of curvature, among which, however, the pure cusped system of the pointed arch is continually discernible, not accidentally, but designedly indicated, and connecting itself with the literally architectural portions of the design. The system, then, of what is called foliation, whether simple, as in the cusped arch, or complicated, as in tracery, rose out of this love of leafage. Not that the form of the arch is intended to imitate a leaf, but to be invested with the same characters of beauty which the designer had discovered in the leaf. Observe, there is a wide difference between the two intentions. The idea that large Gothic structure, in arches and roofs, was intended to imitate vegetation is, as above noticed, untenable for an instant in the front of facts. But the Gothic builder perceived that, in the leaves which he copied for his minor decorations, there was a peculiar beauty, arising from certain characters of curvature in outline, and certain methods of subdivision and of radiation in structure. On a small scale, in his sculptures and his missal painting, he copied the leaf or thorn itself. On a large scale, he adopted from it its abstract sources of beauty, and gave the same kinds of curvatures and the same species of subdivision to the outline of his arches, so far as was consistent with their strength, never, in any single instance, suggesting the resemblance to leafage by irregularity of outline, but keeping the structure perfectly simple, and, as we have seen, so consistent with the best principles of masonry, that in the finest Gothic design of arches, which are always single cusped, the cinquefoiled arch being licentious, though in early work often very lovely, it is literally impossible, without consulting the context of the building, to say whether the cusps have been added for the sake of beauty or of strength; nor, though in medieval architecture they were, I believe, assuredly first employed in mere love of their picturesque form, am I absolutely certain that their earliest invention was not a structural effort. For the earliest cusps with which I am acquainted are those used in the vaults of the great galleries of the Serapeum, discovered in 1850 by M. Maniette at Memphis, and described by Colonel Hamilton in a paper read in February last before the Royal Society of Literature. The roofs of its galleries were admirably shown in Colonel Hamilton's drawings, made to scale upon the spot, and their profile is a cusped round arch, perfectly pure and simple; but whether thrown into this form for the sake of strength or of grace, I am unable to say. It is evident, however, that the structural advantage of the cusp is available only in the case of arches on a comparatively small scale. If the arch becomes very large, the projections under the flanks must become too ponderous to be secure, and the suspended weight of stone would be liable to break off; and such arches are therefore never constructed with heavy cusps, but rendered secure by general mass of masonry, and what additional appearance of support may be thought necessary, sometimes a considerable degree of actual support, is given by means of tracery. Of what I stated in the second chapter of the 7 Lamps respecting the nature of tracery, I need repeat here only this much, that it began in the use of penetrations through the stonework of windows or walls, cut into forms which looked like stars when seen from within, and like leaves when seen from without; the name foil or foyi being universally applied to the separate lobes of their extremities, and the pleasure received from them being the same as that which we feel in the triple, quadruple, or other radiated leaves of vegetation, joined with a perception of a severely geometrical order and symmetry. A few of the most common forms are represented, unconfused by exterior mouldings, in Fig. 18, and the best traceries are nothing more than close clusters of such forms, with mouldings following their outlines. The term foliated, therefore, is equally descriptive of the most perfect conditions, both of the simple arch and of the traceries by which, in later Gothic, it is filled, and this foliation is an essential character of the style. No Gothic is either good or characteristic which is not foliated either in its arches or apertures. Sometimes the bearing arches are foliated, and the ornamentation above composed of figure sculpture. Sometimes the bearing arches are plain, and the ornamentation above them is composed of foliated apertures. But the element of foliation must enter somewhere, or the style is imperfect. And our final definition of Gothic will, therefore, stand thus: foliated architecture, which uses the pointed arch for the roof proper, and the gable for the roof mask. And now there is but one point more to be examined, and we have done. Foliation, while it is the most distinctive and peculiar, is also the easiest method of decoration which Gothic architecture possesses, and although in the disposition of the proportions and forms of foils the most noble imagination may be shown, yet a builder without imagination at all, or any other faculty of design, can produce some effect upon the mass of his work by merely covering it with foolish foliation. Throw any number of crossing lines together at random, as in Fig. 19, and fill their squares and oblong openings with quatrefoils and cinquefoils, and you will immediately have what will stand, with most people, for very satisfactory Gothic. The slightest possible acquaintance with existing forms will enable any architect to vary his patterns of foliation with as much ease as he would those of a kaleidoscope, and to produce a building which the present European public will think magnificent, though there may not be, from foundation to copying, one ray of invention or any other intellectual merit in the whole mass of it. But floral decoration and the disposition of mouldings require some skill and thought, and, if they are to be agreeable at all, must be verily invented or accurately copied. They cannot be drawn together at random without becoming so commonplace as to involve detection, and although, as I have just said, the noblest imagination may be shown in the disposition of traceries, there is far more room for its play and power when those traceries are associated with floral or animal ornament. And it is possible, a priori, that, wherever true invention exists, such ornament will be employed in profusion. Now, all Gothic may be divided into two vast schools, one early, the other late, of which the former, noble, inventive, and progressive, uses the element of foliation moderately, that of floral and figure sculpture decoration profusely. The latter, ignoble, uninventive, and declining, uses foliation immoderately, floral and figure sculpture subordinately. The two schools touch each other at that instant of momentous change, dwelt upon in the Seven Lamps, Chapter 2, a period later or earlier in different districts, but which may be broadly stated as the middle of the 14th century, both styles being, of course, in their highest excellence at the moment when they meet, the one ascending to the point of junction, the one declining from it, but at first not in any marked degree, and only showing the characters which justify its being above called generically ignoble, as its declension reaches steeper slope. Of these two great schools, the first uses foliation only in large and simple masses, and covers the minor members, cusps, etc., of that foliation with various sculpture. The latter decorates foliation itself with minor foliation, and breaks its traceries into endless and lace-like subdivision of tracery. A few instances will explain the difference clearly. Fig. 2, Plate 12, represents half of an eightfold aperture from Salisbury, where the element of foliation is employed in the larger disposition of the starry form; but in the decoration of the cusp it has entirely disappeared, and the ornament is floral. But in Fig. 1, which is part of a fringe round one of the later windows in Rouen Cathedral, the foliation is first carried boldly round the arch, and then each cusp of it divided into other forms of foliation. The two larger canopies of niches below, Figs. 5 and 6, are respectively those seen at the flanks of the two uppermost examples of gabled Gothic in Fig. 10, page 213. Those examples were there chosen in order to illustrate the distinction in the character of ornamentation which we are at present examining, and if the reader will look back to them, and compare their methods of treatment, he will at once be enabled to fix that distinction clearly in his mind. He will observe that in the uppermost the element of foliation is scrupulously confined to the bearing arches of the gable, and of the lateral niches, so that, on any given side of the monument, only 3 foliated arches are discernible. All the rest of the ornamentation is bossy sculpture, set on the broad marble surface. On the point of the gable are set the shield and dog crest of the scholars, with its bronze wings, as of a dragon, thrown out from it on either side. Below, an admirably sculptured oak tree fills the centre of the field. Beneath it is the death of Abel. Abel lying dead upon his face on one side, Cain opposite, looking up to heaven in terror. The border of the arch is formed of various leafage, alternating with the scalar shield, and the cusps are each filled by 1 flower and 2 broad flowing leaves. The whole is exquisitely relieved by colour, the ground being of pale red Verona marble, and the statues and foliage of white Carrara marble, inlaid. The figure below it, B, represents the southern lateral door of the principal church in Abbeville. The smallness of the scale compelled me to make it somewhat heavier in the lines of its traceries than it is in reality, but the door itself is one of the most exquisite pieces of flamboyant Gothic in the world, and it is interesting to see the shield introduced here, at the point of the gable, in exactly the same manner as in the upper example, and with precisely the same purpose, to stay the eye in its ascent, and to keep it from being offended by the sharp point of the gable, the reversed angle of the shield being so energetic as completely to balance the upward tendency of the great convergent lines. It will be seen, however, as this example is studied, that its other decorations are altogether different from those of the Veronese tomb, that here the whole effect is dependent on mere multiplications of similar lines of tracery, sculpture being hardly introduced except in the seated statue under the central niche, and formerly in groups filling the shadowy hollows under the small niches in the archivolt, but broken away in the Revolution. And if now we turn to Plate 12, just past, and examine the heads of the 2 lateral niches there given from each of these monuments on a larger scale, the contrast will be yet more apparent. The one from Abbeville, Fig. 5, though it contains much floral work of the crisp northern kind in its finial and crockets, yet depends for all its effect on the various patterns of foliation with which its spaces are filled, and it is so cut through and through that it is hardly stronger than a piece of lace, whereas the pinnacle from Verona depends for its effect on one broad mass of shadow, boldly shaping into the trefoil in its bearing arch, and there is no other trefoil on that side of the niche. All the rest of its decoration is floral, or by almonds and bosses, and its surface of stone is unpierced and kept in broad light, and the mass of it thick and strong enough to stand for as many more centuries as it has already stood, scatheless, in the open streets of Verona. The figures 3 and 4 above each niche show how the same principles are carried out into the smallest details of the 2 edifices, 3 being the moulding which borders the gable at Abbeville, and 4 that in the same position at Verona, and as thus in all cases the distinction in their treatment remains the same, the one attracting the eye to broad sculptured surfaces, the other to involutions of intricate lines, I shall hereafter characterize the 2 schools, whenever I have occasion to refer to them, the one as surface Gothic, the other as linear Gothic. Now observe, is it not at present the question whether the form of the Veronese niche and the design of its flowerwork be as good as they might have been, but simply which of the 2 architectural principles is the greater and better? And this we cannot hesitate for an instant in deciding. The Veronese Gothic is strong in its masonry, simple in its masses, but perpetual in its variety, The late French Gothic is weak in masonry, broken in mass, and repeats the same idea continually. It is very beautiful, but the Italian Gothic is the nobler style. Yet, in saying that the French Gothic repeats one idea, I mean merely that it depends too much upon the foliation of its traceries. The disposition of the traceries themselves is endlessly varied and inventive, and indeed the mind of the French workman was, perhaps, even richer in fancy than that of the Italian, only he had been taught a less noble style. This is especially to be remembered with respect to the subordination of figure sculpture, above noticed, as characteristic of the later Gothic. It is not that such sculpture is wanting; on the contrary, it is often worked into richer groups, and carried out with a perfection of execution far greater than those which adorn the earlier buildings. But in the early work it is vigorous, prominent, and essential to the beauty of the whole. In the later work it is enfeebled, and shrouded in the veil of tracery, from which it may often be removed with little harm to the general effect. Now the reader may rest assured that no principle of art is more absolute than this, that a composition from which anything can be removed without doing mischief is always so far forth inferior. On this ground, therefore, if on no other, there can be no question, for a moment, which of the two schools is the greater, although there are many most noble works in the French traceried Gothic, having a sublimity of their own, dependent on their extreme richness and grace of line, and for which we may be most grateful to their builders. And indeed, the superiority of the surface Gothic cannot be completely felt, until we compare it with the more degraded linear schools, as, for instance, with our own English Perpendicular. The ornaments of the Veronese niche, which we have used for our example, are by no means among the best of their schools, yet they will serve our purpose for such a comparison. That of its pinnacle is composed of a single upright flowering plant, of which the stem shoots up through the centres of the leaves, and bears a pendant blossom, somewhat like that of the imperial lily. The leaves are thrown back from the stem with singular grace and freedom, and foreshortened, as if by a skilful painter, in the shallow marble relief. Their arrangement is roughly shown in the little woodcut at the side, Fig. 20, and if the reader will simply try the experiment for himself, first of covering a piece of paper with crossed lines, as if for accounts, and filling all the interstices with any foliation that comes into his head, as in Fig. 19, above, and then of trying to fill the point of a gable with a piece of leafage like that in Fig. 20, above, putting the figure itself aside, he will probably find that more thought and invention are required to design this singular minute pinnacle, than to cover acres of ground with English Perpendicular. We have now, I believe, obtained a sufficiently accurate knowledge both of the spirit and form of Gothic architecture, but it may perhaps be useful to the general reader if, in conclusion, I set down a few plain and practical rules for determining, in every instance, whether a given building be good Gothic or not, and, if not Gothic, whether its architecture is of a kind which will probably reward the pains of careful examination. First, look if the roof rises in a steep gable, high above the walls. If it does not do this, there is something wrong. The building is not quite pure Gothic, or has been altered. Secondly, look if the principal windows and doors have pointed arches with gables over them. If not pointed arches, the building is not Gothic. If they have not any gables over them, it is either not pure or not first rate. If, however, it has the steep roof, the pointed arch, and gable all united, it is nearly certain to be a Gothic building of a very fine time. Thirdly, look if the arches are cusped or apertures foliated. If the building has met the first two conditions, it is sure to be foliated somewhere; but if not everywhere, the parts which are unfoliated are imperfect, unless they are large bearing arches, or small and sharp arches in groups, forming a kind of foliation by their own multiplicity, and relieved by sculpture and rich mouldings. The upper windows, for instance, in the east end of Westminster Abbey, are imperfect for want of foliation. If there be no foliation anywhere, the building is assuredly imperfect Gothic. Fourthly, if the building meets all the first three conditions, look if its arches in general, whether of windows and doors, are of minor ornamentation, are carried on true shafts with bases and capitals. If they are, then the building is assuredly of the finest Gothic style. It may still perhaps be an imitation, a feeble copy, or a bad example of a noble style, but the manner of it, having met all these four conditions, is assuredly first rate. If its apertures have not shafts and capitals, look if they are plain openings in the walls, studiously simple, and unmoulded at the sides, as for instance the arch in Plate 19, Volume 1. If so, the building may still be of the finest Gothic, adapted to some domestic or military service. But if the sides of the window be moulded, and yet there are no capitals at the spring of the arch, it is assuredly of an inferior school. This is all that is necessary to determine whether the building be of a fine Gothic style. The next tests to be applied are in order to discover whether it be good architecture or not. For it may be very impure Gothic, and yet very noble architecture; or it may be very pure Gothic, and yet, if a copy, or originally raised by an ungifted builder, very bad architecture. If it belong to any of the great schools of color, its criticism becomes as complicated, and needs as much care, as that of a piece of music, and no general rules for it can be given. But if not, first, see if it looks as if it had been built by strong men, if it has the sort of roughness and largeness and nonchalance mixed in places with the exquisite tenderness which seems always to be the sign manual of the broad vision, and massy power of men who can see past the work they are doing, and betray here and there something like disdain for it. If the building has this character, it is much already in its favor. It will go hard, but it proves a noble one. If it has not this, but is altogether accurate, minute, and scrupulous in its very workmanship, it must belong to either the very best or the very worst of schools. The very best, in which exquisite design is wrought out with untiring and conscientious care, as in the Giottesque Gothic; or the very worst, in which mechanism has taken the place of design. It is more likely in general that it should belong to the worst than the best, so that, on the whole, very accurate workmanship is to be esteemed a bad sign, and if there is nothing remarkable about the building but its precision, it may be passed at once with contempt. Secondly, observe if it be irregular, its different parts fitting themselves to different purposes, no one caring what becomes of them, so that they do their work. If one part always answers accurately to another part, it is sure to be a bad building, and the greater and more conspicuous the irregularities, the greater chances are that it is a good one. For instance, in the Ducal Palace, of which a rough woodcut is given in Chapter 8, the general idea is sternly symmetrical, but 2 windows are lower than the rest of the 6, and if the reader will count the arches of the small arcade as far as to the great balcony, he will find it is not in the centre, but set to the right-hand side by the whole width of one of those arches. We may be pretty sure that the building is a good one. None but a master of his craft would have ventured to do this. Thirdly, observe if all the traceries, capitals, and other ornaments are of perpetually varied design. If not, the work is assuredly bad. Lastly, read the sculpture. Preparatory to reading it, you will have to discover whether it is legible, and if legible, it is nearly certain to be worth reading. On a good building, the sculpture is always so set, and on such a scale that at the ordinary distance from which the edifice is seen, the sculpture shall be thoroughly intelligible and interesting. In order to accomplish this, the uppermost statues will be 10 or 12 feet high, and the upper ornamentation will be colossal, increasing in fineness as it descends, till on the foundation it will often be wrought as if for a precious cabinet in a king's chamber. But the spectator will not notice that the upper sculptures are colossal. He will merely feel that he can see them plainly, and make them all out at his ease. And having ascertained this, let him set himself to read them. Thenceforward the criticism of the building is to be conducted precisely on the same principles as that of a book, and must depend on the knowledge, feeling, and not a little on the industry and perseverance of the reader, whether, even in the case of the best works, he either perceives them to be great, or feel them to be entertaining. End of Chapter 6, Part 6. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2 by John Ruskin. Chapter 7, Gothic Palaces, Part 1. The buildings, out of the remnants of which we have endeavored to recover some conception of the appearance of Venice during the Byzantine period, contribute hardly anything at this day to the effect of the streets of the city. They are too few and too much defaced to attract the eye or influence the feelings. The charm which Venice still possesses, and which for the last 50 years has rendered it the favorite haunt of all the painters of picturesque subject, is owing to the effect of the palaces belonging to the period we have now to examine, mingled with those of the Renaissance. This effect is produced in two different ways. The Renaissance palaces are not more picturesque in themselves than the club houses of Pall Mall, but they become delightful by the contrast of their severity and refinement with the rich and rude confusion of the sea life beneath them, and of their white and solid masonry with the green waves. Remove from beneath them the orange sails of the fishing boats, the black gliding of the gondolas, the cumbered decks and rough crews of the barges of traffic, and the fretfulness of the green water along their foundations, and the Renaissance palaces possess no more interest than those of London or Paris. But the Gothic palaces are picturesque in themselves, and wield over us an independent power. Sea and sky and every other accessory might be taken away from them, and still they would be beautiful and strange. They are not less striking in the loneliest streets of Padua and Vicenza, where many were built during the period of the Venetian authority in those cities, than in the most crowded thoroughfares of Venice itself. And if they could be transported into the midst of London, they would still not altogether lose their power over the feelings. The best proof of this is in the perpetual attractiveness of all pictures, however poor in skill, which have taken for their subject the principal of these Gothic buildings, the Ducal Palace. In spite of all architectural theories and teachings, the paintings of this building are always felt to be delightful. We cannot be wearied by them, though often sorely tried. But we are not put to the same trial in the case of the palaces of the Renaissance. They are never drawn singly, or as the principal subject, nor can they be. The building which faces the Ducal Palace on the opposite side of the Piazzetta is celebrated among architects, but it is not familiar to our eyes. It is painted only incidentally, for the completion not the subject of a Venetian scene, and even the Renaissance arcades of St. Mark's Place, though frequently painted, are always treated as a mere avenue to its Byzantine church and colossal tower. And the Ducal Palace itself owes the peculiar charm which we have hitherto felt not so much to its greater size as compared with other Gothic buildings, or nobler design, for it never yet has been rightly drawn, as to its comparative isolation. The other Gothic structures are as much injured by the continual juxtaposition of the Renaissance palaces as the latter are aided by it. They exhaust their own life by breathing it into the Renaissance coldness; but the Ducal Palace stands comparatively alone, and fully expresses the Gothic power. And it is just that it should be so seen, for it is the original of nearly all the rest. It is not the elaborate and more studied development of a national style, but the great and sudden invention of one man, instantly forming a national style, and becoming the model for the imitation of every architect in Venice for upwards of a century. It was the determination of this one fact which occupied me the greater part of the time I spent in Venice. It had always appeared to me most strange that there should be in no part of the city any incipient or imperfect types of the form of the Ducal Palace. It was difficult to believe that so mighty a building had been the conception of one man, not only in disposition and detail, but in style; and yet impossible, had it been otherwise, but that some early examples of approximate Gothic form must exist. There is not one. The palace is built between the final cessation of the Byzantine style, about 1300, and the date of the Ducal Palace, 1320 to 1350, are all completely distinct in character, so distinct that I at first intended the account of them to form a separate section of this volume, and there is literally no transitional form between them and the perfection of the Ducal Palace. Every Gothic building in Venice which resembles the latter is a copy of it. I do not mean that there was no Gothic in Venice before the Ducal Palace, but that the mode of its application to domestic architecture had not been determined. The real root of the Ducal Palace is the apse of the church of the Frari. The traceries of that apse, though earlier and ruder in workmanship, are nearly the same in mouldings, and precisely the same in treatment, especially in the placing of the lions' heads, as those of the great Ducal arcade; and the originality of thought in the architect of the Ducal Palace consists in his having adapted those traceries, in a more highly developed and finished form, to civil uses. In the apse of the church they form narrow and tall window lights, somewhat more massive than those of Northern Gothic, but similar in application. The thing to be done was to adapt these traceries to the forms of domestic building necessitated by national usage. The early palaces consisted, as we have seen, of arcades sustaining walls faced with marble, rather broad and long than elevated. This form was kept for the Ducal Palace; but instead of round arches from shaft to shaft, the Frari traceries were substituted, with two essential modifications. Besides being enormously increased in scale and thickness, that they might better bear the superincumbent weight, the quatrefoil, which in the Frari windows is above the arch, as at A, Fig. 21 on previous page, was in the Ducal Palace put between the arches, as at B. The main reason for this alteration being that the bearing power of the arches, which was now to be trusted with the weight of a wall 40 feet high, was thus thrown between the quatrefoils instead of under them, and thereby applied at far better advantage. And in the second place the joints of the masonry were changed. In the Frari, as often also in St. John and St. Paul's, the tracery is formed of two simple crossbars or slabs of stone, pierced into the requisite forms, and separated by a horizontal joint, just on a level with the lowest cusp of the quatrefoils, as seen in Fig. 21, a. But at the Ducal Palace the horizontal joint is in the centre of the quatrefoils, and two others are introduced beneath it at right angles to the run of the mouldings, as seen in Fig. 21, b. The Ducal Palace builder was sternly resolute in carrying out this rule of masonry. In the traceries of the large upper windows, where the cusps are cut through as in the quatrefoil, Fig. 22, The lower cusp is left partly solid, as at a, merely that the joint a b may have its right place and direction. The ascertaining the formation of the Ducal Palace traceries from those of the Frari, and its priority to all other buildings which resemble it in Venice, rewarded me for a great deal of uninteresting labor in the examination of mouldings and other minor features of the Gothic palaces, in which alone the internal evidence of their date was to be discovered, there being no historical records whatever respecting them. But the accumulation of details on which the complete proof of the fact depends could not either be brought within the compass of this volume or be made in any wise interesting to the general reader. I shall therefore, without involving myself in any discussion, give a brief account of the development of Gothic design in Venice, as I believe it to have taken place. I shall possibly be able at some future period so to compress the evidence on which my conviction rests, as to render it intelligible to the public, while in the meantime some of the more essential points of it are thrown together in the Appendix and in the history of the Ducal Palace given in the next chapter. According, then, to the statement just made, the Gothic architecture of Venice is divided into two great periods: one in which, while various irregular Gothic tendencies are exhibited, no consistent type of domestic building was developed; the other in which a formed and consistent school of domestic architecture resulted from the direct imitation of the great design of the Ducal Palace. We must deal with these two periods separately, the first of them being that which has been often above alluded to, under the name of the transitional period. We shall consider in succession the general form, the windows, doors, balconies, and parapets of the Gothic palaces belonging to each of these periods. First, general form. We have seen that the wrecks of the Byzantine palaces consisted merely of upper and lower arcades surrounding cortiles, the disposition of the interiors being now entirely changed, and their original condition untraceable. The entrances to these early buildings are for the most part merely large circular arches, the central features of their continuous arcades. They do not present us with definitely separated windows and doors. But a great change takes place in the Gothic period. These long arcades break, as it were, into pieces, and coagulate into central and lateral windows and small arched doors, pierced in great surfaces of brick wall. The C story of a Byzantine palace consists of 7, 9, or more arches in a continuous line, but the C story of a Gothic palace consists of a door and 1 or 2 windows on each side, as in a modern house. The first story of a Byzantine palace consists of, perhaps, 18 or 20 arches, reaching from one side of the house to the other. The first story of a Gothic palace consists of a window of 4 or 5 lights in the centre, and 1 or 2 single windows on each side. The germ, however, of the Gothic arrangement is already found in the Byzantine, where, as we have seen, the arcades, though continuous, are always composed of a central mass and 2 wings of smaller arches. The central group becomes the door or the middle light of the Gothic palace, and the wings break into its lateral windows. But the most essential difference in the entire arrangement is the loss of the unity of conception, which regulated Byzantine composition. How subtle the sense of gradation which disposed the magnitudes of the early palaces we have seen already, but I have not hitherto noticed that the Byzantine work was centralized in its ornamentation as much as in its proportions. Not only were the lateral capitals and archivolts kept comparatively plain, while the central ones were sculptured, but the midmost piece of sculpture, whatever it might be, capital, inlaid circle, or architrave, was always made superior to the rest. In the Fondaco de' Turchi, for instance, the midmost capital of the upper arcade is the key to the whole group, larger and more studied than all the rest, and the lateral ones are so disposed as to answer each other on the opposite sides. Thus, a, being put for the central one. F, E, B, C, A, C, B, E, F. A sudden break of the system being admitted in one unique capital at the extremity of the series. Now, long after the Byzantine arcades had been contracted into windows, this system of centralization was more or less maintained, and in all the early groups of windows of 5 lights, the midmost capital is different from the 2 on each side of it, which always correspond. So strictly is this the case, that whenever the capitals of any group of windows are not centralized in this manner, but are either entirely like each other or all different, so as to show no correspondence, it is a certain proof, even if no other should exist, of the comparative lateness of the building. In every group of windows in Venice which I was able to examine, and which were centralized in this manner, I found evidence in their mouldings of their being anterior to the Ducal Palace. That palace did away with the subtle proportion and centralization of the Byzantine. Its arches are of equal width, and its capitals are all different and ungrouped. Some, indeed, are larger than the rest, but this is not for the sake of proportion, only for particular service when more weight is to be borne. But among other evidences of the early date of the sea façade of that building is one subtle and delicate concession to the system of centralization which is finally closed. The capitals of the upper arcade are, as I said, all different, and show no arranged correspondence with each other, but the central one is of pure Parian marble, while all the others are of Istrian stone. The bold decoration of the central window and balcony above, in the Ducal Palace, is only a peculiar expression of the principality of the central window, which was characteristic of the Gothic period not less than of the Byzantine. In the private palaces the central windows become of importance by their number of lights. In the Ducal Palace such an arrangement was, for various reasons, inconvenient, and the central window, which, so far from being more important than the others, is every way inferior in design to the 2 at the eastern extremity of the façade, was nevertheless made the leading feature by its noble canopy and balcony. Such being the principal differences in the general conception of the Byzantine and Gothic palaces, the particulars in the treatment of the latter are easily stated. The marble facings are gradually removed from the walls, and the bare brick either stands forth confessed boldly, contrasted with the marble shafts and archivolts of the windows, or it is covered with stucco painted in fresco, of which more hereafter. The Ducal Palace, as in all other respects, is an exact expression of the middle point in the change. It still retains marble facing, but instead of being disposed in slabs, as in the Byzantine times, it is applied in solid bricks or blocks of marble, 11½ inches long by 6 inches high. The stories of the Gothic palaces are divided by string courses, considerably bolder in projection than those of the Byzantines, and more highly decorated; and while the angles of the Byzantine palaces are quite sharp and pure, those of the Gothic palaces are wrought into a chamfer, filled by small twisted shafts, which have capitals under the cornice of each story. These capitals are little observed in the general effect, but the shafts are of essential importance in giving an aspect of firmness to the angle, a point of peculiar necessity in Venice, where, owing to the various convolutions of the canals, the angles of the palaces are not only frequent, but often necessarily acute, every inch of ground being valuable. In other cities the appearance, as well as the assurance of stability, can always be secured by the use of massy stones, as in the fortress palaces of Florence; but it must have been always desirable at Venice to build as lightly as possible, in consequence of the comparative insecurity of the foundations. The early palaces were, as we have seen, perfect models of grace and lightness, and the Gothic which followed, though much more massive in the style of its details, never admitted more weight into its structure than was absolutely necessary for its strength. Hence every Gothic palace has the appearance of enclosing as many rooms and attaining as much strength as is possible with a minimum quantity of brick and stone. The traceries of the windows, which in Northern Gothic only support the glass, at Venice support the building, and thus the greater ponderousness of the traceries is only an indication of the greater lightness of the structure. Hence, when the Renaissance architects give their opinions as to the stability of the Ducal Palace when injured by fire, one of them, Christopher Sorte, says that he thinks it by no means laudable that the Serenissimo Dominio of the Venetian Senate should live in a palace built in the air. And again, Andrea della Valle says that the wall of the saloon is thicker by 15 inches than the shafts below it, projecting 9 inches within and 6 without, standing as if in the air above the piazza. And yet this wall is so nobly and strongly knit together, that Rusconi, though himself altogether devoted to the Renaissance school, declares that the fire which had destroyed the whole interior of the palace had done this wall no more harm than the bite of a fly to an elephant. Troveremo che il danno che ha patito queste muraglie sarà conforme alla paccatura d'una mosca fatta ad un elefante. And so in all the other palaces built at the time, consummate strength was joined with a lightness of form and sparingness of material which rendered it eminently desirable that the eye should be convinced by every possible expedient of the stability of the building; and these twisted pillars at the angles are not among the least important means adopted for this purpose, for they seem to bind the walls together as a cable binds a chest. In the Ducal Palace, where they are carried up the angle of an unbroken wall 40 feet high, they are divided into portions, gradually diminishing in length towards the top, by circular bands or rings, set with the nail-head or dog-tooth ornament vigorously projecting, and giving the column nearly the aspect of the stalk of a reed, its diminishing proportions being exactly arranged as they are by nature in all jointed plants. At the top of the palace, like the wheat stalk branching into the ear of corn, it expands into a small niche with a pointed canopy, which joins with the fantastic parapet in at once relieving, and yet making more notable by its contrast, the weight of massy wall below. The arrangement is seen in the woodcut, Chapter VIII, the angle shafts being slightly exaggerated in thickness, together with their joints, as otherwise they would hardly have been intelligible on so small a scale. The Ducal Palace is peculiar in these niches at the angles, which throughout the rest of the city appear on churches only, but some may perhaps have been removed by restorations, together with the parapets with which they were associated. Of these roof parapets of Venice, it has been already noticed that the examples which remain differ from those of all other cities of Italy in their purely ornamental character. Chapter I. They are not battlements, properly so called, still less machicolated cornices, such as crown the fortress palaces of the great mainland nobles, but merely adaptations of the light and crown-like ornaments which crest the walls of the Arabian mosque. Nor are even these generally used on the main walls of the palaces themselves. They occur on the Ducal Palace, on the Casa d'Oro, and, some years back, were still standing on the Fondaco de' Turchi, but the majority of the Gothic palaces have the plain dog-tooth cornice under the tiled projecting roof, Vol. I, Chapter XIV, and the highly decorated parapet is employed only on the tops of walls which surround courts or gardens, and which, without such decoration, would have been utterly devoid of interest. Fig. 23 represents, at B, part of a parapet of this kind which surrounds the courtyard of a palace in the Calle de Bagatin, between San G. Grisostomo and San Canzian. The whole is of brick, and the mouldings peculiarly sharp and varied, the height of each separate pinnacle being about 4 feet, crowning a wall 12 or 15 feet high. A piece of the moulding which surrounds the quatrefoil is given larger in the figure at A, together with the top of the small arch below, having the common Venetian dentil round it, and a delicate little moulding with dog-tooth ornament to carry the flanks of the arch. The moulding of the brick is throughout sharp and beautiful in the highest degree. One of the most curious points about it is the careless way in which the curved outlines of the pinnacles are cut into the plain brickwork, with no regard whatever to the places of its joints. The weather, of course, wears the bricks at the exposed joints, and jags the outline a little; but the work has stood, evidently from the 14th century, without sustaining much harm. This parapet may be taken as a general type of the wall parapet of Venice in the Gothic period, some being much less decorated, and others much more richly. The most beautiful in Venice is in the little Calle. Opening on the Campo and Traghetto San Samuele, it has delicately carved devices in stone let into each pinnacle. The parapets of the palaces themselves were lighter and more fantastic, consisting of narrow lance-like spires of marble, set between the broader pinnacles, which were in such cases generally carved into the form of a fleur-de-lis. The French word gives the reader the best idea of the form, though he must remember that this use of the lily for the parapets has nothing to do with France, but is the carrying out of the Byzantine system of floral ornamentation, which introduced the outline of the lily everywhere, so that I have found it convenient to call its most beautiful capitals the lily capitals of St. Mark's. But the occurrence of this flower more distinctly than usual on the battlements of the Ducal Palace was the cause of some curious political speculation in the year 1511, when a piece of one of these battlements was shaken down by the great earthquake of that year. Sanudo notes in his diary that the piece that fell was just that which bore the lily, and records sundry sinister anticipations, founded on this important omen, of impending danger to the adverse French power. As there happens in the Ducal Palace to be a joint in the pinnacles which exactly separates the part which bears the lily from that which is fastened to the cornice, it is no wonder that the omen proved fallacious. The decorations of the parapet were completed by attaching gilded balls of metal to the extremities of the leaves of the lilies, and of the intermediate spires, so as literally to form for the wall a diadem of silver touched upon the points with gold, the image being rendered still more distinct in the Casa d'Oro by variation in the height of the pinnacles, the highest being in the centre of the front. Very few of these light roof parapets now remain. They are, of course, the part of the building which dilapidation first renders it necessary to remove. That of the Ducal Palace, however, though often, I doubt not, restored, retains much of the ancient form, and is exceedingly beautiful, though it has no appearance from below of being intended for protection, but serves only, by its extreme lightness, to relieve the eye when wearied by the breadth of wall beneath. It is nevertheless a most serviceable defence for any person walking along the edge of the roof. It has some appearance of insecurity, owing to the entire independence of the pieces of stone composing it, which, though of course fastened by iron, look as if they stood balanced on the cornice like the pillars of Stonehenge; but I have never heard of its having been disturbed by anything short of an earthquake; and, as we have seen, even the great earthquake of 1511, though it much injured the Gorn, or battlements at the Casa d'Oro, and threw down several statues at St. Mark's, only shook one lily from the brow of the Ducal Palace. Although, however, these light and fantastic forms appear to have been universal in the battlements meant primarily for decoration, there was another condition of parapet altogether constructed for the protection of persons walking on the roofs or in the galleries of the churches, and from these more substantial and simple defences, the balconies, to which the Gothic palaces owe half of their picturesque effect, were immediately derived; the balcony being, in fact, nothing more than a portion of such roof parapets arranged round a projecting window-sill sustained on brackets, as in the central example of the annexed figure. We must therefore examine these defensive balustrades and the derivative balconies consecutively. Obviously, a parapet with an unbroken edge, upon which the arm may rest, a condition above noticed, Vol. I, as essential to the proper performance of its duty, can be constructed only in one of three ways.
It must either be (1) of solid stone, decorated, if at all, by mere surface sculpture, as in the uppermost example in Fig. XXIV. above; or (2) pierced into some kind of tracery, as in the second; or (3) composed of small pillars carrying a level bar of stone, as in the third; this last condition being in a diseased and swollen form, familiar to us in the balustrades of our bridges. 1. Of these three kinds, the first, which is employed for the pulpit at Torcello, and in the nave of St. Mark's, whence the uppermost example is taken, is beautiful when sculpture so rich can be employed upon it; but it is liable to objection, first, because it is heavy and unlike a parapet when seen from below; and secondly, because it is inconvenient in use. The position of leaning over a balcony becomes cramped and painful if long continued, unless the foot can be sometimes advanced beneath the ledge on which the arm leans, that is, between the balusters or traceries, which of course cannot be done in the solid parapet. It is also more agreeable to be able to see partially down through the penetrations, than to be obliged to lean far over the edge. The solid parapet was rarely used in Venice after the earlier ages. 2. The traceried parapet is chiefly used in the Gothic of the north, from which the above example in the Casa Contarini façade is directly derived. It is, when well designed, the richest and most beautiful of all forms, and many of the best buildings of France and Germany are dependent for half their effect upon it, its only fault being a slight tendency to fantasticism. It was never frankly received in Venice, where the architects had unfortunately returned to the Renaissance forms before the flamboyant parapets were fully developed in the north. But in the early stage of the Renaissance a kind of pierced parapet was employed, founded on the old Byzantine interwoven traceries. That is to say, the slab of stone was pierced here and there with holes, and then an interwoven pattern traced on the surface round them. The difference in system will be understood in a moment by comparing the uppermost example in the figure at the side, which is a northern parapet from the Cathedral of Abbeville, with the lowest from a secret chamber in the Casa Foscari. It will be seen that the Venetian one is far more simple and severe, yet singularly piquant, the black penetrations telling sharply on the plain broad surface. Far inferior in beauty, it has yet one point of superiority to that of Abbeville, that it proclaims itself more definitely to be stone. The other has rather the look of lace. The intermediate figure is a panel of the main balcony of the Ducal Palace, and is introduced here as being in exactly transitional condition between the Northern and Venetian types. It was built when the German Gothic workmen were exercising considerable influence over those in Venice, and there was some chance of the Northern parapet introducing itself. It actually did so, as above shown, in the Casa Contarini façade, but was for the most part stoutly resisted and kept at bay by the Byzantine form, the lowest in the last figure, until that form itself was displaced by the common vulgar Renaissance baluster, a grievous loss, for the severe pierced type was capable of a variety as endless as the fantasticism of our own Anglo-Saxon manuscript ornamentation. 3. The baluster parapet. Long before the idea of tracery had suggested itself to the minds either of Venetian or any other architects, it had, of course, been necessary to provide protection for galleries, edges of roofs, etc., and the most natural form in which such protection could be obtained was that of a horizontal bar or hand rail, sustained upon short shafts or balusters, as in Fig. XXIV. This form was above all others likely to be adopted where variations of Greek or Roman pillared architecture were universal in the larger masses of the building. The parapet became itself a small series of columns, with capitals and architraves, and whether the cross bar laid upon them should be simply horizontal and in contact with their capitals, or sustained by mimic arches round or pointed,
depended entirely on the system adopted in the rest of the work. Where the large arches were round, the small balustrade arches would be so likewise; where those were pointed, these would become so in sympathy with them. Unfortunately, wherever a balcony or parapet is used in an inhabited house, it is of course the part of the structure which first suffers from dilapidation, as well as that of which the security is most anxiously cared for. The main pillars of a casement may stand for centuries unshaken under the steady weight of the superincumbent wall, but the cement and various insetting of the balconies are sure to be disturbed by the irregular pressures and impulses of the persons leaning on them; while whatever extremity of decay may be allowed in other parts of the building, the balcony, as soon as it seems dangerous, will assuredly be removed or restored. The reader will not, if he considers this, be surprised to hear that among all the remnants of the Venetian domestic architecture of the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, there is not a single instance of the original balconies being preserved. The palace mentioned below, in the Piazza of the Rialto, has indeed solid slabs of stone between its shafts, but I cannot be certain that they are of the same period. If they are, this is the only existing example of the form of protection employed for casements during this transitional period, and it cannot be reasoned from as being the general one. It is only, therefore, in the churches of Torcello, Murano, and St. Mark's that the ancient forms of gallery defence may still be seen. At Murano, between the pillars of the apse, a beautiful balustrade is employed, of which a single arch is given in the plate opposite, Fig. 4, with its section, Fig. 5; and at St. Mark's a noble round-arched parapet, with small pillars of precisely the same form as those of Murano, but shorter, and bound at the angles into groups of 4 by the serpentine knot so often occurring in Lombardic work, runs round the whole exterior of the lower story of the church, and round great part of its interior galleries, alternating with the more fantastic form, Fig. 6. In domestic architecture the remains of the original balconies begin to occur first in the beginning of the 14th century, when the round arch had entirely disappeared, and the parapet consists almost without exception of a series of small trefoiled arches, cut boldly through a bar of stone which rests upon the shafts, at first very simple, and generally adorned with a cross at the point of each arch, as in Fig. 7 in the last Plate, which gives the angle of such a balcony on a large scale, but soon enriched into the beautiful conditions, Figs. 2 and 3, and sustained on brackets formed of lions' heads, as seen in the central example of their entire effect, Fig. 1. In later periods the round arches return, then the interwoven Byzantine form, and finally, as above noticed, the common English or classical balustrade, of which, however, exquisite examples for grace and variety of outline are found designed in the backgrounds of Paul Veronese. I could willingly follow out this subject fully, but it is impossible to do so without leaving Venice, for the chief city of Italy, as far as regards the strict effect of the balcony, is Verona, and if we were once to lose ourselves among the sweet shadows of its lonely streets, where the falling branches of the flowers stream like fountains through the pierced traceries of the marble, there is no saying whether we might soon be able to return to our immediate work. Yet before leaving the subject of the balcony altogether, I must allude, for a moment, to the peculiar treatment of the ironwork out of which it is frequently wrought on the mainland of Italy, never in Venice. The iron is always wrought, not cast, beaten first into thin leaves, and then cut either into strips or bands, 2 or 3 inches broad, which are bent into various curves to form the sides of the balcony, or else into actual leafage, sweeping and free, like the leaves of nature, with which it is richly decorated. There is no end to the variety of design, no limit to the lightness and flow of the forms, which the workman can produce out of iron treated in this manner, and it is very nearly as impossible for any metalwork so handled to be poor or ignoble in effect, as it is for cast metalwork to be otherwise. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Chapter 7, Part 2 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2, by John Ruskin. Chapter 7, Gothic Palaces, Part 2. We have next to examine those features of the Gothic palaces in which the transitions of their architecture are most distinctly traceable, namely the arches of the windows and doors. It has already been repeatedly stated that the Gothic style had formed itself completely on the mainland, while the Byzantines still retained their influence at Venice, and that the history of early Venetian Gothic is therefore not that of a school taking new forms independently of external influence, but the history of the struggle of the Byzantine manner with a contemporary style quite as perfectly organized as itself, and far more energetic. And this struggle is exhibited partly in the gradual change of the Byzantine architecture into other forms, and partly by isolated examples of genuine Gothic taken prisoner, as it were, in the contest, or rather entangled among the enemy's forces, and maintaining their ground till their friends came up to sustain them. Let us first follow the steps of the gradual change, and then give some brief account of the various advanced guards and forlorn hopes of the Gothic attacking force. The uppermost shaded series of 6 forms of windows in Plate XIV, opposite, represents at a glance the modifications of this feature in Venetian palaces, from the 11th to the 15th century. Fig. 1 is Byzantine, of the 11th and 12th centuries; Figs. 2 and 3 transitional, of the 13th and early 14th centuries; Figs. 4 and 5 pure Gothic, of the 13th, 14th, and early 15th; and Fig. 6 late Gothic, of the 15th century, distinguished by its added finial. Fig. 4 is the longest lived of all these forms. It occurs first in the 13th century, and, sustaining modifications only in its mouldings, is found also in the middle of the 15th. I shall call these the 6 orders of Venetian windows, and when I speak of a window of the 4th, 2nd, or 6th order, the reader will only have to refer to the numerals at the top of Plate XIV. Then the series below shows the principal forms found in each period, belonging to each several order, except 1b to 1c, and the 2 lower series, numbered 7 to 16, which are types of Venetian doors. We shall now be able without any difficulty to follow the course of transition, beginning with the first order, 1 and 1a in the second row. The horseshoe arch, 1b, is the door head commonly associated with it, and the other 3 in the same row occur in St. Mark's exclusively, 1c being used in the nave, in order to give a greater appearance of lightness to its great lateral arcades, which at first the spectator supposes to be round arched, but he is struck by a peculiar grace and elasticity in the curves for which he is unable to account, until he ascends into the galleries, whence the true form of the arch is discernible. The other 2, 1d from the door of the southern transept, and 1c from that of the treasury, sufficiently represent a group of fantastic forms derived from the Arabs, and of which the exquisite decoration is one of the most important features in St. Mark's. Their form is indeed permitted merely to obtain more fantasy in the curves of this decoration. The reader can see in a moment that as pieces of masonry or bearing arches they are infirm or useless, and therefore never could be employed in any building in which dignity of structure was the primal object,
It is just because structure is not the primal object in St. Mark's, because it has no severe weights to bear, and much loveliness of marble and sculpture to exhibit, that they are therein allowable. They are, of course, like the rest of the building, built of brick and faced with marble, and their inner masonry, which must be very ingenious, is therefore not discernible. They have settled a little, as might have been expected, and the consequence is, that there is in every one of them, except the upright arch of the treasury, a small fissure across the marble of the flanks. Though, however, the Venetian builders adopted these Arabian forms of arch where grace of ornamentation was their only purpose, they saw that such arrangements were unfit for ordinary work, and there is no instance, I believe, in Venice, of their having used any of them for a dwelling house in the truly Byzantine period. But so soon as the Gothic influence began to be felt, and the pointed arch forced itself upon them, their first concession to its attack was the adoption, in preference to the round arch, of the form 3a, Plate XIV above; the point of the Gothic arch forcing itself up, as it were, through the top of the semicircle which it was soon to supersede. The woodcut above, Fig. XXVI., represents the door and two of the lateral windows of a house in the Corte del Remer, facing the Grand Canal, in the parish of the Apostoli. It is remarkable as having its great entrance on the first floor, attained by a bold flight of steps sustained on pure pointed arches wrought in brick. I cannot tell if these arches are contemporary with the building, though it must always have had an access of the kind. The rest of its aspect is Byzantine, except only that the rich sculptures of its archivolt show in combats of animals beneath the soffit a beginning of the Gothic fire and energy. The moulding of its plinth is of a Gothic profile, and the windows are pointed, not with a reversed curve, but in a pure straight gable, very curiously contrasted with the delicate bending of the pieces of marble armor cut for the shoulders of each arch. There is a two-lighted window, such as that seen in the vignette, on each side of the door, sustained in the centre by a basket-worked Byzantine capital. The mode of covering the brick archivolt with marble, both in the windows and doorway, is precisely like that of the true Byzantine palaces. But as, even on a small scale, these arches are weak if executed in brickwork, the appearance of this sharp point in the outline was rapidly accompanied by a parallel change in the method of building, and instead of constructing the arch of brick and coating it with marble, the builders formed it of 3 pieces of hewn stone inserted in the wall, as in Fig. XXVII. Not, however, at first in this perfect form. The endeavor to reconcile the grace of the reversed arch with the strength of the round one, and still to build in brick, ended at first in conditions such as that represented at a, Fig. XXVIII., which is a window in the Calle del Pistor, close to the Church of the Apostoli, a very interesting and perfect example. Here, observe, the poor round arch is still kept to do all the hard work, and the fantastic ogee takes its pleasure above, in the form of a moulding merely, a chain of bricks cast to the required curve. And this condition, translated into stonework, becomes a window of the second order, B5, Fig. XXVIII., or 2 in Plate XIV., a form perfectly strong and serviceable, and of immense importance in the transitional architecture of Venice. At B, Fig. XXVIII., as above, is given one of the earliest and simplest occurrences of the second order window, in a double group exactly like the brick transitional form a, from a most important fragment of a defaced house in the Salizada San Leo, close to the Merceria. It is associated with a fine pointed brick arch, indisputably of contemporary work, towards the close of the 13th century, and it is shown to be later than the previous example, a, by the greater development of its mouldings. The archivolt profile, indeed, is the simpler of the two, not having the sub-arch, as in the brick example, but the other mouldings are far more developed. Fig. XXIX. shows at 1 the arch profiles, at 2 the capital profiles,
At 3, the basic plinth profiles of each window a and b. But the second order window soon attained nobler development. At once simple, graceful, and strong, it was received into all the architecture of the period, and there is hardly a street in Venice which does not exhibit some important remains of palaces built with this form of window in many stories, and in numerous groups. The most extensive and perfect is one upon the Grand Canal in the parish of the Apostoli, near the Rialto, covered with rich decoration, in the Byzantine manner, between the windows of its first story, but not completely characteristic of the transitional period, because still retaining the dentil in the arch mouldings, while the transitional houses all have the simple roll. Of the fully established type, one of the most extensive and perfect examples is in a court in the Calle di Rimedio, close to the Ponte dell'Angelo, near St. Mark's Place. Another looks out upon a small square garden, one of the few visible in the centre of Venice, close by the Corte Salviati, the latter being known to every cicerone as that from which Bianca Capello fled; but on the whole the most interesting to the traveller is that of which I have given a vignette opposite. But for this range of windows the little Piazza SS. Apostoli would be one of the least picturesque in Venice. To those, however, who seek it on foot, it becomes geographically interesting from the extraordinary involution of the alleys leading to it from the Rialto. In Venice, the straight road is usually by water and the long road by land, but the difference of distance appears, in this case, altogether inexplicable. 20 or 30 strokes of the oar will bring a gondola from the foot of the Rialto to that of the Ponte SS. Apostoli, but the unwise pedestrian who has not noticed the white clew beneath his feet may think himself fortunate if, after a quarter of an hour's wandering among the houses behind the Fondaco de' Tedeschi, he finds himself anywhere in the neighbourhood of the point he seeks. With much patience, however, and modest following of the guidance of the marble thread, he will at last emerge over a steep bridge into the open space of the piazza, rendered cheerful in autumn by a perpetual market of pomegranates and purple gourds, like enormous black figs, while the canal at its extremity is half blocked up by barges laden with vast baskets of grapes as black as charcoal, thatched over with their own leaves. Looking back on the other side of this canal, he will see the windows represented in Plate XV, which, with the arcade of pointed arches beneath them, are the remains of the palace once belonging to the unhappy Doge Marino Faliero. The balcony is, of course, modern, and the series of windows has been of greater extent, once terminated by a pilaster on the left hand, as well as on the right, but the terminal arches have been walled up. What remains, however, is enough, with its sculptured birds and dragons, to give the reader a very distinct idea of the second order window in its perfect form. The details of the capitals and other minor portions, if these interest him, he will find given in the final appendix. The advance of the Gothic spirit was for a few years checked by this compromise between the round and pointed arch. The truce, however, was at last broken, in consequence of the discovery that the keystone would do duty quite as well in the form b as in the form a, Fig. 30, and the substitution of b at the head of the arch gives us the window of the third order, 3b, 3d, and 3e, in Plate XIV. The forms 3a and 3c are exceptional, the first occurring, as we have seen, in the Corte del Remer, and in one other palace on the Grand Canal, close to the church of St. Eustachio. The second only, as far as I know, in one house on the Canna Reggio, belonging to the true Gothic period. The other three examples, 3b, 3d, 3e, are generally characteristic of the third order, and it will be observed that they differ not merely in mouldings, but in slope of sides, and this latter difference is by far the most material. For in the example 3b there is hardly any true Gothic expression; it is still the pure Byzantine arch, with a point thrust up through it, but the moment the flanks slope, as in 3d, the Gothic expression is definite, and the entire school of the architecture is changed. This slope of the flanks occurs first in so slight a degree as to be hardly perceptible, and gradually increases until, reaching the form 3e at the close of the 13th century, the window is perfectly prepared for a transition into the fifth order. The most perfect examples of the third order in Venice are the windows of the ruined palace of Marco Querini, the father-in-law of Bajamonte Tiepolo, in consequence of whose conspiracy against the government this palace was ordered to be razed in 1310, but it was only partially ruined, and was afterwards used as the common shambles. The Venetians have now made a poultry market of the lower story, the shambles being removed to a suburb, and a prison of the upper. Though it is one of the most important and interesting monuments in the city, and especially valuable as giving us a secure date for the central form of these very rare transitional windows. For as it was the palace of the father-in-law of Bajamonte, and the latter was old enough to assume the leadership of a political faction in 1280, the date of the accession to the throne of the Doge Pietro Gradenigo, we are secure of this palace having been built not later than the middle of the 13th century. Another example, less refined in workmanship, but if possible still more interesting, owing to the variety of its capitals, remains in the little piazza opening to the Rialto, on the St. Mark's side of the Grand Canal. The house faces the bridge, and its second story has been built in the 13th century, above a still earlier Byzantine cornice remaining, or perhaps introduced from some other ruined edifice, in the walls of the first floor. The windows of the second story are of pure third order; 4 of them are represented above, with their flanking pilaster, and capitals varying constantly in the form of the flower or leaf introduced between their volutes. Another most important example exists in the lower story of the Casa Sagredo, on the Grand Canal, remarkable as having the early upright form, 3b, Plate XIV, with a somewhat late moulding. Many others occur in the fragmentary ruins in the streets, but the 2 boldest conditions which I found in Venice are those of the chapter house of the Frari, in which the Doge Francesco Dandolo was buried circa 1339, and those of the flank of the Ducal Palace itself, absolutely corresponding with those of the Frari, and therefore of inestimable value in determining the date of the palace. Of these more hereafter. Contemporarily with these windows of the second and third orders, those of the fourth, 4a and 4b, in Plate XIV, occur at first in pairs, and with simple mouldings, precisely similar to those of the second order, but much more rare, as in the example at the side, Fig. 32, from the Salizzada San Leo; and then, enriching their mouldings as shown in the continuous series 4c 4d of Plate XIV, associate themselves with the fifth order windows of the perfect Gothic period. There is hardly a palace in Venice without some example, either early or late, of these fourth order windows, but the plate opposite, 16, represents one of their purest groups at the close of the 13th century, from a house on the Grand Canal, nearly opposite the church of the Scalzi. I have drawn it from the side, in order that the great depth of the arches may be seen, and the clear detaching of the shafts from the sheets of glass behind. The latter, as well as the balcony, are comparatively modern, but there is no doubt that if glass were used in the old window, it was set behind the shafts at the same depth. The entire modification of the interiors of all the Venetian houses by recent work has, however, prevented me from entering into any inquiry as to the manner in which the ancient glazing was attached to the interiors of the windows. The fourth order window is found in great richness and beauty at Verona, down to the latest Gothic times, as well as in the earliest, being then more frequent than any other form. It occurs on a grand scale in the old palace of the Scaligers, and profusely throughout the streets of the city. The series 4a to 4e, Plate XIV, shows its most ordinary conditions and changes of arch line. 4a and 4b are the early Venetian forms. 4c, later, is general at Venice. 4d, the best and most piquant condition, owing to its fantastic and bold projection of cusp, is common to Venice and Verona. 4e is early Veronese. The reader will see at once, in descending to the fifth row in Plate XIV., representing the windows of the fifth order, that they are nothing more than a combination of the third and fourth. By this union they become the nearest approximation to a perfect Gothic form which occurs characteristically at Venice; and we shall therefore pause on the threshold of this final change, to glance back upon and gather together those fragments of purer pointed architecture which were above noticed as the forlorn hopes of the Gothic assault. The little Campiello San Rocco is entered by a sotto portico behind the church of the Frari. Looking back, the upper traceries of the magnificent apse are seen towering above the irregular roofs and chimneys of the little square, and our lost Prout was enabled to bring the whole subject into an exquisitely picturesque composition, by the fortunate occurrence of 4 quaint trefoiled windows in one of the houses on the right. Those trefoils are among the most ancient efforts of Gothic art in Venice. I have given a rude sketch of them in Fig. XXXIII. They are built entirely of brick, except the central shaft and capital, which are of Istrian stone. Their structure is the simplest possible, the trefoils being cut out of the radiating bricks which form the pointed arch, and the edge or upper limit of that pointed arch indicated by a roll moulding, formed of cast bricks, in length of about a foot, and ground at the bottom so as to meet in one, as in Fig. XXXIV. The capital of the shaft is one of the earliest transitional forms, and observe the curious following out, even in this minor instance, of the great law of centralization above explained with respect to the Byzantine palaces. There is a central shaft, a pilaster on each side, and then the wall. The pilaster has, by way of capital, a square flat brick, projecting a little and cast at the edge into the form of the first type of all cornices, A, Vol. I. The reader ought to glance back at this passage, if he has forgotten it. And the shafts and pilasters all stand, without any added bases, on a projecting plinth of the same simple profile. These windows have been much defaced, but I have not the least doubt that their plinths are the original ones, and the whole group is one of the most valuable in Venice, as showing the way in which the humblest houses, in the noble times, followed out the system of the larger palaces, as far as they could, in their rude materials. It is not often that the dwellings of the lower orders are preserved to us from the 13th century. In the 2 upper lines of the opposite Plate XVII. I have arranged some of the more delicate and finished examples of Gothic work of this period. Of these, Fig. 4 is taken from the outer arcade of San Fermo of Verona, to show the condition of mainland architecture, from which all these Venetian types were borrowed. This arch, together with the rest of the arcade, is wrought in fine stone with a band of inlaid red brick, the whole chiselled and fitted with exquisite precision, all Venetian work being coarse in comparison. Throughout the streets of Verona, arches and windows of the 13th century are of continual occurrence, wrought in this manner with brick and stone, sometimes the brick alternating with the stones of the arch, as in the finished example given in Plate XIX. Of the first volume, and there selected in preference to other examples of archivolt decoration, because furnishing a complete type of the master school from which the Venetian Gothic is derived. The arch from St. Fermo, however, Fig. 4, Plate XVII., corresponds more closely, in its entire simplicity, with the little windows of the Campiello San Rocco, and with the type 5 set beside it, in Plate XVII., from a very ancient house in the Corte del Forno at Santa Marina, all in brick; while the upper examples, 1 and 2, show the use of the flat but highly enriched architrave, for the connection of which with Byzantine work see the final Appendix, Vol. III., under the head Archivolt. These windows, Figs. 1 and 2, Plate XVII., are from a narrow alley in a part of Venice now exclusively inhabited by the lower orders, close to the Arsenal. They are entirely wrought in brick, with exquisite mouldings, not cast, but moulded in the clay by the hand, so that there is not one piece of the arch like another, the pilasters and shafts being, as usual, of stone. And here let me pause for a moment, to note what one should have thought was well enough known in England, yet I could not perhaps touch upon anything less considered, the real use of brick. Our fields of good clay were never given us to be made into oblong morsels of one size. They were given us that we might play with them, and that men who could not handle a chisel might knead out of them some expression of human thought. In the ancient architecture of the clay districts of Italy, every possible adaptation of the material is found exemplified, from the coarsest and most brittle kinds used in the mass of the structure, to bricks for arches and plinths, cast in the most perfect curves, and of almost every size, strength, and hardness; and moulded bricks, wrought into flower work and tracery as fine as raised patterns upon china. And just as many of the finest works of the Italian sculptors were executed in porcelain, many of the best thoughts of their architects are expressed in brick, or in the softer material of terra cotta; and if this were so in Italy, where there is not one city from whose towers we may not descry the blue outline of Alp or Apennine, everlasting quarries of granite or marble, how much more ought it to be so among the fields of England? I believe that the best academy for her architects, for some half century to come, would be the brick field; for of this they may rest assured, that till they know how to use clay, they will never know how to use marble. And now observe, as we pass from Fig. 2 to Fig. 3, and from Fig. 5 to Fig. 6 in Plate XVII, a most interesting step of transition. As we saw above, the round arch yielding to the Gothic, by allowing a point to emerge at its summit, so here we have the Gothic conceding something to the form which had been assumed by the round, and itself slightly altering its outline so as to meet the condescension of the round arch half way. At page 137 of the first volume I have drawn to scale one of these minute concessions of the pointed arch, granted at Verona out of pure courtesy to the Venetian forms, by one of the purest Gothic ornaments in the world; and the small window here, Fig. 6, is a similar example at Venice itself, from the Campo Santa Maria Mater Domini, where the reversed curve at the head of the pointed arch is just perceptible, and no more. The other examples, Figs. 3 and 7, the first from a small but very noble house in the Merceria, the second from an isolated palace at Murano, show more advanced conditions of the reversed curve, which, though still employing the broad decorated architrave of the earlier examples, are in all other respects prepared for the transition to the simple window of the fifth order. The next example, the uppermost of the three lower series in Plate XVII, shows this order in its early purity. Associated with intermediate decorations like those of the Byzantines, from a palace once belonging to the Arezzo family near the Arsenal. The ornaments appear to be actually of Greek workmanship, except perhaps the two birds over the central arch, which are bolder and more free in treatment, and built into the Gothic fronts; showing, however, the early date of the whole by the manner of their insertion, corresponding exactly with that employed in the Byzantine palaces, and by the covering of the intermediate spaces with sheets of marble, which, however, instead of being laid over the entire wall, are now confined to the immediate spaces between and above the windows, and are bounded by a dentil moulding. In the example below this, the Byzantine ornamentation has vanished, and the fifth order window is seen in its generic form, as commonly employed throughout the early Gothic period. Such arcades are of perpetual occurrence. The one in the plate was taken from a small palace on the Grand Canal, nearly opposite the Casa Foscari. One point in it deserves especial notice, the increased size of the lateral window as compared with the rest, a circumstance which occurs in a great number of the groups of windows belonging to this period, and for which I have never been able to account. Both these figures have been most carefully engraved, and the uppermost will give the reader a perfectly faithful idea of the general effect of the Byzantine sculptures, and of the varied alabaster among which they are inlaid, as well as of the manner in which these pieces are set together, every joint having been drawn on the spot; and the transition from the embroidered and silvery richness of this architecture, in which the Byzantine ornamentation was associated with the Gothic form of arch, to the simplicity of the pure Gothic arcade as seen in the lower figure, is one of the most remarkable phenomena in the history of Venetian art. If it had occurred suddenly and at an earlier period, it might have been traced partly to the hatred of the Greeks, consequent upon the treachery of Manuel Comnenus, and the fatal war to which it led. But the change takes place gradually, and not till a much later period. I hope to have been able to make some careful inquiries into the habits of domestic life of the Venetians before and after the dissolution of their friendly relations with Constantinople, but the labor necessary for the execution of my more immediate task has entirely prevented this, and I must be content to lay the succession of the architectural styles plainly before the reader, and leave the collateral questions to the investigation of others, merely noting this one assured fact, that the root of all that is greatest in Christian art is struck in the 13th century, that the temper of that century is the life blood of all manly work thenceforward in Europe, and I suppose that one of its peculiar characteristics was elsewhere, as assuredly in Florence, a singular simplicity in domestic life. I saw Bellincione Berthe walk abroad, in leathern girdle and a clasp of bone, and with no artful colouring on her cheeks, his lady leave the glass. The sons I saw of Verle and Vecchio, well content with unrobed jerkin, and their good dames handling the spindle and the flax. One waked to tend the cradle, hushing it with sounds that lulled the parent's infancy; another, with her maidens, drawing off the tresses from the distaff, lectured them old tales of Troy and Faesulae and Rome. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Chapter 7, Part 3 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2, by John Ruskin. Chapter 7, Gothic Palaces, Part 3. Such, then, is the simple fact at Venice, that from the beginning of the 13th century there is found a singular increase of simplicity in all architectural ornamentation, the rich Byzantine capitals giving place to a pure and severe type hereafter to be described, and the rich sculptures vanishing from the walls, nothing but the marble facing remaining. One of the most interesting examples of this transitional state is a palace at San Severo, just behind the Casa Zorzi. This latter is a Renaissance building, utterly worthless in every respect, but known to the Venetian ciceroni, and by inquiring for it, and passing a little beyond it down the Fondamenta San Severo, the traveller will see, on the other side of the canal, a palace which the ciceroni never notice, but which is unique in Venice for the magnificence of the veined purple alabasters with which it has been decorated, and for the manly simplicity of the foliage of its capitals. Except in these, it has no sculpture whatever, and its effect is dependent entirely on color. Discs of green serpentine are inlaid on the field of purple alabaster, and the pillars are alternately of red marble with white capitals, and of white marble with red capitals. Its windows appear of the third order, and the back of the palace, in a small and most picturesque court, shows a group of windows which are, perhaps, the most superb examples of that order in Venice. but the windows to the front have, I think, been of the fifth order, and their cusps have been cut away. When the Gothic feeling began more decidedly to establish itself, it evidently became a question with the Venetian builders how the intervals between the arches, now left blank by the abandonment of the Byzantine sculptures, should be enriched in accordance with the principles of the new school. Two most important examples are left of the experiments made at this period: one at the Ponte del Forno at San Cassano, a noble house in which the spandrils of the windows are filled by the emblems of the four evangelists, sculptured in deep relief and touching the edges of the arches with their expanded wings; the other now known as the Palazzo Cigogna, near the church of San Sebastiano, in the quarter called of the Archangel Raphael, in which a large space of wall above the windows is occupied by an intricate but rude tracery of involved quatrefoils. Of both these palaces I propose to give drawings in my folio work, but I shall probably be saved the trouble by the publication of the beautiful calotypes lately made at Venice of both; and it is unnecessary to represent them here, as they are unique in Venetian architecture, with the single exception of an unimportant imitation of the first of them in a little by street close to the Campo St. Maria Formosa. For the question as to the mode of decorating the interval between the arches was suddenly and irrevocably determined by the builder of the Ducal Palace, who, as we have seen, taking his first idea from the traceries of the Frari, and arranging those traceries as best fitted his own purpose, designed the great arcade, the lowest of the three in Plate XVII, which thenceforward became the established model for every work of importance in Venice. The palaces built on this model, however, most of them not till the beginning of the 15th century, belong properly to the time of the Renaissance, and what little we have to note respecting them may be more clearly stated in connection with other facts characteristic of that period. As the examples in Plate XVII are necessarily confined to the upper parts of the windows, I have given in the plate opposite, 18, examples of the fifth order window, both in its earliest and in its fully developed form, completed from base to keystone. The upper example is a beautiful group from a small house, never of any size or pretension, and now inhabited only by the poor, in the Campiello delle Strope, close to the church of San Giacomo dell'Orio. It is remarkable for its excessive purity of curve, and is of very early date, its mouldings being simpler than usual. The lower example is from the second story of a palace belonging to the Priuli family, near San Lorenzo, and shows one feature to which our attention has not hitherto been directed, namely, the penetration of the cusp, leaving only a silver thread of stone traced on the darkness of the window. I need not say that in this condition the cusp ceases to have any constructive use, and is merely decorative, but often exceedingly beautiful. The steps of transition from the early solid cusp to this slender thread are noticed in the final appendix, under the head Tracery bars, the commencement of the change being in the thinning of the stone, which is not cut through until it is thoroughly emaciated. Generally speaking, the condition in which the cusp is found is a useful test of age, when compared with other points. The more solid it is, the more ancient, but the massive form is often found associated with the perforated as late as the beginning of the 14th century. In the Ducal Palace, the lower or bearing traceries have the solid cusp, and the upper traceries of the windows, which are merely decorative, have the perforated cusp, both with exquisite effect. The smaller balconies between the great shafts in the lower example in Plate XVIII are original and characteristic. Not so the lateral one of the detached window, which has been restored, but by imagining it to be like that represented in Fig. 1, Plate XIII, above, which is a perfect window of the finest time of the fifth order, the reader will be enabled to form a complete idea of the external appearance of the principal apartments in the house of a noble of Venice, at the beginning of the 14th century. Whether noble or merchant, or as frequently happened both, every Venetian appears at this time to have raised his palace or dwelling house upon one type. Under every condition of importance, through every variation of size, the forms and mode of decoration of all the features were universally alike, not servilely alike, but fraternally; not with the sameness of coins cast from one mould, but with the likeness of the members of one family. No fragment of the period is preserved in which the windows, be they few or many, a group of 3 or an arcade of 30, have not the noble cusped arch of the fifth order; and they are especially to be noted by us at this day, because these refined and richly ornamented forms were used in the habitations of a nation as laborious, as practical, as brave, and as prudent as ourselves. And they were built at a time when that nation was struggling with calamities and changes threatening its existence almost every hour. And farther, they are interesting because perfectly applicable to modern habitation. The refinement of domestic life appears to have been far advanced in Venice from her earliest days, and the remains of her Gothic palaces are at this day the most delightful residences in the city, having undergone no change in external form, and probably having been rather injured than rendered more convenient by the modifications which poverty and Renaissance taste, contending with the ravages of time, have introduced in the interiors. So that, in Venice and the cities grouped around it, Vicenza, Padua, and Verona, the traveller may ascertain, by actual experience, the effect which would be produced upon the comfort or luxury of daily life by the revival of the Gothic school of architecture. He can still stand upon the marble balcony in the soft summer air, and feel its smooth surface warm from the noontide as he leans on it in the twilight. He can still see the strong sweep of the unruined traceries drawn on the deep serenity of the starry sky, and watch the fantastic shadows of the clustered arches shorten in the moonlight on the checkered floor. Or he may close the casements fitted to their unshaken shafts against such wintry winds as would have made an English house vibrate to its foundation; and in either case compare their influence on his daily home feeling with that of the square openings of his English wall. And let him be assured, if he find there is more to be enjoyed in the Gothic window, there is also more to be trusted. It is the best and strongest building, as it is the most beautiful. I am not now speaking of the particular form of Venetian Gothic, but of the general strength of the pointed arch as opposed to that of the level lintel of the square window; and I plead for the introduction of the Gothic form into our domestic architecture, not merely because it is lovely, but because it is the only form of faithful, strong, enduring, and honorable building in such materials as come daily to our hands. By increase of scale and cost it is possible to build, in any style, what will last for ages; but only in the Gothic is it possible to give security and dignity to work wrought with imperfect means and materials. And I trust that there will come a time when the English people may see the folly of building basely and insecurely. It is common with those architects against whose practice my writings have hitherto been directed, to call them merely theoretical and imaginative. I answer that there is not a single principle asserted either in the Seven Lamps or here, but is of the simplest, sternest veracity and the easiest practicability, that buildings, raised as I would have them, would stand unshaken for 1,000 years, and the buildings raised by the architects who oppose them will not stand for 150. They sometimes do not stand for an hour. There is hardly a week passes without some catastrophe brought about by the base principles of modern building, some vaultless floor that drops the staggering crowd through the jagged rents of its rotten timbers, some baseless bridge that is washed away by the first wave of a summer flood, some fungus wall of nascent rottenness that a thunder shower soaks down with its workmen into a heap of slime and death. These we hear of day by day, yet these indicate but the 1,000th part of the evil. The portion of the national income sacrificed in mere bad building, in the perpetual repairs and swift condemnation and pulling down of ill-built shells of houses, passes all calculation; and the weight of the penalty is not yet felt. It will tell upon our children some 50 years hence, when the cheap work and contract work, and stucco and plasterwork and bad ironwork and all the other expedients of modern rivalry, vanity, and dishonesty begin to show themselves for what they are. Indeed, dishonesty and false economy will no more build safely in Gothic than in any other style; but of all forms which we could possibly employ, to be framed hastily and out of bad materials, the common square window is the worst, and its level head of brickwork, a, Fig. XXXV., is the weakest way of covering a space. Indeed, in the hastily heaped shells of modern houses there may be seen often even a worse manner of placing the bricks, as at b, supporting them by a bit of lath till the mortar dries; but even when worked with the utmost care, and having every brick tapered into the form of a voussoir and accurately fitted, I have seen such a window head give way, and a wide fissure torn through all the brickwork above it, 2 years after it was built; while the pointed arch of the Veronese Gothic, wrought in brick also, occurs at every corner of the streets of the city, untouched since the 13th century, and without a single flaw. Neither can the objection, so often raised against the pointed arch, that it will not admit the convenient adjustment of modern sashes and glass, hold for an instant. There is not the smallest necessity, because the arch is pointed, that the aperture should be so. The work of the arch is to sustain the building above. When this is once done securely, the pointed head of it may be filled in any way we choose. In the best cathedral doors it is always filled by a shield of solid stone. In many early windows of the best Gothic it is filled in the same manner, the introduced slab of stone becoming a field for rich decoration; and there is not the smallest reason why lancet windows, used in bold groups, with each pointed arch filled by a sculptured tympanum, should not allow as much light to enter, and in as convenient a way, as the most luxuriously glazed square windows of our brick houses. Give the groups of associated lights bold gabled canopies, charge the gables with sculpture and color, and instead of the base and almost useless Greek portico, letting the rain and wind enter it at will, build the steeply vaulted and completely sheltered Gothic porch, and on all these fields for rich decoration let the common workman carve what he pleases, to the best of his power, and we may have a school of domestic architecture in the 19th century, which will make our children grateful to us and proud of us till the 30th. There remains only one important feature to be examined, the entrance gate or door. We have already observed that the one seems to pass into the other, a sign of increased love of privacy rather than of increased humility, as the Gothic palaces assume their perfect form. In the Byzantine palaces the entrances appear always to have been rather great gates than doors, magnificent semicircular arches opening to the water, and surrounded by rich sculpture in the archivolts. One of these entrances is seen in the small woodcut above, Fig. XXV., and another has been given carefully in my folio work. Their sculpture is generally of grotesque animals scattered among leafage, without any definite meaning. But the great outer entrance of St. Mark's, which appears to have been completed some time after the rest of the fabric, differs from all others in presenting a series of subjects altogether Gothic in feeling, selection, and vitality of execution, and which show the occult entrance of the Gothic spirit before it had yet succeeded in effecting any modification of the Byzantine forms. These sculptures represent the months of the year employed in the avocations usually attributed to them throughout the whole compass of the Middle Ages, in northern architecture and manuscript calendars, and at last exquisitely versified by Spenser. For the sake of the traveller in Venice, who should examine this archivolt carefully, I shall enumerate these sculptures in their order, noting such parallel representations as I remember in other work. There are 4 successive archivolts, one within the other, forming the great central entrance of St. Mark's. The first is a magnificent external arch, formed of obscure figures mingled among masses of leafage, as in ordinary Byzantine work. Within this there is a hemispherical dome, covered with modern mosaic, and at the back of this recess the other three archivolts follow consecutively, two sculptured, one plain. The one with which we are concerned is the outermost. It is carved both on its front and under surface or soffit. On the front are 17 female figures bearing scrolls, from which the legends are unfortunately effaced. These figures were once gilded on a dark blue ground, as may still be seen in Gentile Bellini's picture of St. Mark's in the Accademia delle Belle Arti. The sculptures of the months are on the under surface, beginning at the bottom on the left hand of the spectator as he enters, and following in succession round the archivolt, separated however into two groups, at its centre by a beautiful figure of the youthful Christ, sitting in the midst of a slightly hollowed sphere, covered with stars to represent the firmament, and with the attendant sun and moon, set one on each side to rule over the day and over the night. The months are personified as follows: 1. January, carrying home a noble tree on his shoulders, the leafage of which nods forwards, and falls nearly to his feet. Superbly cut, this is a rare representation of him. More frequently he is represented as the two-headed Janus, sitting at a table, drinking at one mouth and eating at the other; sometimes as an old man, warming his feet at a fire and drinking from a bowl, though this type is generally reserved for February. Spenser, however, gives the same symbol as that on St. Mark's: numbed with holding all the day, and hatchet keen with which he felled wood. His sign Aquarius is obscurely indicated in the archivolt by some wavy lines representing water, unless the figure has been broken away. 2. February. Sitting in a carved chair, warming his bare feet at a blazing fire. Generally, when he is thus represented, there is a pot hung over the fire, from the top of the chimney. Sometimes he is pruning trees, as in Spenser. Yet had he by his side his plough and harness fit to till the ground, and tools to prune the trees. Not unfrequently in the calendars this month is represented by a female figure carrying candles, in honor of the purification of the Virgin. His sign, Pisces, is prominently carved above him. 3. March. Here, as almost always in Italy, a warrior, the Mars of the Latins being, of course, in mediaeval work, made representative of the military power of the place and period; and thus, at Venice, having the winged lion painted upon his shield. In Northern work, however, I think March is commonly employed in pruning trees, or at least he is so when that occupation is left free for him by February's being engaged with ceremonies of Candlemas. Sometimes also he is reaping a low and scattered kind of grain, and by Spenser, who exactly marks the junction of mediaeval and classical feeling, his military and agricultural functions are united, while also, in the Latin manner, he is made the first of the months. First sturdy March, with brows full, sternly bent, and armed strongly, rode upon a ram, the same which over Hellespontus swam, yet in his hand a spade he also bent, and in a bag all sorts of seeds y same, which on the earth he strowed as he went. His sign, the ram, is very superbly carved above him in the archivolt. 4. April. Here carrying a sheep upon his shoulder. A rare representation of him. In Northern work he is almost universally gathering flowers, or holding them triumphantly in each hand. The Spenserian mingling of this mediaeval image with that of his being wet with showers, and wanton with love, by turning his zodiacal sign, Taurus, into the bull of Europa, is altogether exquisite. Upon a bull he rode, the same which led Europa floating through the Argolic floods. His horns were gilden all with golden studs, and garnished with garlands goodly dight of all the fairest flowers and freshest buds, which the earth brings forth, and wet he seemed in sight with waves through which he waded for his love's delight. 5. May, is seated, while two young maidens crown him with flowers. A very unusual representation even in Italy. whereas in the north he is almost always riding out hunting or hawking, sometimes playing on a musical instrument. In Spenser this month is personified as the fairest maid on ground, borne on the shoulders of the twins. In this archivolt there are only two heads to represent the zodiacal sign. The summer and autumnal months are always represented in a series of agricultural occupations, which of course vary with the locality in which they occur, but generally in their order only. Thus, if June is mowing, July is reaping; if July is mowing, August is reaping, and so on. I shall give a parallel view of some of these varieties presently, but meantime we had better follow the St. Mark series, as it is peculiar in some respects. 6. June. Reaping. The corn and sickle sculptured with singular care and precision, in bold relief, and the zodiacal sign, the crab, above, also worked with great spirit. Spenser puts plough irons into his hand. Sometimes he is sheep shearing, and, in English and northern French manuscripts, carrying a kind of faggot or barrel, of the meaning of which I am not certain. 7. July. Mowing. A very interesting piece of sculpture, owing to the care with which the flowers are wrought out among the long grass. I do not remember ever finding July but either reaping or mowing. Spenser works him hard, and puts him to both labors. Behind his back a sigh, and by his side, under his belt, he bore a sickle circling wide. 8. August. Peculiarly represented in this archivolt, sitting in a chair with his head upon his hand, as if asleep; the Virgin, the zodiacal sign, above him, lifting up her hand. This appears to be a peculiarly Italian version of the proper employment of August. In northern countries he is generally threshing, or gathering grapes. Spenser merely clothes him with gold, and makes him lead forth the righteous Virgin, which of old lived here on earth, and plenty made abound. 9. September. Bearing home grapes in a basket, almost always sowing, in northern work, by Spenser with his usual exquisite ingenuity employed in gathering in the general harvest, and portioning it out with his scales, his zodiacal sign. 10. October. Wearing a conical hat, and digging busily with a long spade. In northern work he is sometimes a vintager, sometimes beating the acorns out of an oak to feed swine. When September is vintaging, October is generally sowing. Spenser employs him in the harvest both of vine and olive. 11. November. Seems to be catching small birds in a net. I do not remember him so employed elsewhere. He is nearly always killing pigs, sometimes beating the oak for them, with Spenser fatting them. 12. December. Killing swine. It is hardly ever that this employment is not given to one or other of the terminal months of the year. If not so engaged, December is usually putting new loaves into the oven, sometimes killing oxen. Spenser properly makes him feasting and drinking instead of January. On the next page I have given a parallel view of the employment of the months from some northern manuscripts, in order that they may be more conveniently compared with the sculptures of St. Mark's, in their expression of the varieties of climate and agricultural system. Observe that the letter F in some of the columns, opposite the month of May, means that he has a falcon on his fist, being in those cases represented as riding out in high exultation, on a caparisoned white horse. A series nearly similar to that of St. Mark's occurs on the door of the Cathedral of Lucca, and on that of the Baptistery of Pisa, in which, however, if I recollect rightly, February is fishing, and May has something resembling an umbrella in his hand, instead of a hawk. But in all cases the figures are treated with the peculiar spirit of the Gothic sculptors, and this archivolt is the first expression of that spirit which is to be found in Venice. January. St. Mark's carrying wood. French manuscript, late 13th century, Janus feasting, or drinking and stirring fire. Early 14th century, warming feet. English manuscript, early 15th century, Janus feasting. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, feasting. February. St. Mark's, warming feet. French manuscript, late 13th century, warming feet, or pruning. Early 14th century, bearing candles. English manuscript, early 15th century, warming feet. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, warming hands. March. St. Mark's, going to war. French manuscript, late 13th century, pruning, or striking with axe. Early 14th century, pruning. English manuscript, early 15th century, carrying candles. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, reaping. April. St. Mark's, carrying sheep. French manuscript, late 13th century and early 14th century, gathering flowers. English manuscript, early 15th century, pruning. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, gathering flowers. May. St. Mark's, crowned with flowers. French manuscript, late 13th century, riding, with falcon on fist, or playing on violin. Early 14th century, riding, with falcon on fist. English manuscript, early 15th century, riding with falcon on fist. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, riding with lady on pillion. June. St. Mark's, reaping. French manuscript, late 13th century, mowing, or gathering large red flowers. Early 14th century, carrying faggots. English manuscript, early 15th century, carrying faggots. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, sheep shearing. July. St. Mark's, mowing. French manuscript, late 13th century, reaping, or mowing. Early 14th century, mowing. English manuscript, early 15th century, mowing. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, mowing. August. St. Mark's, asleep. French manuscript, late 13th century, threshing, or gathering grapes, or reaping. Early 14th century, reaping. English manuscript, early 15th century, reaping. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, reaping. September. St. Mark's, carrying grapes. French manuscript, late 13th century, sowing, or drinking wine. Early 14th century, threshing. English manuscript, early 15th century, threshing. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, sowing. October. St. Mark's, digging. French manuscript, late 13th century, gathering grapes, or beating oak, or sowing. Early 14th century, sowing. English manuscript, early 15th century, sowing. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, beating oak. November. St. Mark's, catching birds. French manuscript, late 13th century, beating oak, or killing swine. Early 14th century, killing swine. English manuscript, early 15th century, killing swine. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, pressing grapes. December. St. Mark's, killing swine. French manuscript, late 13th century, killing swine, or baking, or killing oxen. Early 14th century, baking. English manuscript, early 15th century, baking. Flemish manuscript, 15th century, killing swine. In the private palaces the entrances soon admitted some concession to the Gothic form also. They pass through nearly the same conditions of change as the windows, with these three differences. First, that no arches of the fantastic fourth order occur in any doorways. Secondly, that the pure pointed arch occurs earlier, and much oftener, in doorways than in window heads. Lastly, that the entrance itself, if small, is nearly always square-headed in the earliest examples, without any arch above, but afterwards the arch is thrown across above the lintel. The interval between the two, or tympanum, is filled with sculpture, or closed by iron bars, with sometimes a projecting gable, to form a porch, thrown over the whole, as in the perfect example, 7a, Plate XIV, above. The other examples in the two lower lines, 6 and 7, of that plate, are each characteristic of an enormous number of doors variously decorated, from the 13th to the close of the 15th century. The particulars of their mouldings are given in the final appendix. It was useless on the small scale of this plate to attempt any delineation of the richer sculptures with which the arches are filled, so that I have chosen for it the simplest examples I could find of the forms to be illustrated. But in all the more important instances the door head is charged either with delicate ornaments and inlaid patterns in variously colored brick, or with sculptures, consisting always of the shield or crest of the family, protected by an angel. Of these more perfect doorways I have given 3 examples carefully in my folio work, but I must repeat here one part of the account of their subjects given in its text, for the convenience of those to whom the larger work may not be accessible. In the earlier ages all agree thus far, that the name of the family is told, and together with it there is always an intimation that they have placed their defence and their prosperity in God's hands, frequently accompanied with some general expression of benediction to the person passing over the threshold. This is the general theory of an old Venetian doorway. The theory of modern doorways remains to be explained. It may be studied to advantage in our rows of new-built houses, or rather of new-built house, changeless for miles together, from which, to each inhabitant, we allot his proper quantity of windows, and a Doric portico. The Venetian carried out his theory very simply. In the centre of the archivolt we find almost invariably, in the older work, the hand between the sun and moon in the attitude of blessing, expressing the general power and presence of God, the source of light. On the tympanum is the shield of the family. Venetian heraldry requires no beasts for supporters, but usually prefers angels, neither the supporters nor crests forming any necessary part of Venetian bearings. Sometimes, however, human figures or grotesques are substituted, but in that case an angel is almost always introduced above the shield, bearing a globe in his left hand, and therefore clearly intended for the angel of the Lord, or as it is expressed elsewhere, the angel of his presence. Where elaborate sculpture of this kind is inadmissible, the shield is merely represented as suspended by a leather thong, and a cross is introduced above the archivolt. The Renaissance architects perceived the irrationality of all this, cut away both crosses and angels, and substituted heads of satyrs, which were the proper presiding deities of Venice in the Renaissance periods, and which in our own domestic institutions we have ever since, with much piety and sagacity, retained. The habit of employing some religious symbol or writing some religious legend over the door of the house does not entirely disappear until far into the period of the Renaissance. The words "Peace be to this house" occur on one side of a Veronese gateway, with the appropriate and veracious inscription SPQR on a Roman standard on the other; and "Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord" is written on one of the doorways of a building added at the flank of the Casa Barbarigo in the 16th or 17th century. It seems to be only modern Protestantism which is entirely ashamed of all symbols and words that appear in any wise like a confession of faith. This peculiar feeling is well worthy of attentive analysis. It indeed, in most cases, hardly deserves the name of a feeling, for the meaningless doorway is merely an ignorant copy of heathen models; but yet, if it were at this moment proposed to any of us by our architects to remove the grinning head of a satyr, or other classical or Palladian ornament, from the keystone of the door, and to substitute for it a cross, and an inscription testifying our faith, I believe that most persons would shrink from the proposal with an obscure and yet overwhelming sense that things would be sometimes done and thought within the house which would make the inscription on its gate a base hypocrisy. And if so, let us look to it, whether that strong reluctance to utter a definite religious profession, which so many of us feel, and which, not very carefully examining into its dim nature, we conclude to be modesty, or fear of hypocrisy, or other such form of amiableness, be not, in very deed, neither less nor more than infidelity. Whether Peter's "I know not the man" be not the sum and substance of all these misgivings and hesitations, and whether the shamefacedness which we attribute to sincerity and reverence be not such shamefacedness as may at last put us among those of whom the Son of Man shall be ashamed. Such are the principal circumstances to be noted in the external form and details of the Gothic palaces. Of their interior arrangements there is little left unaltered. The gateways which we have been examining almost universally lead, in the earlier palaces, into a long interior court, round which the mass of the palace is built, and in which its first story is reached by a superb external staircase, sustained on 4 or 5 pointed arches, gradually increasing as they ascend, both in height and span; this change in their size being, so far as I remember, peculiar to Venice, and visibly a consequence of the habitual admission of arches of different sizes in the Byzantine façades. These staircases are protected by exquisitely carved parapets, like those of the outer balconies, with lions or grotesque heads set on the angles, and with true projecting balconies on their landing places. In the centre of the court there is always a marble well, and these wells furnish some of the most superb examples of Venetian sculpture. I am aware only of one remaining from the Byzantine period. It is octagonal, and treated like the richest of our Norman fonts, but the Gothic wells of every date, from the 13th century downwards, are innumerable and full of beauty, though their form is little varied, they being in almost every case treated like colossal capitals of pillars, with foliage at the angles, and the shield of the family upon their sides. The interior apartments always consist of one noble hall on the first story, often on the second also, extending across the entire depth of the house, and lighted in front by the principal groups of its windows, while smaller apartments open from it on either side. The ceilings, where they remain untouched, are of bold horizontal beams, richly carved and gilded, but few of these are left from the true Gothic times, the Venetian interiors having, in almost every case, been remodelled by the Renaissance architects. This change, however, for once we cannot regret, as the walls and ceilings, when so altered, were covered with the noblest works of Veronese, Titian, and Tintoret, nor the interior walls only, but, as before noticed, often the exteriors also. Of the color decorations of the Gothic exteriors I have, therefore, at present taken no notice, as it will be more convenient to embrace this subject in one general view of the systems of coloring of the Venetian palaces when we arrive at the period of its richest development. The details, also, of most interest respecting the forms and transitional decoration of their capitals will be given in the final appendix to the next volume, where we shall be able to include in our inquiry the whole extent of the Gothic period, and it remains for us, therefore, at present, only to review the history, fix the date, and note the most important particulars in the structure of the building, which at once consummates and embodies the entire system of the Gothic architecture of Venice, the Ducal Palace. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2 by John Ruskin. The Ducal Palace, Part 1. It was stated in the commencement of the preceding chapter that the Gothic art of Venice was separated by the building of the Ducal Palace into two distinct periods, and that in all the domestic edifices which were raised for half a century after its completion, their characteristic and chiefly effective portions were more or less directly copied from it. The fact is, that the Ducal Palace was the great work of Venice at this period, itself the principal effort of her imagination, employing her best architects in its masonry and her best painters in its decoration for a long series of years, and we must receive it as a remarkable testimony to the influence which it possessed over the minds of those who saw it in its progress, that, while in the other cities of Italy every palace and church was rising in some original and daily more daring form, the majesty of this single building was able to give pause to the Gothic imagination in its full career, stayed the restlessness of innovation in an instant, and forbade the powers which had created it thenceforth to exert themselves in new directions, or endeavor to summon an image more attractive. The reader will hardly believe that while the architectural invention of the Venetians was thus lost, Narcissus-like in self-contemplation, the various accounts of the progress of the building thus admired and beloved are so confused as frequently to leave it doubtful to what portion of the palace they refer, and that there is actually, at the time being, a dispute between the best Venetian antiquaries whether the main façade of the palace be of the 14th or 15th century. The determination of this question is of course necessary before we proceed to draw any conclusions from the style of the work, and it cannot be determined without a careful review of the entire history of the palace and of all the documents relating to it. I trust that this review may not be found tedious. Assuredly it will not be fruitless, bringing many facts before us, singularly illustrative of the Venetian character. Before, however, the reader can enter upon any inquiry into the history of this building, it is necessary that he should be thoroughly familiar with the arrangement and names of its principal parts, as it at present stands. Otherwise he cannot comprehend so much as a single sentence of any of the documents referring to it. I must do what I can, by the help of a rough plan and bird's eye view, to give him the necessary topographical knowledge. Figure 36, opposite, is a rude ground plan of the buildings round St. Mark's Place, and the following references will clearly explain their relative positions. A. St. Mark's Place. B. Piazzetta. P.V. Procuratiae Vecchiae. P.N. opposite. Procuratiae Nuove. P.L. Libreria Vecchia. I. Piazzetta dei Leoni. T. Tower of St. Mark. F.F. Great Façade of St. Mark's Church. M. St. Mark's. It is so united with the Ducal Palace that the separation cannot be indicated in the plan, unless all the walls had been marked, which would have confused the whole. D. 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 Ducal Palace. Capital C. Court of Ducal Palace. Small c. Porta della Carta. P.P. Ponte della Paglia, Bridge of Straw. S. Ponte de Sospiri, Bridge of Sighs. R.R. Riva di Schiavoni. G.S. Giant's Stair. J. Judgment Angle. Small a. Fig Tree Angle. The reader will observe that the Ducal Palace is arranged somewhat in the form of a hollow square, of which one side faces the Piazzetta, B, and another the quay called the Riva di Schiavoni, R. The third is on the dark canal called the Rio del Palazzo, and the fourth joins the Church of St. Mark. Of this fourth side, therefore, nothing can be seen. Of the other three sides we shall have to speak constantly, and they will be respectively called: that towards the Piazzetta, the Piazzetta Façade; that towards the Riva di Schiavoni, the Sea Façade; and that towards the Rio del Palazzo, the Rio Façade. This Rio, or canal, is usually looked upon by the traveller with great respect, or even horror, because it passes under the Bridge of Sighs. It is, however, one of the principal thoroughfares of the city, and the bridge and its canal together occupy, in the mind of a Venetian, very much the position of Fleet Street and Temple Bar in that of a Londoner, at least at the time when Temple Bar was occasionally decorated with human heads. The two buildings closely resemble each other in form. We must now proceed to obtain some rough idea of the appearance and distribution of the palace itself; but its arrangement will be better understood by supposing ourselves raised some 150 feet above the point in the lagoon in front of it, so as to get a general view of the Sea Façade and Rio Façade, the latter in very steep perspective, and to look down into its interior court. Figure 37 roughly represents such a view, omitting all details on the roofs in order to avoid confusion. In this drawing we have merely to notice that, of the two bridges seen on the right, the uppermost, above the Black Canal, is the Bridge of Sighs; the lower one is the Ponte della Paglia, the regular thoroughfare from quay to quay, and, I believe, called the Bridge of Straw, because the boats which brought straw from the mainland used to sell it at this place. The corner of the palace, rising above this bridge and formed by the meeting of the Sea Façade and Rio Façade, will always be called the Vine Angle, because it is decorated by a sculpture of the drunkenness of Noah. The angle opposite will be called the Fig Tree Angle, because it is decorated by a sculpture of the fall of man. The long and narrow range of the building, of which the roof is seen in perspective behind this angle, is the part of the palace fronting the Piazzetta, and the angle under the pinnacle most to the left of the two which terminate it will be called, for a reason presently to be stated, the Judgment Angle. Within the square formed by the building is seen its interior court with one of its wells, terminated by small and fantastic buildings of the Renaissance period, which face the Giant's Stair, of which the extremity is seen sloping down on the left. The great façade which fronts the spectator looks southward; hence the two traceried windows lower than the rest, and to the right of the spectator, may be conveniently distinguished as the eastern windows. There are two others like them, filled with tracery and at the same level, which look upon the narrow canal between the Ponte della Paglia and the Bridge of Sighs. These we may conveniently call the canal windows. The reader will observe a vertical line in this dark side of the palace, separating its nearer and plainer wall from a long 4-storied range of rich architecture. This more distant range is entirely Renaissance. Its extremity is not indicated, because I have no accurate sketch of the small buildings and bridges beyond it, and we shall have nothing whatever to do with this part of the palace in our present inquiry. The nearer and undecorated wall is part of the older palace, though much defaced by modern opening of common windows, refittings of the brickwork, etc. It will be observed that the façade is composed of a smooth mass of wall, sustained on 2 tiers of pillars, one above the other. The manner in which these support the whole fabric will be understood at once by the rough section, Fig. 38, which is supposed to be taken right through the palace to the interior court, from the near middle of the Sea Façade. Here, A and D are the rows of shafts, both in the inner court and on the façade, which carry the main walls. B and C are solid walls, variously strengthened with pilasters. Capital A, B, and C are the 3 stories of the interior of the palace. The reader sees that it is impossible for any plan to be more simple, and that if the inner floors and walls of the stories A and B were removed, there could be left merely the form of a basilica, 2 high walls carried on ranges of shafts and roofed by a low gable. The stories A and B are entirely modernized, and divided into confused ranges of small apartments, among which what vestiges remain of ancient masonry are entirely undecipherable, except by investigations such as I have had neither the time nor, as in most cases they would involve the removal of modern plastering, the opportunity to make. With the subdivisions of this story, therefore, I shall not trouble the reader, but those of the great upper story, C, are highly important. In the bird's eye view above, Fig. 37, it will be noticed that the 2 windows on the right are lower than the other 4 of the façade. In this arrangement, there is one of the most remarkable instances I know of the daring sacrifice of symmetry to convenience, which was noticed in Chapter 7 as one of the chief noblenesses of the Gothic schools. The part of the palace in which the two lower windows occur, we shall find, was first built and arranged in 4 stories in order to obtain the necessary number of apartments. Owing to circumstances of which we shall presently give an account, it became necessary, in the beginning of the 14th century, to provide another large and magnificent chamber for the meeting of the Senate. That chamber was added at the side of the older building, but as only 1 room was wanted, there was no need to divide the added portion into 2 stories. The entire height was given to the single chamber, being indeed not too great for just harmony with its enormous length and breadth. And then came the question how to place the windows, whether on a line with the 2 others, or above them. The ceiling of the new room was to be adorned by the paintings of the best masters in Venice, and it became of great importance to raise the light near that gorgeous roof, as well as to keep the tone of illumination in the council chamber serene, and therefore to introduce light rather in simple masses than in many broken streams. A modern architect, terrified at the idea of violating external symmetry, would have sacrificed both the pictures and the peace of the council. He would have placed the larger windows at the same level with the other 2, and have introduced above them smaller windows, like those of the upper story in the older building, as if that upper story had been continued along the façade. But the old Venetian thought of the honor of the paintings and the comfort of the Senate before his own reputation. He unhesitatingly raised the large windows to their proper position with reference to the interior of the chamber, and suffered the external appearance to take care of itself. And I believe the whole pile rather gains than loses in effect by the variation thus obtained in the spaces of wall above and below the windows. On the party wall, between the 2nd and 3rd windows, which faces the eastern extremity of the great council chamber, is painted the Paradise of Tintoret, and this wall will therefore be hereafter called the Wall of the Paradise. In nearly the centre of the sea façade, and between the 1st and 2nd windows of the great council chamber, is a large window to the ground, opening on a balcony, which is one of the chief ornaments of the palace, and will be called in future the sea balcony. The façade which looks on the Piazzetta is very nearly like this to the sea, but the greater part of it was built in the 15th century, when people had become studious of their symmetries. Its side windows are all on the same level. 2 light the west end of the great council chamber. 1 lights a small room anciently called the Quarantia Civil Nuova. The other 3, and the central one, with a balcony like that to the sea, light another large chamber called Sala del Scrutinio, or Hall of Inquiry, which extends to the extremity of the palace above the Porta della Carta. The reader is now well enough acquainted with the topography of the existing building to be able to follow the accounts of its history. We have seen above that there were 3 principal styles of Venetian architecture: Byzantine, Gothic, and Renaissance. The Ducal Palace, which was the great work of Venice, was built successively in the 3 styles. There was a Byzantine Ducal Palace, a Gothic Ducal Palace, and a Renaissance Ducal Palace. The second superseded the first totally. A few stones of it, if indeed so much, are all that is left, but the third superseded the second in part only, and the existing building is formed by the union of the 2. We shall review the history of each in succession. First, the Byzantine Palace. In the year of the death of Charlemagne, 813, the Venetians determined to make the island of Rialto the seat of the government and the capital of their state. Their Doge, Angelo, or Agnello Participazio, instantly took vigorous means for the enlargement of the small group of buildings which were to be the nucleus of the future Venice. he appointed persons to superintend the raising of the banks of sand, so as to form more secure foundations, and to build wooden bridges over the canals. For the offices of religion, he built the church of St. Mark, and on or near the spot where the ducal palace now stands, he built a palace for the administration of the government. The history of the ducal palace therefore begins with the birth of Venice, and to what remains of it at this day is entrusted the last representation of her power. Of the exact position and form of this palace of Participatio little is ascertained. Sansovino says that it was built near the Ponte della Paglia and answeringly on the Grand Canal, towards San Giorgio, that is to say, in the place now occupied by the sea façade, but this was merely the popular report of his day. We know, however, positively that it was somewhere upon the site of the existing palace, and that it had an important front towards the Piazzetta, with which, as we shall see hereafter, the present palace at one period was incorporated. We know also that it was a pile of some magnificence, from the account given by Sagornino of the visit paid by the Emperor Otho the Great to the Doge Pietro Orseolo II. The chronicler says that the Emperor beheld carefully all the beauty of the palace, and the Venetian historians express pride in the buildings being worthy of an emperor's examination. This was after the palace had been much injured by fire in the revolt against Candiano IV, and just repaired and richly adorned by Orseolo himself, who is spoken of by Sagornino as having also adorned the chapel of the ducal palace, St. Mark's, with ornaments of marble and gold. There can be no doubt whatever that the palace at this period resembled and impressed the other Byzantine edifices of the city, such as the Fondaco de' Turchi, etc., whose remains have been already described, and that, like them, it was covered with sculpture, and richly adorned with gold and colour. In the year 1106, it was for the second time injured by fire, but repaired before 1116, when it received another emperor, Henry V of Germany, and was again honoured by imperial praise. Between 1173 and the close of the century, it seems to have been again repaired, and much enlarged by the Doge Sebastian Ziani. Sansovino says that this Doge not only repaired it, but enlarged it in every direction. And after this enlargement, the palace seems to have remained untouched for 100 years, until in the commencement of the 14th century the works of the Gothic palace were begun. As, therefore, the old Byzantine building was, at the time when those works first interfered with it, in the form given to it by Ziani, I shall hereafter always speak of it as the Ziani Palace, and this the rather because the only chronicler whose words are perfectly clear respecting the existence of part of this palace so late as the year 1422 speaks of it as built by Ziani. The old palace, of which half remains to this day, was built, as we now see it, by Sebastian Ziani. So far then of the Byzantine palace. Second, the Gothic palace. The reader doubtless recollects that the important change in the Venetian government which gave stability to the aristocratic power took place about the year 1297, under the Doge Pietro Gradenigo, a man thus characterized by Sansovino: a prompt and prudent man, of unconquerable determination and great eloquence, who laid, so to speak, the foundations of the eternity of this republic, by the admirable regulations which he introduced into the government. We may now, with some reason, doubt of their admirableness, but their importance and the vigorous will and intellect of the Doge are not to be disputed. Venice was in the zenith of her strength, and the heroism of her citizens was displaying itself in every quarter of the world. The acquiescence in the secure establishment of the aristocratic power was an expression, by the people, of respect for the families which had been chiefly instrumental in raising the Commonwealth to such a height of prosperity. The Serrar del Consiglio fixed the numbers of the Senate within certain limits, and it conferred upon them a dignity greater than they had ever before possessed. It was natural that the alteration in the character of the assembly should be attended by some change in the size, arrangement, or decoration of the chamber in which they sat. We accordingly find it recorded by Sansovino that, in 1301, another saloon was begun on the Rio del Palazzo, under the Doge Gradenigo, and finished in 1309, in which year the Grand Council first sat in it. In the first year, therefore, of the 14th century, the Gothic Ducal Palace of Venice was begun, and as the Byzantine Palace was, in its foundation, coeval with that of the state, so the Gothic Palace was, in its foundation, coeval with that of the aristocratic power. Considered as the principal representation of the Venetian school of architecture, the Ducal Palace is the Parthenon of Venice, and Gradenigo its Pericles. Sansovino, with a caution very frequent among Venetian historians, when alluding to events connected with the Serrar del Consiglio, does not specially mention the cause for the requirement of the new chamber. But the Sivos Chronicle is a little more distinct in expression. In 1301 it was determined to build a great saloon for the assembling of the Great Council, and the room was built which is now called the Sala del Scrutinio. Now, that is to say, at the time when the Sivos Chronicle was written, the room had long ago been destroyed, and its name given to another chamber on the opposite side of the palace. But I wish the reader to remember the date 1301 as marking the commencement of a great architectural epoch, in which took place the first appliance of the energy of the aristocratic power, and of the Gothic style, to the works of the Ducal Palace. The operations then begun were continued, with hardly an interruption, during the whole period of the prosperity of Venice. We shall see the new buildings consume and take the place of the Ziani Palace, piece by piece, and when the Ziani Palace was destroyed, they fed upon themselves, being continued round the square, until, in the 16th century, they reached the point where they had been begun in the 14th, and pursued the track they had then followed some distance beyond the junction, destroying or hiding their own commencement, as the serpent, which is the type of eternity, conceals its tail in its jaws. We cannot, therefore, see the extremity, wherein lay the sting and force of the whole creature, the chamber, namely, built by the Doge Gradenigo, but the reader must keep that commencement and the date of it carefully in his mind. The body of the palace serpent will soon become visible to us. The Gradenigo chamber was somewhere on the Rio Façade, behind the present position of the Bridge of Sighs, i.e., about the point marked on the roof by the dotted lines in the woodcut. It is not known whether low or high, but probably on a first story. The great façade of the Ziani Palace being, as above mentioned, on the Piazzetta, the chamber was as far back and out of the way as possible, secrecy and security being obviously the points first considered. But the newly constituted Senate had need of other additions to the ancient palace besides the council chamber. A short but most significant sentence is added to Sansovino's account of the construction of that room. There were, near it, he says, the Cancellaria and the Geber or Gabbia, afterwards called the Little Tower. Gabbia means a cage, and there can be no question that certain apartments were at this time added at the top of the palace and on the Rio Façade, which were to be used as prisons. Whether any portion of the old Torres cellar still remains is a doubtful question, but the apartments at the top of the palace, in its fourth story, were still used for prisons as late as the beginning of the 17th century. I wish the reader especially to notice that a separate tower or range of apartments was built for this purpose, in order to clear the government of the accusations so constantly made against them, by ignorant or partial historians, of wanton cruelty to prisoners. The stories commonly told respecting the piombi of the Ducal Palace are utterly false. instead of being, as usually reported, small furnaces under the leads of the palace, they were comfortable rooms, with good flat roofs of larch and carefully ventilated. The new chamber then, and the prisons, being built, the Great Council first sat in their retired chamber on the Rio in the year 1309. Now observe the significant progress of events. They had no sooner thus established themselves in power than they were disturbed by the conspiracy of the Tiepollos in the year 1310. In consequence of that conspiracy the Council of Ten was created, still under the Doge Gradenigo, who, having finished his work and left the aristocracy of Venice armed with this terrible power, died in the year 1312, some say by poison. He was succeeded by the Doge Marino Giorgio, who reigned only 1 year, and then followed the prosperous government of John Soranzo. There is no mention of any additions to the ducal palace during his reign, but he was succeeded by that Francesco Dandolo, the sculptures on whose tomb, still existing in the cloisters of the Salute, may be compared by any traveller with those of the ducal palace. Of him it is recorded in the Savina Chronicle: "This Doge also had the great gate built, which is at the entry of the palace, above which is his statue kneeling, with the gonfalon in hand, before the feet of the Lion of St. Mark's." It appears then that after the Senate had completed their council chamber and the prisons, they required a nobler door than that of the old Ziani Palace for their magnificences to enter by. This door is twice spoken of in the government accounts of expenses, which are fortunately preserved, in the following terms: 1335, June 1. We, Andrew Dandolo and Mark Loredano, procurators of St. Mark's, have paid to Martin the stonecutter and his associates, for a stone of which the lion is made, which is put over the gate of the palace. 1344, November the 4th. We have paid 35 golden ducats for making gold leaf to gild the lion which is over the door of the palace stairs. The position of this door is disputed, and is of no consequence to the reader, the door itself having long ago disappeared and been replaced by the Porta della Carta. But before it was finished, occasion had been discovered for farther improvements. The Senate found their new council chamber inconveniently small, and, about 30 years after its completion, began to consider where a larger and more magnificent one might be built. The government was now thoroughly established, and it was probably felt that there was some meanness in the retired position, as well as insufficiency in the size, of the council chamber on the Rio. The first definite account which I find of their proceedings, under these circumstances, is in the Caroldo Chronicle. 1340. On the 28th of December, in the preceding year, Master Marco Erizzo, Niccolo Soranzo, and Thomas Gradenigo were chosen to examine where a new saloon might be built in order to assemble therein the Greater Council. On the 3rd of June, 1341, the Great Council elected 2 procurators of the work of this saloon, with a salary of 80 ducats a year. It appears from the entry still preserved in the Archivio, and quoted by Cadorin, that it was on the 28th of December, 1340, that the commissioners appointed to decide on this important matter gave in their report to the Grand Council, and that the decree passed thereupon for the commencement of a new council chamber on the Grand Canal. The room then begun is the one now in existence, and its building involved the building of all that is best and most beautiful in the present ducal palace, the rich arcades of the lower stories being all prepared for sustaining this Sala del Gran Consiglio. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, Please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2 by John Ruskin. The Ducal Palace, Part 2. In saying that it is the same now in existence, I do not mean that it has undergone no alterations. As we shall see hereafter, it has been refitted again and again, and some portions of its walls rebuilt. But in the place and form in which it first stood, it still stands, and by a glance at the position which its windows occupy, as shown in Fig. 37 above, the reader will see at once that whatever can be known respecting the design of the sea façade must be gleaned out of the entries which refer to the building of this great council chamber. Cadorin quotes two of great importance, to which we shall return in due time, made during the progress of the work in 1342 and 1344, then one of 1349, resolving that the works at the Ducal Palace, which had been discontinued during the plague, should be resumed, and finally one in 1362, which speaks of the great council chamber as having been neglected and suffered to fall into great desolation, and resolves that it shall be forthwith completed. The interruption had not been caused by the plague only, but by the conspiracy of Faliero and the violent death of the master builder. The work was resumed in 1362 and completed within the next 3 years, at least so far as that Guariento was enabled to paint his Paradise on the walls, so that the building must, at any rate, have been roofed by this time. Its decorations and fittings, however, were long in completion, the paintings on the roof being only executed in 1400. They represented the heavens covered with stars, this being, says Sansovino, the bearings of the Doge Steno. Almost all ceilings and vaults were at this time in Venice covered with stars, without any reference to armorial bearings. But Steno claims, under his noble title of Stellifer, an important share in completing the chamber, in an inscription upon 2 square tablets, now inlaid in the walls on each side of the great window towards the sea. Mille quadrigenti currebant quatuor anni, hoc opus illustris Michael dux Stellifer auxit. And in fact it is to this Doge that we owe the beautiful balcony of that window, though the work above it is partly of more recent date, and I think the tablets bearing this important inscription have been taken out and reinserted in the newer masonry. The labour of these final decorations occupied a total period of 60 years. The Grand Council sat in the finished chamber for the first time in 1423. In that year the Gothic Ducal Palace of Venice was completed. It had taken, to build it, the energies of the entire period which I have above described as the central one of her life. Third, the Renaissance Palace. I must go back a step or two in order to be certain that the reader understands clearly the state of the palace in 1423. The works of addition or renovation had now been proceeding, at intervals, during a space of 123 years. 3 generations at least had been accustomed to witness the gradual advancement of the form of the Ducal Palace into more stately symmetry, and to contrast the works of sculpture and painting with what it was decorated, full of the life, knowledge, and hope of the 14th century, with the rude Byzantine chiselling of the palace of the Doge Ziani. The magnificent fabric just completed, of which the new council chamber was the nucleus, was now habitually known in Venice as the Palazzo Nuovo, and the old Byzantine edifice, now ruined, and more manifest in its decay by its contrast with the goodly stones of the building which had been raised at its side, was of course known as the Palazzo Vecchio. That fabric, however, still occupied the principal position in Venice. The new council chamber had been erected by the side of it towards the sea, but there was not then the wide quay in front, the Riva dei Schiavoni, which now renders the sea façade as important as that to the Piazzetta. There was only a narrow walk between the pillars and the water, and the old palace of Ziani still faced the Piazzetta, and interrupted, by its decrepitude, the magnificence of the square where the nobles daily met. Every increase of the beauty of the new palace rendered the discrepancy between it and the companion building more painful, and then began to arise in the minds of all men a vague idea of the necessity of destroying the old palace, and completing the front of the Piazzetta with the same splendor as the sea façade. But no such sweeping measure of renovation had been contemplated by the Senate when they first formed their plan of the new council chamber. First a single additional room, then a gateway, then a larger room, but all considered merely as necessary additions to the palace, not as involving the entire reconstruction of the ancient edifice. The exhaustion of the treasury and the shadows upon the political horizon rendered it more than imprudent to incur the vast additional expense which such a project involved, and the Senate, fearful of itself, and desirous to guard against the weakness of its own enthusiasm, passed a decree, like the effort of a man fearful of some strong temptation to keep his thoughts averted from the point of danger. It was a decree, not merely that the old palace should not be rebuilt, but that no one should propose rebuilding it. The feeling of the desirableness of doing so was too strong to permit fair discussion, and the Senate knew that to bring forward such a motion was to carry it. The decree, thus passed in order to guard against their own weakness, forbade any one to speak of rebuilding the old palace under the penalty of 1,000 ducats. But they had rated their own enthusiasm too low. There was a man among them whom the loss of 1,000 ducats could not deter from proposing what he believed to be for the good of the state. Some excuse was given for bringing forward the motion, by a fire which occurred in 1419, and which injured both the Church of St. Mark's and part of the old palace fronting the Piazzetta. What followed I shall relate in the words of Sanuto. Therefore they set themselves with all diligence and care to repair and adorn sumptuously, first God's house. But in the Prince's house things went on more slowly, for it did not please the Doge to restore it in the form in which it was before, and they could not rebuild it altogether in a better manner, so great was the parsimony of these old fathers, because it was forbidden by laws, which condemned in a penalty of 1,000 ducats any one who should propose to throw down the old palace, and to rebuild it more richly and with greater expense. But the Doge, who was magnanimous, and who desired above all things what was honourable to the city, had the 1,000 ducats carried into the Senate chamber, and then proposed that the palace should be rebuilt, saying that, since the late fire had ruined in part the ducal habitation, not only his own private palace, but all the places used for public business, this occasion was to be taken for an admonishment sent from God, that they ought to rebuild the palace more nobly, and in a way more befitting the greatness to which, by God's grace, their dominions had reached, and that his motive in proposing this was neither ambition nor selfish interest, that, as for ambition, they might have seen in the whole course of his life through so many years that he had never done anything for ambition, either in the city or in foreign business, but in all his actions had kept justice first in his thoughts, and then the advantage of the state and the honour of the Venetian name, and that, as far as regarded his private interest, if it had not been for this accident of the fire, he would never have thought of changing anything in the palace into either a more sumptuous or a more honourable form, and that during the many years in which he had lived in it he had never endeavoured to make any change, but had always been content with it as his predecessors had left it, and that he knew well that, if they took in hand to build it as he exhorted and besought them, being now very old, and broken down with many toils, God would call him to another life before the walls were raised a pace from the ground, and that therefore they might perceive that he did not advise them to raise this building for his own convenience, but only for the honour of the city and its dukedom, and that the good of it would never be felt by him but by his successors. Then he said that, in order, as he had always done, to observe the laws, he had brought with him the 1,000 ducats which had been appointed as the penalty for proposing such a measure, so that he might prove openly to all men that it was not his own advantage that he sought, but the dignity of the state, There was no one, Sanuto goes on to tell us, who ventured or desired to oppose the wishes of the Doge, and the 1,000 ducats were unanimously devoted to the expenses of the work. And they set themselves with much diligence to the work, and the palace was begun in the form and manner in which it is at present seen. But as Mocenigo had prophesied, not long after he ended his life, and not only did not see the work brought to a close, but hardly even begun. There are one or two expressions in the above extracts which, if they stood alone, might lead the reader to suppose that the whole palace had been thrown down and rebuilt. We must, however, remember that, at this time, the new council chamber, which had been 100 years in building, was actually unfinished. The council had not yet sat in it, and it was just as likely that the Doge should then propose to destroy and rebuild it as, in this year 1853, it is that any one should propose in our House of Commons to throw down the new Houses of Parliament under the title of the Old Palace and rebuild them. The manner in which Sanuto expresses himself will at once be seen to be perfectly natural, when it is remembered that although we now speak of the whole building as the Ducal Palace, it consisted in the minds of the old Venetians of 4 distinct buildings. There were in it the palace, the state prisons, the senate house, and the offices of public business. In other words, it was Buckingham Palace, the Tower of olden days, the Houses of Parliament, and Downing Street, all in one, and any of these 4 portions might be spoken of, without involving an allusion to any other. Il Palazzo was the ducal residence, which, with most of the public offices, Mocenigo did propose to pull down and rebuild, and which was actually pulled down and rebuilt. But the new council chamber, of which the whole façade to the sea consisted, never entered into either his or Sanuto's mind for an instant as necessarily connected with the ducal residence. I said that the new council chamber, at the time when Mocenigo brought forth his measure, had never yet been used. It was in the year 1422 that the decree passed to rebuild the palace. Mocenigo died in the following year, and Francesco Foscari was elected in his room. The great council chamber was used for the first time on the day when Foscari entered the Senate as Doge, the 3rd of April, 1423, according to the Caroldo Chronicle. The 23rd, which is probably correct, by an anonymous manuscript, No. 60 in the Correr Museum. And the following year, on the 27th of March, the first hammer was lifted up against the old palace of Ziani. That hammer-stroke was the first act of the period properly called the Renaissance. It was the knell of the architecture of Venice, and of Venice herself. The central epoch of her life was past, the decay had already begun. I dated its commencement above, Chapter 1, Volume 1, from the death of Mocenigo. A year had not yet elapsed since that great Doge had been called to his account. His patriotism, always sincere, had been in this instance mistaken. In his zeal for the honour of future Venice, he had forgotten what was due to the Venice of long ago. 1,000 palaces might be built upon her burdened islands, but none of them could take the place, or recall the memory, of that which was first built upon her unfrequented shore. It fell, and, as if it had been the talisman of her fortunes, the city never flourished again. I have no intention of following out, in their intricate details, the operations which were begun under Foscari and continued under succeeding Doges till the palace assumed its present form, for I am not in this work concerned, except by occasional reference, with the architecture of the 15th century. But the main facts are the following. The palace of Ziani was destroyed, the existing façade to Piazzetta built, so as both to continue and to resemble, in most particulars, the work of the great council chamber. It was carried back from the sea as far as the Judgment Angle, beyond which is the Porta della Carta, begun in 1439 and finished in 2 years under the Doge Foscari. The interior buildings connected with it were added by the Doge Christopher Moro, the Othello of Shakespeare, in 1462. By reference to the figure, the reader will see that we have now gone the round of the palace, and that the new work of 1462 was close upon the first piece of the Gothic palace, the new Council Chamber of 1301. Some remnants of the Ziani Palace were perhaps still left between the two extremities of the Gothic palace, or, as is more probable, the last stones of it may have been swept away after the fire of 1419, and replaced by new apartments for the Doge. But whatever buildings, old or new, stood on this spot at the time of the completion of the Porta della Carta were destroyed by another great fire in 1479, together with so much of the palace on the Rio that, though the saloon of Gradenigo, then known as the Sala di Pregadi, was not destroyed, it became necessary to reconstruct the entire facades of the portion of the palace behind the Bridge of Sighs, both towards the court and canal. This work was entrusted to the best Renaissance architects of the close of the 15th and opening of the 16th centuries, Antonio Ricci executing the giant staircase, and on his absconding with a large sum of the public money, Pietro Lombardo taking his place. The whole work must have been completed towards the middle of the 16th century. The architects of the palace, advancing round the square and led by fire, had more than reached the point from which they had set out, and the work of 1560 was joined to the work of 1301 to 1340, at this point marked by the conspicuous vertical line in Figure 37 on the Rio façade. But the palace was not long permitted to remain in this finished form. Another terrific fire, commonly called the Great Fire, burst out in 1574, and destroyed the inner fittings and all the precious pictures of the great council chamber, and of all the upper rooms on the sea façade, and most of those on the Rio façade, leaving the building a mere shell, shaken and blasted by the flames. It was debated in the Great Council whether the ruin should not be thrown down, and an entirely new palace built in its stead. The opinions of all the leading architects of Venice were taken respecting the safety of the walls, or the possibility of repairing them as they stood. These opinions, given in writing, have been preserved and published by the Abbé Cadorin in the work already so often referred to, and they form one of the most important series of documents connected with the Ducal Palace. I cannot help feeling some childish pleasure in the accidental resemblance to my own name in that of the architect whose opinion was first given in favour of the ancient fabric, Giovanni Rusconi. Others, especially Palladio, wanted to pull down the old palace and execute designs of their own, but the best architects in Venice, and to his immortal honour, chiefly Francesco Sansovino, energetically pleaded for the Gothic pile, and prevailed. It was successfully repaired, and Tintoret painted his noblest picture on the wall from which the Paradise of Guariento had withered before the flames. The repairs necessarily undertaken at this time were, however, extensive, and interfere in many directions with the earlier work of the palace. Still, the only serious alteration in its form was the transposition of the prisons, formerly at the top of the palace, to the other side of the Rio del Palazzo, and the building of the Bridge of Sighs, to connect them with the palace, by Antonio da Ponte. The completion of this work brought the whole edifice into its present form, with the exception of alterations in doors, partitions, and staircases among the inner apartments, not worth noticing, and such barbarisms and defacements as have been suffered within the last 50 years by, I suppose, nearly every building of importance in Italy. Now, therefore, we are at liberty to examine some of the details of the Ducal Palace, without any doubt about their dates. I shall not, however, give any elaborate illustrations of them here, because I could not do them justice on the scale of the page of this volume, or by means of line engraving. I believe a new era is opening to us in the art of illustration, and that I shall be able to give large figures of the details of the Ducal Palace, at a price which will enable every person who is interested in the subject to possess them, so that the cost and labour of multiplying illustrations here would be altogether wasted. I shall therefore direct the reader's attention only to points of interest as can be explained in the text. First, then, Looking back to the woodcut at the beginning of this chapter, the reader will observe that, as the building was very nearly square on the ground plan, a peculiar prominence and importance were given to its angles, which renders it necessary that they should be enriched and softened by sculpture. I do not suppose that the fitness of this arrangement will be questioned. But if the reader will take the plans to glance over any series of engravings of church towers or other four-square buildings, in which great refinement of form has been attained, he will at once observe how their effect depends on some modification of the sharpness of the angle, either by groups of buttresses or by turrets and niches rich in sculpture. It is to be noted also that this principle of breaking the angle is peculiarly Gothic, arising partly out of the necessity of strengthening the flanks of enormous buildings, where composed of imperfect materials, by buttresses or pinnacles, partly out of the conditions of Gothic warfare, which generally required a tower at the angle, partly out of the natural dislike of the meagreness of effect in buildings which admitted large surfaces of wall, if the angle were entirely unrelieved. The Ducal Palace, in its acknowledgment of this principle, makes a more definite concession to the Gothic spirit than any of the previous architecture of Venice. No angle, up to the time of its erection, had been otherwise decorated than by a narrow fluted pilaster of red marble, and the sculpture was reserved always, as in Greek and Roman work, for the plain surfaces of the building, with, as far as I recollect, 2 exceptions only, both in St. Mark's, namely the bold and grotesque gargoyle on its northwest angle, and the angels which project from the 4 inner angles under the main cupola, both of these arrangements being plainly made under Lombardic influence. And if any other instances occur, which I may have at present forgotten, I am very sure the northern influence will always be distinctly traceable in them. The Ducal Palace, however, accepts the principle in its completeness, and throws the main decoration upon its angles. The central window, which looks rich and important in the woodcut, was entirely restored in the Renaissance time, as we have seen, under the Doge Steno, so that we have no traces of its early treatment, and the principal interest of the older palace is concentrated in the angle sculpture, which is arranged in the following manner. The pillars of the 2 bearing arcades are much enlarged in thickness at the angles, and their capitals increased in depth, breadth, and fullness of subject. Above each capital, on the angle of the wall, a sculptural subject is introduced, consisting, in the great lower arcade, of 2 or more figures of the size of life, in the upper arcade, of a single angel holding a scroll. Above these angels rise the twisted pillars with their crowning niches, already noticed in the account of parapets in the 7th chapter, thus forming an unbroken line of decoration from the ground to the top of the angle. It was before noticed that one of the corners of the palace joins the irregular outer buildings connected with St. Mark's, and is not generally seen. There remained, therefore, to be decorated only the 3 angles, above distinguished as the Vine angle, the Fig tree angle, and the Judgment angle, and at these we have, according to the arrangement just explained, first, 3 great bearing capitals, lower arcade; secondly, 3 figure subjects of sculpture above them, lower arcade; thirdly, 3 smaller bearing capitals, upper arcade; fourthly, 3 angels above them, upper arcade; fifthly, 3 spiral shafts with niches. I shall describe the bearing capitals hereafter, in their order, with the others of the arcade, for the first point to which the reader's attention ought to be directed is the choice of subject in the great figure sculptures above them. These, observe, are the very cornerstones of the edifice, and in them we may expect to find the most important evidences of the feeling, as well as of the skill, of the builder. If he has anything to say to us of the purpose with which he built the palace, it is sure to be said here. If there was any lesson which he wished principally to teach to those for whom he built, here it is sure to be inculcated. If there was any sentiment which they themselves desired to have expressed in the principal edifice of their city, this is the place in which we may be secure of finding it legibly inscribed. Now the first 2 angles, of the Vine and Fig tree, belong to the old or true Gothic palace. The 3rd angle belongs to the Renaissance imitation of it. Therefore, at the first two angles it is the Gothic spirit which is going to speak to us, and at the third, the Renaissance spirit. The reader remembers, I trust, that the most characteristic sentiment of all that we traced in the working of the Gothic heart was the frank confession of its own weakness; and I must anticipate, for a moment, the results of our inquiry in subsequent chapters, so far as to state that the principal element in the Renaissance spirit is its firm confidence in its own wisdom. Here, then, the two spirits speak for themselves. The first main sculpture of the Gothic palace is on what I have called the angle of the fig tree. Its subject is the fall of man. The second sculpture is on the angle of the vine. Its subject is the drunkenness of Noah. The Renaissance sculpture is on the judgment angle. Its subject is the judgment of Solomon. It is impossible to overstate, or to regard with too much admiration, the significance of this single fact. It is as if the palace had been built at various epochs, and preserved uninjured to this day, for the sole purpose of teaching us the difference in the temper of the two schools. I have called the sculpture on the fig tree angle the principal one, because it is at the central bend of the palace, where it turns to the Piazzetta, the façade upon the Piazzetta being, as we saw above, the more important one in ancient times. The great capital which sustains this fig tree angle is also by far more elaborate than the head of the pilaster under the vine angle, marking the preeminence of the former in the architect's mind. It is impossible to say which was first executed, but that of the fig tree angle is somewhat rougher in execution, and more stiff in the design of the figures, so that I rather suppose it to have been the earliest completed. In both the subjects of the fall and the drunkenness, the tree, which forms the chiefly decorative portion of the sculpture, fig in the one case, vine in the other, was a necessary adjunct. Its trunk in both sculptures forms the true outer angle of the palace, boldly cut separate from the stonework behind, and branching out above the figures so as to enwrap each side of the angle, for several feet, with its deep foliage. Nothing can be more masterly or superb than the sweep of this foliage on the fig tree angle, the broad leaves lapping round the budding fruit, and sheltering from sight beneath their shadows birds of the most graceful form and delicate plumage. The branches are, however, so strong, and the masses of stone hewn into leafage so large, that, notwithstanding the depth of the undercutting, the work remains nearly uninjured. Not so at the vine angle, where the natural delicacy of the vine leaf and tendril having tempted the sculptor to greater efforts, he has passed the proper limits of his art, and cut the upper stems so delicately that half of them have been broken away by the casualties to which the situation of the sculpture necessarily exposes it. What remains is, however, so interesting in its extreme refinement, that I have chosen it for the subject of the opposite illustration rather than the nobler masses of the fig tree, which ought to be rendered on a larger scale. Although half of the beauty of the composition is destroyed by the breaking away of its central masses, there is still enough in the distribution of the variously bending leaves, and in the placing of the birds on the lighter branches, to prove to us the power of the designer. I have already referred to this plate as a remarkable instance of the Gothic naturalism, and indeed it is almost impossible for the copying of nature to be carried farther than in the fibres of the marble branches, and the careful finishing of the tendrils. Note especially the peculiar expression of the knotty joints of the vine in the light branch which rises highest. Yet only half the finish of the work can be seen in the plate, for in several cases the sculptor has shown the undersides of the leaves turned boldly to the light, and has literally carved every rib and vein upon them in relief. Not merely the main ribs which sustain the lobes of the leaf and actually project in nature, but the irregular and sinuous veins which checker the membranous tissues between them, and which the sculptor has represented conventionally as relieved like the others, in order to give the vine leaf its peculiar tessellated effect upon the eye. As must always be the case in early sculpture, the figures are much inferior to the leafage, yet so skilful in many respects, that it was a long time before I could persuade myself that they had indeed been wrought in the first half of the 14th century, Fortunately, the date is inscribed upon a monument in the church of San Simeon Grande, bearing a recumbent statue of the saint, of far finer workmanship, in every respect, than those figures of the Ducal Palace, yet so like them, that I think there can be no question that the head of Noah was wrought by the sculptor of the palace in emulation of that of the statue of St. Simeon. In this latter sculpture, the face is represented in depth, the mouth partly open, the lips thin and sharp, the teeth carefully sculptured beneath. The face, full of quietness and majesty, though very ghastly, the hair and beard flowing in luxuriant wreaths, disposed with the most masterly freedom, yet severity of design, far down upon the shoulders, the hands crossed upon the body, carefully studied, and the veins and sinews perfectly and easily express, yet without any attempt at extreme finish or display of technical skill. The monument bears date 1317, and its sculptor was justly proud of it, thus recording his name: Celavit Marcus opus hoc insigne Romanis, laudibus non pacus est sua digna manus. The head of the Noah on the Ducal Palace, evidently worked in emulation of this statue, has the same profusion of flowing hair and beard, but wrought in smaller and harder curls, and the veins on the arms and breast are more sharply drawn, the sculptor being evidently more practised in keen and fine lines of vegetation than in those of the figure, so that, which is most remarkable in a workman of this early period, he has failed in telling his story plainly, regret and wonder being so equally marked on the features of all the three brothers, that it is impossible to say which is intended for Ham. Two of the heads of the brothers are seen in the plate. The third figure is not with the rest of the group, but set at a distance of about 12 feet, on the other side of the arch which springs from the angle capital. It may be observed, as a farther evidence of the date of the group, that in the figures of all the three youths, the feet are protected simply by a bandage arranged in crossed folds round the ankle and lower part of the limb, a feature of dress which will be found in nearly every piece of figure sculpture in Venice from the year 1300 to 1380, and of which the traveller may see an example within 300 yards of this very group, in the bas-reliefs on the tomb of the Doge Andrea Dandolo, in St. Mark's, who died in 1354. The figures of Adam and Eve, sculptured on each side of the fig tree angle, are more stiff than those of Noah and his sons, but are better fitted for their architectural service; and the trunk of the tree, with the angular body of the serpent writhed round it, is more nobly treated as a terminal group of lines than that of the vine. The Renaissance sculptor of the figures of the Judgment of Solomon has very nearly copied the fig tree from this angle, placing its trunk between the executioner and the mother, who leans forward to stay his hand. But though the whole group is much more free in design than those of the earlier palace, and in many ways excellent in itself, so that it always strikes the eye of a careless observer more than the others, it is of immeasurably inferior spirit in the workmanship. The leaves of the tree, though far more studiously varied in flow than those of the fig tree from which they are partially copied, have none of its truth to nature. They are ill set on the stems, bluntly defined on the edges, and their curves are not those of growing leaves, but of wrinkled drapery. Above these three sculptures are set, in the upper arcade, the statues of the archangels Raphael, Michael, and Gabriel. Their positions will be understood by reference to the lowest figure in Plate 52, where that of Raphael above the vine angle is seen on the right. A diminutive figure of Tobit follows at his feet, and he bears in his hand a scroll with this inscription: Effice Q, soffre, tor afa, el reve, rende quietur, i.e. effice, quaeso, fretum, Raphael reverende quietum. I could not decipher the inscription on the scroll borne by the angel Michael, and the figure of Gabriel, which is by much the most beautiful feature of the Renaissance portion of the palace, has only in its hand the Annunciation lily. End of chapter 8, part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2 by John Ruskin. The Ducal Palace, Part 3. Such are the subjects of the main sculptures decorating the angles of the palace, notable, observe, for their simple expression of two feelings, the consciousness of human frailty and the dependence upon divine guidance and protection. This being, of course, the general purpose of the introduction of the figures of the angels, and, I imagine, intended to be more particularly conveyed by the manner in which the small figure of Tobit follows the steps of Raphael, just touching the hem of his garment. We have next to examine the course of divinity and of natural history embodied by the old sculpture in the great series of capitals which support the lower arcade of the palace, and which, being at a height of little more than 8 feet above the eye, might be read, like the pages of a book, by those, the noblest men in Venice, who habitually walked beneath the shadow of this great arcade at the time of their first meeting each other for morning converse. The principal sculptures of the capitals consist of personifications of the virtues and vices, the favourite subjects of decorative art at this period in all the cities of Italy, and there is so much that is significant in the various modes of their distinction and general representation, more especially with reference to their occurrence as expressions of praise to the dead in sepulchral architecture, hereafter to be examined, that I believe the reader may both happily and profitably rest for a little while beneath the first vault of the arcade, to review the manner in which these symbols of the virtues were first invented by the Christian imagination, and the evidence they generally furnish of the state of religious feeling in those by whom they were recognized. In the early ages of Christianity, there was little care taken to analyze character. One momentous question was heard over the whole world: Dost thou believe in the Lord with all thine heart? There was but one division among men, the great unatonable division between the disciple and adversary. The love of Christ was all, and in all, and, in proportion to the nearness of their memory of his person and teaching, men understood the infinity of the requirements of the moral law, and the manner in which it alone could be fulfilled. The early Christians felt that virtue, like sin, was a subtle universal thing, entering into every act and thought, appearing outwardly in 10,000 diverse ways, diverse according to the separate framework of every heart in which it dwelt, but one and the same always in its proceeding from the love of God, as sin is one and the same in proceeding from hatred of God. And in their pure, early, and practical piety, they saw there was no need for codes of morality or systems of metaphysics. Their virtue comprehended everything, entered into everything. It was too vast and too spiritual to be defined, but there was no need of its definition. For through faith, working by love, they knew that all human excellence would be developed in due order, but that without faith neither reason could define nor effort reach the lowest phase of Christian virtue. And therefore, when any of the apostles have occasion to describe or enumerate any forms of vice or virtue by name, there is no attempt at system in their words. They use them hurriedly and energetically, heaping the thoughts one upon another, in order as far as possible to fill the reader's mind with a sense of the infinity both of crime and of righteousness. Here St. Paul describes sin: being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful. There is evidently here an intense feeling of the universality of sin, and in order to express it, the Apostle hurries his words confusedly together, little caring about their order, as knowing all the vices to be indissolubly connected one with another. It would be utterly vain to endeavor to arrange his expressions as if they had been intended for the ground of any system, or to give any philosophical definition of the vices. So also hear him speaking of virtue. Rejoice in the Lord, let your moderation be known unto all men. Be careful for nothing, but in everything let your requests be made known unto God. And whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Observe, he gives up all attempt at definition. He leaves the definition to every man's heart, though he writes so as to mark the overflowing fullness of his own vision of virtue. And so it is in all writings of the Apostles. Their manner of exhortation, and the kind of conduct they press, vary according to the persons they address, and the feeling of the moment at which they write, and never show any attempt at logical precision. And although the words of their master are not thus irregularly uttered, but are weighed like fine gold, yet, even in his teaching, there is no detailed or organized system of morality, but the command only of that faith and love which were to embrace the whole being of man. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Here and there an incidental warning against this or that more dangerous form of vice or error. Take heed and beware of covetousness. Beware of the leaven of the Pharisees. Here and there a plain example of the meaning of Christian love, as in the parables of the Samaritan and the prodigal, and his own perpetual example. These were the elements of Christ's constant teaching. For the Beatitudes, which are the only approximation to anything like a systematic statement, belong to different conditions and characters of individual men, not to abstract virtues. And all early Christians taught in the same manner. They never cared to expound the nature of this or that virtue, for they knew that the believer who had Christ had all. Did he need fortitude? Christ was his rock. Equity? Christ was his righteousness. Holiness? Christ was his sanctification. Liberty? Christ was his redemption. Temperance? Christ was his ruler. Wisdom? Christ was his light. Truthfulness? Christ was the truth. Charity? Christ was love. Now, exactly in proportion as the Christian religion became less vital, and as the various corruptions which time and Satan brought into it were able to manifest themselves, the person and offices of Christ were less dwelt upon, and the virtues of Christians more. The life of the believer became in some degree separated from the life of Christ, and his virtue, instead of being a stream flowing forth from the throne of God and descending upon the earth, began to be regarded by him as a pyramid upon earth, which he had to build up, step by step, that from the top of it he might reach the heavens. It was not possible to measure the waves of the water of life, but it was perfectly possible to measure the bricks of the Tower of Babel. And gradually, as the thoughts of men were withdrawn from their Redeemer and fixed upon themselves, the virtues began to be squared and counted and classified, and put into separate heaps of firsts and seconds, some things being virtuous cardinally, and other things virtuous only north-northwest. It is very curious to put in close juxtaposition the words of the Apostles, and of some of the writers of the 15th century touching sanctification. For instance, hear first St. Paul to the Thessalonians. The very God of peace sanctify you wholly, and I pray God your whole spirit and soul and body be preserved blameless unto the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. Faithful is he that calleth you, you also will do it. And then the following part of a prayer which I translate from a manuscript of the 15th century. May he, the Holy Spirit, govern the 5 senses of my body. May he cause me to embrace the 7 works of mercy, and firmly to believe and observe the 12 articles of the faith, and the 10 commandments of the law, and defend me from the 7 mortal sins, even to the end. I do not mean that this quaint passage is generally characteristic of the devotion of the 15th century. The very prayer out of which it is taken is in other parts exceedingly beautiful. But the passage is strikingly illustrative of the tendency of the later Romish Church, more especially in its most corrupt condition, just before the Reformation, to throw all religion into forms and ciphers, which tendency, as it affected Christian ethics, was confirmed by the Renaissance enthusiasm for the works of Aristotle and Cicero, from whom the code of the 15th century virtues was borrowed, and whose authority was then infinitely more revered by all the doctors of the Church than that either of St. Paul or St. Peter. Although, however, this change in the tone of the Christian mind was most distinctly manifested when the revival of literature rendered the works of the heathen philosophers the leading study of all the great scholars of the period, it had been, as I said before, taking place gradually from the earliest ages. It is, as far as I know, that root of the Renaissance poison tree which of all others is deepest struck, showing itself in various measures through the writings of all the fathers, of course exactly in proportion to the respect which they paid to classical authors, especially to Plato, Aristotle, and Cicero. The mode in which the pestilent study of that literature affected them may be well illustrated by the examination of a single passage from the works of one of the best of them, St. Ambrose, and of the mode in which that passage was then amplified and formalized by later writers. Plato, indeed, studied alone, would have done no one any harm. He is profoundly spiritual and capacious in all his views, and embraces the small systems of Aristotle and Cicero as the solar system does the earth. He seems to me especially remarkable for the sense of the great Christian virtue of holiness, or sanctification, and for the sense of the presence of the Deity in all things, great or small, which always runs in a solemn undercurrent beneath his exquisite playfulness and irony, while all the merely moral virtues may be found in his writings defined in the most noble manner, as a great painter defines his figures, without outlines. But the imperfect scholarship of later ages seems to have gone to Plato, only to find in him the system of Cicero, which indeed was very definitely expressed by him. For it having been quickly felt by all men who strove, unhelped by Christian faith, to enter at the strait gate into the paths of virtue, that there were 4 characters of mind which were protective or preservative of all that was best in man, namely, prudence, justice, courage, and temperance. These were afterwards, with most illogical inaccuracy, called cardinal virtues. Prudence being evidently no virtue but an intellectual gift, but this inaccuracy arose partly from the ambiguous sense of the Latin word virtutes, which sometimes in medieval language signifies virtues, sometimes powers, being occasionally used in the Vulgate for the word hosts, as in Psalm 103, 147, 2, etc., while fortitudines and exercitus are used for the same word in other places, so that prudence might properly be styled a power, though not properly a virtue, and partly from the confusion of prudence with heavenly wisdom. The real rank of these 4 virtues, if so they are to be called, is however properly expressed by the term cardinal. They are virtues of the compass, those by which all others are directed and strengthened. They are not the greatest virtues, but the restraining or modifying virtues. Thus prudence restrains zeal, justice restrains mercy, fortitude and temperance guide the entire system of the passions, and, thus understood, these virtues properly assumed their peculiar leading or guiding position in the system of Christian ethics. But in pagan ethics they were not only guiding, but comprehensive. They meant a great deal more on the lips of the ancients than they now express to the Christian mind. Cicero's justice includes charity, beneficence, and benignity, truth and faith in the sense of trustworthiness. His fortitude includes courage, self-command, the scorn of fortune and of all temporary felicities. His temperance includes courtesy and modesty. So also in Plato, these four virtues constitute the sum of education. I do not remember any more simple or perfect expression of the idea than in the account given by Socrates in the Alcibiades I of the education of the Persian kings, for whom in their youth there are chosen, he says, 4 tutors from among the Persian nobles, namely, the wisest, the most just, the most temperate, and the most brave of them. Then each has a distinct duty. The wisest teaches the young king the worship of the gods and the duties of a king, something more here, observe, than our prudence. The most just teaches him to speak all truth, and to act out all truth, through the whole course of his life. The most temperate teaches him to allow no pleasure to have the mastery of him, so that he may be truly free, and indeed a king. And the most brave makes him fearless of all things, showing him that the moment he fears anything, he becomes a slave. All this is exceedingly beautiful, so far as it reaches, but the Christian divines were grievously led astray by their endeavors to reconcile this system with the nobler law of love. At first, as in the passage I am just going to quote from St. Ambrose, they tried to graft the Christian system on the 4 branches of the pagan one, but finding that the tree would not grow, they planted the pagan and Christian branches side by side, adding to the 4 cardinal virtues the 3 called by the schoolmen theological, namely, faith, hope, and charity. The one series considered as attainable by the heathen, but the other by the Christian only. Thus Virgil to Sordello: Loco elagio, non tristo da martiri, ma di tenebre solo, ove I lamenti non suonan com guai, ma son sospiri. Quivi sto io, conque ce le tre sante virtù non si vestiro, e senza vizio, conobei l'altre, e seguir tutte quante. There I will those abide who the 3 holy virtues put not on, but understood the rest, and without blame followed them all. Carey. This arrangement of the virtues was, however, productive of infinite confusion and error. In the first place, because faith is classed with its own fruits, the gift of God, which is the root of the virtues, classed simply as one of them. In the second, because the words used by the ancients to express the several virtues had always a different meaning from the same expressions in the Bible, sometimes a more extended, sometimes a more literal one. Imagine, for instance, the confusion which must have been introduced into the ideas of a student who read St. Paul and Aristotle alternately. Considering that the word which the Greek writer uses for justice means, with St. Paul, righteousness. And lastly, it is impossible to overrate the mischief produced in former days, as well as in our own, by the mere habit of reading Aristotle, whose system is so false, so forced, and so confused, that the study of it at our universities is quite enough to occasion the utter want of accurate habits of thought, which so often disgraces men otherwise well educated. In a word, Aristotle mistakes the prudence or temperance which must regulate the operation of the virtues for the essence of the virtues themselves. And, striving to show that all virtues are means between 2 opposite vices, torments his wit to discover and distinguish as many pairs of vices as are necessary to the completion of his system, not disdaining to employ sophistry where invention fails him. And indeed, the study of classical literature in general not only fostered in the Christian writers the unfortunate love of systematizing, which gradually degenerated into every species of contemptible formulism, but it accustomed them to work out their systems by the help of any logical quibble or verbal subtlety which could be made available for their purpose, and this not with any dishonest intention, but in a sincere desire to arrange their ideas in symmetrical groups, while yet their powers of thought were not accurate enough, nor their common sense stern enough to detect the fallacy or disdain the finesse by which these arrangements were frequently accomplished. Thus, St. Ambrose, in his commentary on Luke 6:20, is resolved to transform the 4 Beatitudes there described into rewards of the 4 cardinal virtues, and sets himself thus ingeniously to the task. Blessed be ye poor. Here you have temperance. Blessed are ye that hunger now. He who hungers pities those who are an hungered. In pitying he gives to them, and in giving he becomes just. Largiendo fit justus. Blessed are ye that weep now, for ye shall laugh. Here you have prudence, whose part it is to weep, so far as present things are concerned, and to seek things which are eternal. Blessed are ye when men shall hate you. Here you have fortitude. As a preparation for this profitable exercise of wit, we have also a reconciliation of the Beatitudes as stated by St. Matthew with those of St. Luke, on the ground that in those 8 are these 4, and in these 4 are those 8, with sundry remarks on the mystical value of the number 8, with which I need not trouble the reader. With St. Ambrose, however, this puerile systematization is quite subordinate to a very forcible and truthful exposition of the real nature of the Christian life. But the classification he employs furnishes ground for farther subtleties to future divines, and in a manuscript of the 13th century I find some expressions in this commentary on St. Luke, and in the treatise on the duties of bishops, amplified into a treatise on the steps of the virtues, by which everyone who perseveres may, by a straight path, attend to the heavenly country of the angels. Liber de gradibus virtutum, quibus ad patrium angelorum supernum itenere recto ascenditur ab omni perseverante. These steps are 30 in number, 1 expressly for each day of the month, and the curious mode of their association renders the list well worth quoting. Primus gradus est fides recta, unerring faith. Secundus gradus est spes firma, firm hope. Tertius gradus est caritas perfecta, perfect charity. 4 gradus est patentia vera, true patience. 5 gradus est humilitas sancta, holy humility. 6 gradus est mansuetudo, meekness. 7 gradus est intelligentia, understanding. 8 gradus est compunctio cordis, contrition of heart. 9 gradus est oratio, prayer. 10 gradus est confessio pura, pure confession. 11 gradus est penitentia digna, fitting penance. 12 gradus est abstinentia, abstinence, fasting. 13 gradus est timor Dei, fear of God. 14 gradus est virginitas, virginity. 15 gradus est justitia, justice. 16 gradus est misericordia, mercy. 17 gradus est elemosina, almsgiving. 18 gradus est hospitalitas, hospitality. 19 gradus est honor parentum, honoring of parents. 20 gradus est silentium, silence. 21 gradus est consilium bonum, good counsel. 22 gradus est judicium rectum, right judgment. 23 gradus est exemplum bonum, good example. 24 gradus est visitatio infirmorum, visitation of the sick. 25 gradus est frequentatio sanctorum, companying with saints. 26 gradus est oblatio justa, just oblations. 27 gradus est decimus Deo solvere, paying tithes to God. 28 gradus est sapientia, wisdom. 29 gradus est voluntas bona, goodwill. 30 gradus est perseverantia, perseverance. The reader will note that the general idea of Christian virtue embodied in this list is true, exalted, and beautiful; the points of weakness being the confusion of duties with virtues, and the vain endeavor to enumerate the various offices of charity as so many separate virtues, more frequently arranged as 7 distinct works of mercy. This general tendency to a morbid accuracy of classification was associated, in later times, with another very important element of the Renaissance mind, the love of personification, which appears to have reached its greatest vigor in the course of the 16th century, and is expressed to all future ages in a consummate manner in the poem of Spenser. It is to be noted that personification is, in some sort, the reverse of symbolism, and is far less noble. Symbolism is the setting forth of a great truth by an imperfect and inferior sign, as, for instance, of the hope of the resurrection by the form of the phoenix, and it is almost always employed by men in their most serious moods of faith, rarely in recreation. Men who use symbolism forcibly are almost always true believers in what they symbolize. But personification is the bestowing of a human or living form upon an abstract idea. It is, in most cases, a mere recreation of the fancy, and is apt to disturb the belief in the reality of the thing personified. Thus symbolism constituted the entire system of the Mosaic dispensation. It occurs in every word of Christ's teaching. It attaches perpetual mystery to the last and most solemn act of his life. But I do not recollect a single instance of personification in any of his words. And as we watch thenceforward the history of the Church, we shall find the declension of its faith exactly marked by the abandonment of symbolism, and the profuse employment of personification, even to such an extent that the virtues came, at last, to be confused with the saints. And we find in the later litanies, Saint Faith, Saint Hope, Saint Charity, and Saint Chastity, invoked immediately after Saint Clara and Saint Bridget. Nevertheless, in the hands of its early and earnest masters, in whom fancy could not overthrow the foundations of faith, personification is often thoroughly noble and lovely, the earlier conditions of it being just as much more spiritual and vital than the later ones, as the still earlier symbolism was more spiritual than they. Compare, for instance, Dante's burning Charity, running and returning at the wheels of the chariot of God, so ruddy that her form had scarce been known within a furnace of clear flame, with Reynolds' Charity, a nurse in a white dress, climbed upon by 3 children. And not only so, but the number and nature of the virtues differ considerably in the statements of different poets and painters, according to their own views of religion, or to the manner of life they had it in mind to illustrate. Giotto, for instance, arranges his system altogether differently at Assisi, where he is setting forth the monkish life, and in the Arena Chapel, where he treats of that of mankind in general, and where, therefore, he gives only the so-called theological and cardinal virtues; while, at Assisi, the 3 principal virtues are those which are reported to have appeared in vision to St. Francis: chastity, obedience, and poverty. Chastity being attended by fortitude, purity, and penance; obedience by prudence and humility; poverty by hope and charity. The systems vary with almost every writer, and in almost every important work of art which embodies them, being more or less spiritual according to the power of intellect by which they were conceived. The most noble in literature are, I suppose, those of Dante and Spenser, and with these we may compare 5 of the most interesting series in the early art of Italy, namely, those of Orcagna, Giotto, and Simon Memmi at Florence and Padua, and those of St. Mark's and the Ducal Palace at Venice. Of course, in the richest of these series, the vices are personified together with the virtues, as in the Ducal Palace, and by the form or name of opposed vice, we may often ascertain, with much greater accuracy than would otherwise be possible, the particular idea of the contrary virtue in the mind of the writer or painter. Thus, when opposed to prudence or prudentia, on the one side, we find folly or stultitia, On the other, it shows that the virtue understood by prudence is not the mere guiding or cardinal virtue, but the heavenly wisdom, opposed to that folly which hath said in its heart, there is no God, and of which it is said, the thought of foolishness is sin. And again, such as be foolish shall not stand in thy sight. This folly is personified in early painting and illumination by a half-naked man greedily eating an apple or other fruit and brandishing a club, showing that sensuality and violence are the two principal characteristics of foolishness and lead into atheism. The figure in early Psalters always forms the letter D, which commences the 53rd Psalm. Dixit incipiens. In reading Dante, this mode of reasoning from contraries is a great help, for his philosophy of the vices is the only one which admits of classification. His descriptions of virtue, while they include the ordinary formal divisions, are far too profound and extended to be brought under definition. Every line of the Paradise is full of the most exquisite and spiritual expressions of Christian truth, and that poem is only less read than the Inferno, because it requires far greater attention, and perhaps, for its full enjoyment. His system in the Inferno is briefly this: the whole netherworld is divided into 7 circles, deep within deep, in each of which, according to its depth, severer punishment is inflicted. These 7 circles, reckoning them downwards, are thus allotted: 1. To those who have lived virtuously but knew not Christ. 2. To lust. 3. To gluttony. 4. To avarice and extravagance. 5. To anger and sorrow. 6. To heresy. 7. To violence and fraud. This 7th circle is divided into 2 parts, of which the first, reserved for those who have been guilty of violence, is again divided into 3, apportioned severally to those who have committed or desired to commit violence against their neighbours, against themselves, or against God. The lowest hell, reserved for the punishment of fraud, is itself divided into 10 circles, which are severally punished the sins of 1. Betraying women. 2. Flattery. 3. Simony. 4. False prophecy. 5. Peculation. 6. Hypocrisy. 7. Theft. 8. False counsel. 9. Schism and imposture. 10. Treachery to those who repose entire trust in the traitor. There is, perhaps, nothing more notable in this most interesting system than the profound truth, couched under the attachment of so terrible a penalty to sadness or sorrow. It is true that idleness does not elsewhere appear in the scheme, and is evidently intended to be included in the guilt of sadness by the word accidioso. But the main meaning of the poet is to mark the duty of rejoicing in God, according both to St. Paul's command and Isaiah's promise. Thou meetest him that rejoiceth and worketh righteousness. I do not know words that might with more benefit be borne with us, and set in our hearts momentarily against the minor regrets and rebelliousnesses of life, than these simple one. Tristi fumo nel aer dolce, che del sol s'allegra, or ci attristium nella belletta negra. We once were sad in the sweet air, made gladsome by the sun. Now in these murky settings are we sad. Ceri. The virtue usually opposed to this vice of sullenness is alacritas, uniting the sense of activity and cheerfulness. Spenser has cheerfulness simply in his description, never enough to be loved or praised, of the virtues of womanhood. First, feminineness or womanhood in speciality, then, next to her sate goodly shamefastness, ne'er ever durst her eyes from the ground uprear, ne'er ever once did look up from her desser, as if some blame of evil she did fear, that in her cheeks made roses oft appear, and her against sweet cheerfulness was placed, whose eyes like twinkling stars in evening clear were decked with smiles that all sad humours chased. And next to her sate sober modesty, holding her hand upon her gentle heart, and her against sat comely courtesy, that unto every person knew her part. and her before was seated overthwart, soft silence and submiss obedience, both linked together, never to depart. Another notable point in Dante's system is the intensity of uttermost punishment given to treason, the peculiar sin of Italy, and that to which at this day she attributes her own misery with her own lips. An Italian, questioned as to the causes of the failure of the campaign of 1848, always makes one answer: "We were betrayed." And the most melancholy feature of the present state of Italy is principally this, that she does not see that, of all the causes to which failure might be attributed, this is at once the most disgraceful and the most hopeless. In fact, Dante seemed to me to have written almost prophetically for the instruction of modern Italy, and chiefly so in the 6th canto of the Purgatorio. Hitherto we have been considering the system of the Inferno only. That of the Purgatorio is much simpler, it being divided into 7 districts, in which the souls are severally purified from the sins of pride, envy, wrath, indifference, avarice, gluttony, and lust, the poet thus implying in opposition, and describing in various instances, the 7 virtues of humility, kindness, patience, zeal, poverty, abstinence, and chastity, as adjuncts of the Christian character, in which it may occasionally fail, while the essential group of the 3 theological and 4 cardinal virtues are represented as in direct attendance on the chariot of the Deity, and all the sins of Christians are in the 7th canto traced to the deficiency or aberration of affection. The system of Spenser is unfinished and exceedingly complicated, the same vices and virtues occurring under different forms in different places, in order to show their different relations to each other. I shall not therefore give any general sketch of it, but only refer to the particular personification of each virtue in order to compare it with that of the Ducal Palace. The peculiar superiority of his system is in its exquisite setting forth of chastity under the figure of Britomart, not monkish chastity, but that of the purest love. In completeness of personification no one can approach him, not even in Dante do I remember anything quite so great as the description of the captain of the lusts of the flesh. As pale and wan as ashes was his look, his body lean and meagre as a rake, and skin all withered like a dried rook, thereto as cold and dreary as a snake, that seemed to tremble evermore and quake. All in a canvas thin he was bedight, and girded with a belt of twisted brake. Upon his head he wore an helmet light, made of a dead man's skull. He rides upon a tiger, and in his hand is a bow, bent, and many arrows under his right side, headed with flint and feathers bloody dyed. The horror and the truth of this are beyond everything that I know out of the pages of inspiration. Note the heading of the arrows with flint, because sharper and more subtle in the edge than steel, and because steel might consume away with rust, but flint not. And consider in the whole description how the wasting away of body and soul together, and the coldness of the heart, which unholy fire has consumed into ashes, and the loss of all power, and the kindling of all terrible impatience, and the implanting of thorny and inextricable griefs, are set forth by the various images, the belt of brake, the tiger steed, and the light helmet, girding the head with death. End of chapter 8, part 3.
Chapter 8, Part 4 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2, by John Ruskin. Chapter 8, The Ducal Palace, Part 4. Perhaps the most interesting series of the virtues expressed in Italian art are those above mentioned of Simon Memmi in the Spanish Chapel at Florence, of Ambrogio di Lorenzo in the Palazzo Pubblico of Pisa, of Orcagna in Or San Michele at Florence, of Giotto at Padua and Assisi, in mosaic on the central cupola of St. Mark's, and in sculpture on the pillars of the Ducal Palace. The first two series are carefully described by Lord Lindsay. Both are too complicated for comparison with the more simple series of the Ducal Palace. The other four, of course, agree in giving first the cardinal and evangelical virtues. Their variations in the statement of the rest will be best understood by putting them in a parallel arrangement. St. Mark's, constancy, Orcagna, perseverance, Giotto omitted, Ducal Palace, constancy. St. Mark's, modesty, Orcagna and Giotto omitted, Ducal Palace, modesty. St. Mark's, chastity, Orcagna, virginity, Giotto and Ducal Palace, chastity. St. Mark's and Orcagna, patience, Giotto omitted, Ducal Palace, patience. St. Mark's, mercy, Orcagna, Giotto and Ducal Palace, omitted. St. Mark's, abstinence, Orcagna and Giotto omitted, Ducal Palace, abstinence, query. St. Mark's, piety, Orcagna, devotion, Giotto and Ducal Palace, omitted. St. Mark's, benignity, Orcagna, Giotto and Ducal Palace, omitted. St. Mark's, humility, Orcagna, Giotto and Ducal Palace, also humility. St. Mark's, omitted, Orcagna, Giotto and Ducal Palace, obedience. Orcagna alone, docility. Orcagna alone, caution. St. Mark's and Orcagna omitted, Giotto poverty, Ducal Palace, honesty. Ducal Palace alone, liberality. Ducal Palace alone, alacrity. It is curious that in none of these lists do we find either honesty or industry ranked as a virtue, except in the Venetian one, where the latter is implied in alacritas, and opposed not only by accidia or sloth, but by a whole series of 8 sculptures on another capital, illustrative, as I believe, of the temptations to idleness, while various other capitals, as we shall see presently, are devoted to the representation of the active trades. Industry in northern art and northern morality assumes a very principal place. I have seen in French manuscripts the virtues reduced to these 7: charity, chastity, patience, abstinence, humility, liberality, and industry; and I doubt whether, if we were but to add honesty, or truth, a wiser or shorter list could be made out. We will now take the pillars of the Ducal Palace in their order. It has already been mentioned, Volume 1, Chapter 1, Section 46, that there are in all 36 great pillars supporting the lower story, and that these are to be counted from right to left, because then the more ancient of them come first, and that, thus arranged, the first, which is not a shaft but a pilaster, will be the support of the vine angle, the 18th will be the great shaft of the fig tree angle, and the 36th that of the judgment angle. All their capitals, except that of the first, are octagonal, and are decorated by 16 leaves, differently enriched in every capital, but arranged in the same way, 8 of them rising to the angles, and there forming volutes, the 8 others set between them on the sides, rising halfway up the bell of the capital, there nodding forward, and showing above them, rising out of their luxuriance, the groups or single figures which we have to examine. In some instances, the intermediate or lower leaves are reduced to 8 sprays of foliage, and the capital is left dependent for its effect on the bold position of the figures. In referring to the figures on the octagonal capitals, I shall call the outer side, fronting either the sea or the piazzetta, the first side, and so count round from left to right, the 4th side being thus, of course, the innermost. As, however, the first 5 arches were walled up after the great fire, only 3 sides of their capitals are left visible, which we may describe as the front and the eastern and western sides of each. First capital, i.e. of the pilaster at the vine angle. In front, towards the sea, a child holding a bird before him, with its wings expanded, covering his breast. On its eastern side, children's heads among leaves. On its western side, a child carrying in one hand a comb, in the other a pair of scissors. It appears curious that this, the principal pilaster of the façade, should have been decorated only by these graceful grotesques, for I can hardly suppose them anything more. There may be meaning in them, but I will not venture to conjecture any, except the very plain and practical meaning conveyed by the last figure to all Venetian children, which it would be well if they would act upon. For the rest, I have seen the comb introduced in grotesque work as early as the 13th century, but generally for the purpose of ridiculing too great care in dressing the hair, which assuredly is not its purpose here. The children's heads are very sweet and full of life, but the eyes sharp and small. Second capital. Only 3 sides of the original work are left unburied by the mass of added wall. Each side has a bird, one web-footed with a fish, one clawed with a serpent, which opens its jaws and darts its tongue at the bird's breast, the third pluming itself, with a feather between the mandibles of its bill. It is by far the most beautiful of the 3 capitals decorated with birds. Third capital also has 3 sides only left. They have 3 heads, large and very ill cut, one female and crowned. Fourth capital has 3 children. The eastern one is defaced. The one in front holds a small bird, whose plumage is beautifully indicated, in its right hand, and with its left holds up half a walnut, showing the nut inside. The third holds a fresh fig cut through, showing the seeds. The hair of all the 3 children is differently worked. The first has luxuriant flowing hair and a double chin; the second, light flowing hair, falling in pointed locks on the forehead; the third, crisp curling hair, deep cut with drill holes. This capital has been copied on the Renaissance side of the palace, only with such changes in the ideal of the children as the workman thought expedient and natural. It is highly interesting to compare the child of the 14th with the child of the 15th century. The early heads are full of youthful life, playful, humane, affectionate, beaming with sensation and vivacity, but with much manliness and firmness, also not a little cunning, and some cruelty perhaps, beneath all, the features small and hard, and the eyes keen. There is the making of rough and great men in them. But the children of the 15th century are dull, smooth-faced dunces, without a single meaning line in the fatness of their stolid cheeks, and although, in the vulgar sense, as handsome as the other children are ugly, capable of becoming nothing but perfumed coxcombs. Fifth capital. Still 3 sides only left, bearing 3 half-length statues of kings. This is the first capital which bears any inscription. In front, a king with a sword in his right hand points to a handkerchief embroidered and fringed, with a head on it, carved on the cavetto of the abacus. His name is written above, Titus Vespasian Imperator, contracted I, P, / with a contraction mark above, AT, full stop. On eastern side, Trajanus Imperator, crowned, a sword in right hand, and sceptre in left. On western, Oct in bracket Avianus Augustus Imperator, the Oct is broken away. He bears a globe in his right hand, with Mundus Pacis upon it, a sceptre in his left, which I think has terminated in a human figure. He has a flowing beard and a singularly high crown. The face is much injured, but has once been very noble in expression. Sixth capital has large male and female heads, very coarsely cut, hard and bad. Seventh capital. This is the first of the series which is complete, the first open arch of the lower arcade being between it and the sixth. It begins the representation of the virtues. First side. Largitas, or liberality. Always distinguished from the higher, charity. A male figure with his lap full of money, which he pours out of his hand. The coins are plain, circular, and smooth. There is no attempt to mark device upon them. The inscription above is Largitas me honorat. In the copy of this design on the 25th capital, instead of showering out the gold from his open hand, the figure holds it in a plate or salver, introduced for the sake of disguising the direct imitation. The changes thus made in the Renaissance pillars are always injuries. This virtue is the proper opponent of avarice, though it does not occur in the systems of Orcagna or Giotto, being included in charity. It was a leading virtue with Aristotle and the other ancients. Second side, constancy, not very characteristic. An armed man with a sword in his hand, inscribed Constantia sum nil timens. This virtue is one of the forms of fortitude, and Giotto therefore sets as the vice opponent to fortitude inconstantia, represented as a woman in loose drapery, falling from a rolling globe. The vision seen in the interpreter's house in the Pilgrim's Progress, of a man with a very bold countenance, who says to him who has the writer's inkhorn by his side, "Set down my name," is the best personification of the Venetian Constantia of which I am aware in literature, it would be well for us all to consider whether we have yet given the order to the man with the inkhorn, "Set down my name." Third side. Discord, holding up her finger, but needing the inscription above to assure us of her meaning. Discordia sum, discordans. In the Renaissance copy she is a meek and nun-like person with a veil. She is the Ate of Spenser, mother of debate, thus described in the fourth book. Her face most foul and filthy was to see, with squinted eyes contrary ways intended, and loathly mouth unmeet a mouth to be, that naught but gall and venom comprehended, and wicked words that God and man offended. Her lying tongue was in two parts divided, and both the parts did speak, and both contended. And as her tongue, so was her heart dissided, that never thought one thing, but doubly still was guided. Note the fine old meaning of decided, cut in two. It is a great pity we have lost this powerful expression. We might keep determined for the other sense of the word. Fourth side. Patience. A female figure very expressive and lovely, in a hood, with her right hand on her breast, the left extended, inscribed "Patientia manet mecum." She is one of the principal virtues in all the Christian systems, a masculine virtue in Spenser, and beautifully placed as the physician in the House of Holiness. The opponent vice, impatience, is one of the hags who attend the captain of the lusts of the flesh, the other being impotence. In like manner, in the Pilgrim's Progress, the opposite of patience is passion, but Spenser's thought is farther carried. His two hags, Impatience and Impotence, as attendant upon the evil spirit of passion, embrace all the phenomena of human conduct, down even to the smallest matters, according to the adage, "More haste, worse speed." Fifth side. Despair. A female figure thrusting a dagger into her throat, and tearing her long hair, which flows down among the leaves of the capital below her knees. One of the finest figures of the series, inscribed Desperatio mos (mortis) crudelis. In the Renaissance copy she is totally devoid of expression, and appears, instead of tearing her hair, to be dividing it into long curls on each side. This vice is the proper opposite of hope. By Giotto she is represented as a woman hanging herself, a fiend coming for her soul. Spenser's vision of despair is well known, it being indeed currently reported that this part of the Faerie Queen was the first which drew it to the attention of Sir Philip Sidney. Sixth side. Obedience. With her arms folded, meek, but rude and commonplace, looking at a little dog standing on its hind legs and begging, with a collar round its neck. Inscribed Obedienti . The rest of the sentence is much defaced, but has obscure letters. I suppose the note of contraction above the final A has disappeared, and that the inscription was Obedientiam Domino exhibeo. This virtue is of course a principal one in the monkish systems, represented by Giotto at Assisi as an angel robed in black, placing the finger of his left hand on his mouth, and passing the yoke over the head of a Franciscan monk kneeling at his feet. Obedience holds a less principal place in Spenser. We have seen her above associated with the other peculiar virtues of womanhood. Seventh side. Infidelity. A man in a turban, with a small image in his hand, or the image of a child. Of the inscription, nothing but Infidelitate ... and some fragmentary letters, ili cero, remain. By Giotto, infidelity is most nobly symbolized as a woman helmeted, the helmet having a broad rim which keeps the light from her eyes. She is covered with heavy drapery, stands infirmly as if about to fall, is bound by a cord round her neck to an image which she carries in her hand, and has flames bursting forth at her feet. In Spenser, infidelity is the Saracen knight Sans Foy, "full large of limb and every joint, he was, and cared not for God or man a point." For the part which he sustains in the contest with Godly Fear, or the Red Cross Knight, see Appendix 2, Vol. 3. Eighth side. Modesty, bearing a pitcher. In the Renaissance copy, a vase like a coffee pot. Inscribed Modestia, and some more obscure letters. I do not find this virtue in any of the Italian series except that of Venice. In Spenser she is of course one of those attendant on womanhood, but occurs as one of the tenants of the heart of man, thus portrayed in the second book: "Strange was her tire, and all her garment blue, Close round about her tucked with many a plight, Upon her fist the bird which shunneth view, And ever and anon with rosy red The bashful blood her snowy cheeks did dye, That her became as polished ivory Which cunning craftsman's hand hath overlaid With fair vermilion or pure castory." Eighth Capital. It has no inscriptions, and its subjects are not by themselves intelligible; but they appear to be typical of the degradation of human instincts. First side, a character of Arion on his dolphin. He wears a cap ending in a long proboscis like horn, and plays a violin with a curious twitch of the bow and wag of the head, very graphically expressed, but still without anything approaching to the power of northern grotesque. His dolphin has a goodly row of teeth, and the waves beat over his back. Second side, a human figure with curly hair and the legs of a bear, the paws laid with great sculptural skill upon the foliage. It plays a violin shaped like a guitar, with a bent double stringed bow. Third side, a figure with a serpent's tail and a monstrous head founded on a Negro type, hollow cheeked, large lipped, and wearing a cap made of a serpent's skin, holding a fir cone in its hand. Fourth side, a monstrous figure terminating below in a tortoise. It is devouring a gourd, which it grasps greedily with both hands. It wears a cap ending in a hoofed leg. Fifth side, a centaur wearing a crested helmet and holding a curved sword. Sixth side, a knight riding a headless horse, and wearing chain armor, with a triangular shield flung behind his back, and a two-edged sword. Seventh side, a figure like that on the fifth, wearing a round helmet, and with the legs and tail of a horse. He bears a long mace with a top like a fir cone. Eighth side, a figure with curly hair and an acorn in its hand, ending below in a fish. Ninth Capital. First side, Faith. She has her left hand on her breast, and the cross on her right. Inscribed "Fides optima in Deo." The Faith of Giotto holds the cross in her right hand, in her left a scroll with the Apostles' Creed. She treads upon cabalistic books, and has a key suspended to her waist. Spenser's Faith, Fidelia, is still more spiritual and noble. "She was arrayed all in lily white, and in her right hand bore a cup of gold, with wine and water filled up to the height, in which a serpent did himself enfold, that horror made to all that did behold. But she no whit did change her constant mood, and in her other hand she fast did hold a book that was both signed and sealed with blood, wherein dark things were writ, hard to be understood." Second side, Fortitude, a long bearded man, Samson, tearing open a lion's jaw. The inscription is illegible, and the somewhat vulgar personification appears to belong rather to courage than fortitude. On the Renaissance copy it is inscribed "Fortitudo sum virilis." The Latin word has perhaps been received by the sculptor as merely signifying strength, the rest of the perfect idea of this virtue having been given in Constantia previously. But both these Venetian symbols together do not at all approach the idea of fortitude as given generally by Giotto and the Pisan sculptors, clothed with a lion's skin knotted about her neck, and falling to her feet in deep folds, drawing back her right hand with the sword pointed towards her enemy, and slightly retired behind her immovable shield, which, with Giotto, is square, and rested on the ground like a tower, covering her up to above her shoulders, bearing on it a lion, and with broken heads of javelins deeply infixed. Among the Greeks this is of course one of the principal virtues, apt, however, in their ordinary conception of it, to degenerate into mere manliness or courage. Third side, Temperance, bearing a pitcher of water and a cup. Inscription illegible here, and on the Renaissance copy nearly so. Temperantia sum, query INOM with contraction mark above, LS, perhaps, only left. In this somewhat vulgar and most frequent conception of this virtue, afterwards continually repeated, as by Sir Joshua in his window at New College, Temperance is confused with mere abstinence, the opposite of gula or gluttony; whereas the Greek temperance, a truly cardinal virtue, is the moderator of all the passions, and so represented by Giotto, who has placed a bridle upon her lips and a sword in her hand, the hilt of which she is binding to the scabbard. In his system she is opposed among the vices, not by gula or gluttony, but by ira, anger. So also the temperance of Spenser, or of Sir Guion, but with mingling of much sternness. A goodly knight, all armed in harness meet, That from his head no place appeared to his feet. His carriage was full comely and upright, His countenance demure and temperate, But yet so stern and terrible in sight, That cheered his friends, and did his foes amate. The temperance of the Greeks, sophrosyne, involves the idea of prudence, and is a most noble virtue, yet properly marked by Plato as inferior to sacred enthusiasm, though necessary for its government. He opposes it, under the name mortal temperance, or the temperance which is of men, to divine madness, mania, or inspiration; but he most justly and nobly expresses the general idea of it under the term hybris, which, in the Phaedrus, is divided into various intemperances with respect to various objects, and set forth under the image of a black, vicious, diseased, and furious horse, yoked by the side of prudence or wisdom, set forth under the figure of a white horse, with a crested and noble head, like that which we have among the Elgin marbles, to the chariot of the soul. The system of Aristotle, as above stated, is throughout a mere complicated blunder, supported by sophistry, the laboriously developed mistake of temperance for the essence of the virtues which it guides. Temperance in the mediaeval systems is generally opposed by anger, or by folly, or gluttony; but her proper opposite is Spenser's acrasia, the principal enemy of Sir Guion, at whose gates we find the subordinate vice excess, as the introduction to intemperance. A graceful and feminine image, necessary to illustrate the more dangerous forms of subtle intemperance, as opposed to the brutal gluttony in the first book. She presses grapes into a cup, because of the words of St. Paul, "Be not drunk with wine, wherein is excess," but always delicately. Into her cup she screwsed with dainty breach Of her fine fingers, without foul impeach, That so fair winepress made the wine more sweet. The reader will, I trust, pardon these frequent extracts from Spenser, for it is nearly as necessary to point out the profound divinity and philosophy of our great English poet, as the beauty of the Ducal Palace. Fourth side. Humility, with a veil upon her head, carrying a lamp in her lap, inscribed in the copy, "Humilitas habitat in me." This virtue is of course a peculiarly Christian one, hardly recognized in the pagan systems, though carefully impressed upon the Greeks in early life in a manner which at this day it would be well if we were to imitate, and, together with an almost feminine modesty, giving an exquisite grace to the conduct and bearing of the well-educated Greek youth. It is, of course, one of the leading virtues in all the monkish systems, but I have not any notes of the manner of its representation. Fifth side. Charity. A woman with her lap full of loaves, giving one to a child, who stretches his arm out for it across a broad gap in the leafage of the capital. Again very far inferior to the Giotesque rendering of this virtue. In the Arena Chapel she is distinguished from all the other virtues by having a circular glory round her head and a cross of fire. She is crowned with flowers, presents with her right hand a vase of corn and fruit, and with her left receives treasure from Christ, who appears above her to provide her with the means of continual offices of beneficence, while she tramples under foot the treasures of the earth. The peculiar beauty of most of the Italian conceptions of charity is in the subjection of mere munificence to the glowing of her love, always represented by flames, here in the form of a cross round her head, in Orcagna's shrine at Florence, issuing from a censer in her hand, and with Dante inflaming her whole form, so that, in a furnace of clear fire, she could not have been discerned. Spenser represents her as a mother surrounded by happy children, an idea afterwards grievously hackneyed and vulgarized by English painters and sculptors. Sixth side. Justice, crowned and with sword, inscribed in the copy, "Rex sum justitiae." This idea was afterwards much amplified and adorned in the only good capital of the Renaissance series, under the Judgment angle. Giotto has also given his whole strength to the painting of this virtue, representing her as enthroned under a noble Gothic canopy, holding scales not by the beam, but one in each hand, a beautiful idea, showing that the equality of the scales of justice is not owing to natural laws, but to her own immediate weighing the opposed causes in her own hands. In one scale is an executioner beheading a criminal, in the other an angel crowning a man who seems, in Selvatico's plate, to have been working at a desk or table. Beneath her feet is a small predella, representing various persons riding securely in the woods, and others dancing to the sound of music. Spenser's Justice, Sir Artegal, is the hero of an entire book, and the betrothed knight of Britomart, or Chastity. Seventh side. Prudence. A man with a book and a pair of compasses, wearing the noble cap, hanging down towards the shoulder, and bound in a fillet round the brow, which occurs so frequently in the 14th century in Italy in the portraits of men occupied in any civil capacity. This virtue is, as we have seen, conceived under very different degrees of dignity, from mere worldly prudence up to heavenly wisdom, being opposed sometimes by stultitia, sometimes by ignorantia. I do not find, in any of the representations of her, that her truly distinctive character, namely forethought, is enough insisted upon. Giotto expresses her vigilance and just measurement or estimate of all things, by painting her as Janus-headed, and gazing into a convex mirror, with compasses in her right hand, the convex mirror showing her power of looking at many things in small compass. But forethought or anticipation, by which, independently of greater or less natural capacities, one man becomes more prudent than another, is never enough considered or symbolized. The idea of this virtue oscillates in the Greek systems between temperance and heavenly wisdom. Eighth side. Hope. A figure full of devotional expression, holding up its hands as in prayer, and looking to a hand which is extended towards it out of sunbeams. In the Renaissance copy this hand does not appear. Of all the virtues, this is the most distinctively Christian. It could not, of course, enter definitely into any pagan scheme. And above all others, it seems to me the testing virtue, that by the possession of which we may most certainly determine whether we are Christians or not. For many men have charity, that is to say, general kindness of heart, or even a kind of faith, who have not any habitual hope of, or longing for, heaven. The hope of Giotto is represented as winged, rising in the air, while an angel holds a crown before her. I do not know if Spenser was the first to introduce our marine virtue, leaning on an anchor, a symbol as inaccurate as it is vulgar, for, in the first place, anchors are not for men, but for ships, and, in the second, anchorage is the characteristic not of hope, but of faith. Faith is dependent, but hope is aspirant. Spenser, however, introduces hope twice, the first time as the virtue with the anchor, but afterwards fallacious hope, far more beautifully, in the Mask of Cupid. She always smiled, and in her hand did hold an holy water sprinkle dipped in dew. Tenth capital, first side. Luxury, the opposite of chastity, as above explained. A woman with a jewelled chain across her forehead, smiling as she looks into a mirror, exposing her breast by drawing down her dress with one hand. Inscribed, Luxuria sum immensa. These subordinate forms of vice are not met with so frequently in art as those of the opposite virtues, but in Spenser we find them all. His luxury rides upon a goat. In a green gown he clothed was full fair, which underneath did hide his filthiness, and in his hand a burning heart he bare. But, in fact, the proper and comprehensive expression of this vice is the Cupid of the ancients, and there is not any minor circumstance more indicative of the intense difference between the mediaeval and the Renaissance spirit than the mode in which this god is represented. I have above said that all great European art is rooted in the 13th century, and it seems to me that there is a kind of central year about which we may consider the energy of the Middle Ages to be gathered; a kind of focus of time, which, by what is to my mind a most touching and impressive divine appointment, has been marked for us by the greatest writer of the Middle Ages, in the first words he utters, namely, the year 1300, the mezzo del cammin of the life of Dante. Now, therefore, to Giotto, the contemporary of Dante, and who drew Dante's still existing portrait in this very year 1300, we may always look for the central mediaeval idea in any subject, and observe how he represents Cupid, as one of three, a terrible trinity, his companions being Satan and Death, and he himself, a lean scarecrow, with bow, quiver, and fillet, and feet ending in claws, thrust down into hell by penance, from the presence of purity and fortitude. Spenser, who has been so often mentioned as furnishing the exactly intermediate type of conception between the mediaeval and the Renaissance, indeed represents Cupid under the form of a beautiful winged god and riding on a lion, but still no plaything of the Graces, but full of terror. With that the darts which his right hand did strain, full dreadfully he shook, that all did quake, and clapped on high his coloured winges twain, that all his many it afraid did make. His many, that is to say, his company. And observe what a company it is. Before him go fancy, desire, doubt, danger, fear, fallacious hope, dissemblance, suspicion, grief, fury, displeasure, despite, and cruelty. After him reproach, repentance, shame, unquiet care, and fond unthrifty head, lewd loss of time, and sorrow seeming dead, inconstant change, and false disloyalty, consuming rioties, and guilty dread of heavenly vengeance, faint infirmity, vile poverty, and lastly death with infamy. Compare these two pictures of Cupid with the love god of the Renaissance, as he is represented to this day, confused with angels in every faded form of ornament and allegory, in our furniture, our literature, and our minds. Second side, Gluttony. A woman in a turban, with a jewelled cup in her right hand; in her left the clawed limb of a bird, which she is gnawing, inscribed "Gula sine ordine sum." Spenser's Gluttony is more than usually fine. His belly was upblown with luxury, and eke with fatness swollen were his eyne, and like a crane his neck was long and fine, wherewith he swallowed up excessive feast, for want whereof poor people oft did pine. He rides upon a swine, and is clad in vine leaves, with a garland of ivy. Compare the account of excess above as opposed to temperance. Third side, Pride. A knight with a heavy and stupid face, holding a sword with three edges, his armor covered with ornaments in the form of roses, and with two ears attached to his helmet. The inscription indecipherable, all but Superbia. Spenser has analyzed this vice with great care. He first represents it as the pride of life, that is to say, the pride which runs in a deep undercurrent through all the thoughts and acts of men. As such, it is a feminine vice, directly opposed to holiness, and mistress of a castle called the House of Pride, and her chariot is driven by Satan, with a team of beasts, ridden by the mortal sins. In the throne chamber of her palace she is thus described: "So proud she shined in her princely state, looking to heaven, for earth she did disdain, and sitting high, for lowly she did hate. Lo, underneath her scornful feet was lain a dreadful dragon with an hideous train, and in her hand she held a mirror bright, wherein her face she often viewed fain." The giant Orgoglio is a baser species of pride, born of the earth and Aeolus, that is to say, of sensual and vain conceits. His foster father and the keeper of his castle is Ignorance, Book I. Canto 8. Finally, Disdain is introduced in other places, as the form of pride which vents itself in insult to others. Fourth side, Anger. A woman tearing her dress open at her breast. Inscription here undecipherable, but in the Renaissance copy it is "Ira crudelis est in me." Giotto represents this vice under the same symbol, but it is the weakest of all the figures in the Arena chapel. The wrath of Spenser rides upon a lion, brandishing a firebrand, his garments stained with blood. Rage, or furor, occurs subordinately in other places. It appears to me very strange that neither Giotto nor Spenser should have given any representation of the restrained anger, which is infinitely the most terrible. Both of them make him violent. Fifth side. Avarice. An old woman with a veil over her forehead and a bag of money in each hand. A figure very marvellous for power of expression. The throat is all made up of sinews with skinny channels deep between them, strained as by anxiety and wasted by famine. The features hunger bitten, the eyes hollow, the look glaring and intense, yet without the slightest caricature. Inscribed in the Renaissance copy, Avaritia impletor. Spenser's avarice, the vice, is much feebler than this, but the god Mammon and his kingdom have been described by him with his usual power. Note the position of the house of Richesse. Betwixt them both was but a little stride, that did the house of Richesse from hell mouth divide. It is curious that most moralists confuse avarice with covetousness, although they are vices totally different in their operation on the human heart, and on the frame of society. The love of money, the sin of Judas and Ananias, is indeed the root of all evil in the hardening of the heart, but covetousness, which is idolatry, the sin of Ahab, that is, the inordinate desire of some seen or recognized good, thus destroying peace of mind, is probably productive of much more misery in heart and error in conduct than avarice itself, only covetousness is not so inconsistent with Christianity, for covetousness may partly proceed from vividness of the affections and hopes, as in David, and be consistent with much charity. Not so avarice. Sixth side. Idleness. Accidia. A figure much broken away, having had its arms round two branches of trees. I do not know why idleness should be represented as among trees, unless in the Italy of the 14th century forest country was considered as desert, and therefore the domain of idleness. Spenser fastens this vice especially upon the clergy. Upon a slothful ass he chose to ride, arrayed in habit black and amice thin, like to an holy monk, the service to begin. And in his hand his portesse still he bare, that much was worn, but therein little read. And he properly makes him the leader of the train of vices. May seem the wain was very evil led, when such an one had guiding of the way. Observe that subtle touch of truth in the wearing of the portesse, indicating the abuse of books by idle readers, so thoroughly characteristic of unwilling studentship from the schoolboy upwards. Seventh side. Vanity. She is smiling complacently as she looks into a mirror in her lap. Her robe is embroidered with roses, and roses form her crown. Undecipherable. There is some confusion in the expression of this vice between pride in the personal appearance and lightness of purpose. The word vanitas generally, I think, bears in the mediaeval period the sense given it in Scripture. Let not him that is deceived trust in vanity, for vanity shall be his recompense. Vanity of vanities. The Lord knoweth the thoughts of the wise, that they are vain. It is difficult to find this sin, which after pride is the most universal, perhaps the most fatal of all, fretting the whole depth of our humanity into storm, to waft a feather or to drown a fly, definitely expressed in art. Even Spenser, I think, has only partially expressed it under the figure of Phaedria, more properly idle mirth, in the second book. The idea is, however, entirely worked out in the Vanity Fair of the Pilgrim's Progress. Eighth side. Envy. One of the noblest pieces of expression in the series. She is pointing malignantly with her finger. A serpent is wreathed about her head like a cap, another forms the girdle of her waist, and a dragon rests in her lap. Giotto has, however, represented her with still greater subtlety, as having her fingers terminating in claws, and raising her right hand with an expression partly of impotent regret, partly of involuntary grasping. A serpent, issuing from her mouth, is about to bite her between the eyes. She has long membranous ears, horns on her head, and flames consuming her body. The envy of Spenser is only inferior to that of Giotto, because the idea of folly and quickness of hearing is not suggested by the size of the ear. In other respects it is even finer, joining the idea of fury, in the wolf on which he rides, with that of corruption on his lips, and of discoloration or distortion in the whole mind. Malicious envy rode upon a ravenous wolf, and still did chaw between his cancred teeth a venomous toad, that all the poison ran about his jaw. All in a kirtle of discoloured say he clothed was, y-painted full of eyes, and in his bosom secretly there lay an hateful snake, the which his tail upties in many folds, and mortal sting implies. He has developed the idea in more detail, and still more loathsomely, in the 12th canto of the 5th book. End of Chapter 8, Part 4. Chapter 8, Part 5 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stones of Venice, Volume 2, by John Ruskin. Chapter 8, The Ducal Palace, Part 5. 11th Capital. Its decoration is composed of 8 birds arranged as shown in Plate 5 of the 7 lamps, which, however, was sketched from the Renaissance copy. These birds are all varied in form and action, but not so as to require special description. 12th Capital. This has been very interesting, but is grievously defaced, 4 of its figures being entirely broken away, and the character of 2 others quite undecipherable. It is fortunate that it has been copied in the 33rd Capital of the Renaissance series, from which we are able to identify the lost figures. First side, Misery. A man with a wan face, seemingly pleading with a child who has its hands crossed on its breast. There is a buckle at his own breast in the shape of a cloven heart, inscribed Miseria. The intention of this figure is not altogether apparent, as it is by no means treated as a vice, the distress seeming real, and like that of a parent in poverty mourning over his child. Yet it seems placed here as in direct opposition to the virtue of cheerfulness, which follows next in order. Rather, however, I believe, with the intention of illustrating human life, than the character of the vice which, as we have seen, Dante placed in the circle of hell. The word in that case would, I think, have been tristitia, the unholy grief of Spenser. All in sable sorrowfully clad, down hanging his dull head with heavy cheer. A pair of pincers in his hand he had, with which he pinched people to the heart. He has farther amplified the idea under another figure in the 5th canto of the 4th book. His name was Care, a blacksmith by his trade, that neither day nor night from working spared, but to small purpose iron wedges made, those be unquiet thoughts that careful minds invade. Rude was his garment, and to rags all rent, ne better had he, ne for better cared, with blistered hands among the cinders brent. It is to be noticed, however, that in the Renaissance copy this figure is stated to be, not Miseria, but Misericordia. The contraction is a very moderate one, Misericordia being in old manuscripts written always as MIA, Mia. If this reading be right, the figure is placed here rather as the companion than the opposite of cheerfulness, unless indeed it is intended to unite the idea of mercy and compassion with that of sacred sorrow. Second side, Cheerfulness. A woman with long flowing hair crowned with roses, playing on a tambourine, and with open lips, as singing. Inscribed Alacritas. We have already met with this virtue among those especially set by Spenser to attend on womanhood. It is inscribed in the Renaissance copy, Alacritas chanit mecum. Note the gutturals of the rich and fully developed Venetian dialect now affecting the Latin, which is free from them in the earlier capitals. Third side, destroyed, but from the copy we find it has been Stultitia, folly, and it is there represented simply as a man riding, a sculpture worth the consideration of the English residents who bring their horses to Venice. Giotto gives Stultitia a feather, cap, and club. In early manuscripts he is always eating with one hand and striking with the other. In later ones he has a cap and bells, or a cap crested with a cock's head, whence the word coxcomb. Fourth side, destroyed, all but a book, which identifies it with the celestial chastity of the Renaissance copy. There represented as a woman pointing to a book, connecting the convent life with the pursuit of literature. Spenser's chastity, Britomart, is the most exquisitely wrought of all his characters, but, as before noticed, she is not the chastity of the convent, but of wedded life. Fifth side. Only a scroll is left, but from the copy we find it has been Honesty or Truth, inscribed Honestatem diligo. It is very curious that among all the Christian systems of the virtues which we have examined, we should find this one in Venice only. The Truth of Spenser, Una, is, after chastity, the most exquisite character in the Faery Queen. Sixth side. Falsehood. An old woman leaning on a crutch, and inscribed in the copy, Falsitas in me semper est. The Fidessa of Spenser, the great enemy of Una or Truth, is far more subtly conceived, probably not without special reference to the papal deceits. In her true form she is a loathsome hag, but in her outward aspect, a goodly lady clad in scarlet red, purfled with gold and pearl. Her wanton palfrey all was overspread with tinsel trappings, woven like a wave, whose bridle rung with golden bells and bosses brave. Dante's fraud, Geryon, is the finest personification of all, but the description, Inferno, Canto 17, is too long to be quoted. Seventh side. Injustice. An armed figure holding a halbert, so also in the copy. The figure used by Giotto with the particular intention of representing unjust government is represented at the gate of an embattled castle in a forest, between rocks, while various deeds of violence are committed at his feet. Spenser's Adicia is a furious hag at last transformed into a tiger. Eighth side. A man with a dagger looking sorrowfully at a child who turns its back to him. I cannot understand this figure. It is inscribed in the copy, Astinesia, query abstinentia oppitima. 13th capital. It has lions' heads all round, coarsely cut. 14th capital. It has various animals, each sitting on its haunches. 3 dogs, one a greyhound, one long-haired, one short-haired with bells about its neck. 2 monkeys, one with fan-shaped hair projecting on each side of its face. A noble boar, with its tusks, hoofs, and bristles sharply cut. And a lion and lioness. 15th capital. The pillar to which it belongs is thicker than the rest, as well as the one over it in the upper arcade. The sculpture of this capital is also much coarser, and seems to me later than that of the rest, and it has no inscription, which is embarrassing, as its subjects have had much meaning, but I believe Selvatico is right in supposing it to have been intended for a general illustration of idleness. First side. A woman with a distaff, her girdle richly decorated and fastened by a buckle. Second side. A youth in a long mantle with a rose in his hand. Third side. A woman in a turban stroking a puppy which she holds by the haunches. Fourth side. A man with a parrot. Fifth side. A woman in very rich costume, with braided hair and dress thrown into minute folds, holding a rosary (query) in her left hand, her right on her breast. Sixth side. A man with a very thoughtful face, laying his hand upon the leaves of the capital. Seventh side. A crowned lady with a rose in her hand. Eighth side. A boy with a ball in his left hand, and his right laid on his breast. 16th capital. It is decorated with 8 large heads, partly intended to be grotesque, and very coarse and bad, except only that in the 6th side, which is totally different from all the rest, and looks like a portrait. It is thin, thoughtful, and dignified, thoroughly fine in every way. It wears a cap surmounted by 2 winged lions, and therefore I think Selvatico must have inaccurately written the list given in the note, for this head is certainly meant to express the superiority of the Venetian character over that of other nations. Nothing is more remarkable in all early sculpture than its appreciation of the signs of dignity of character in the features, and the way in which it can exalt the principal figure in any subject by a few touches. 17th capital. This has been so destroyed by the sea wind, which sweeps at this point of the arcade round the angle of the palace, that its inscriptions are no longer legible, and great part of its figures are gone. Selvatico states them as follows: Solomon the wise, Priscian the grammarian, Aristotle the logician, Tully the orator, Pythagoras the philosopher, Archimedes the mechanic, Orpheus the musician, Ptolemy the astronomer. The fragments actually remaining are the following: First side. A figure with 2 books, in a robe richly decorated with circles of roses, inscribed Salomon (SAP) Iens. Second side, a man with one book, poring over it. He has had a long stick or reed in his hand. Of inscription, only the letters grammatic remain. Third side, Aristotle, so inscribed. He has a peaked double beard and a flat cap, from under which his long hair falls down his back. Fourth side, destroyed. Fifth side, destroyed, all but a board with three counters on it. Sixth side, a figure with compasses, inscribed Geomet blank blank. Seventh side, nothing is left but a guitar with its handle wrought into a lion's head. Eighth side, destroyed. We have now arrived at the 18th capital, the most interesting and beautiful of the palace. It represents the planets, and the sun and moon, in those divisions of the zodiac known to astrologers as their houses, and perhaps indicates, by the position in which they are placed, the period of the year at which this great corner stone was laid. The inscriptions above have been in quaint Latin rhyme, but are now decipherable only in fragments, and that with the more difficulty because the rusty iron bar that binds the abacus has broken away, in its expansion, nearly all the upper portions of the stone, and with them the signs of contraction which are of great importance. I shall give the fragments of them that I could decipher, first as the letters actually stand, putting those of which I am doubtful in brackets with a note of interrogation, and then as I would read them. It should be premised that in modern astrology the houses of the planets are thus arranged: the house of the sun is Leo; the house of the moon is Cancer; the house of Mars, Aries and Scorpio; the house of Venus, Taurus and Libra; the house of Mercury, Gemini and Virgo; the house of Jupiter, Sagittarius and Pisces; the house of Saturn, Capricorn; the house of Herschel, Aquarius. The Herschel planet being of course unknown to the old astrologers, we have only the other 6 planetary powers, together with the sun, and Aquarius is assigned to Saturn as his house. I could not find Capricorn at all, but this sign may have been broken away, as the whole capital is grievously defaced. The 8th side of the capital, which the Herschel planet would now have occupied, bears a sculpture of the creation of man. It is the most conspicuous side, the one set diagonally across the angle, or the 8th in our usual mode of reading the capitals, from which I shall not depart. The first side, then, or that towards the sea, has Aquarius as the house of Saturn, represented as a seated figure beautifully draped, pouring a stream of water out of an amphora over the leaves of the capital. His inscription is Et Saturni domus (ecloserunt?) 1 S7 BRE. Second side, Jupiter in his houses Sagittarius and Pisces, represented throned, with an upper dress disposed in radiating folds about his neck, and hanging down upon his breast, ornamented by small pendant trefoiled studs or bosses. He wears the drooping bonnet and long gloves, but the folds about the neck, shot forth to express the rays of the star, are the most remarkable characteristic of the figure. He raises his sceptre in his left hand over Sagittarius, represented as the centaur Chiron, and holds 2 tunnies in his right. Something rough, like a third fish, has been broken away below them, the more easily because this part of the group is entirely undercut, and the 2 fish glitter in the light, relieved on the deep gloom below the leaves. The inscription is Inde Jovi dona Pisces simul atque Sirona, or Inde Jovis dona Pisces simul atque Chirona. Domus is, I suppose, to be understood before Jovis, then the house of Jupiter gives, or governs, the fishes and Chiron. Third side, Mars in his houses Aries and Scorpio. Represented as a very ugly knight in chainmail, seated sideways on the ram, whose horns are broken away, and having a large scorpion in his left hand, whose tail is broken also, to the infinite injury of the group, for it seems to have curled across to the angle leaf and formed a bright line of light, like the fish in the hand of Jupiter. The knight carries a shield, on which fire and water are sculptured, and bears a banner upon his lance with the word Deferosum, which puzzled me for some time. It should be read, I believe, De ferro sum, which would be good Venetian Latin for I am of iron. Fourth side, the sun in his house Leo, represented under the figure of Apollo, sitting on the lion, with rays shooting from his head and the world in his hand. The inscription, Tu est domus solis, quo query Sydney Leoni. I believe the first phrase is tunc est domus solis, but there is a letter gone after the quo, and I have no idea what case of signum signe stands for. Fifth side. Venus in her houses Taurus and Libra. The most beautiful figure of the series. She sits upon the bull, who is deep in the dewlap and better cut than most of the animals, holding a mirror in her right hand and the scales in her left. Her breast is very nobly and tenderly indicated under the folds of her drapery, which is exquisitely studied in its fall. What is left of the inscription runs Libra cum Tauro domus purior aur . Sixth side. Mercury, represented as wearing a pendant cap and holding a book. He is supported by 3 children in reclining attitudes, representing his houses Gemini and Virgo. But I cannot understand the inscription, though more than usually legible. Occupat erigone stibons Geminuc lacone. Seventh side. The moon in her house Cancer. This sculpture, which has turned towards the Piazzetta, is the most picturesque of the series. The moon is represented as a woman in a boat upon the sea, who raises the crescent in her right hand, and with her left draws a crab out of the waves up the boat's side. The moon was, I believe, represented in Egyptian sculptures as in a boat, but I rather think the Venetian was not aware of this, and that he meant to express the peculiar sweetness of the moonlight at Venice as seen across the lagoons. Whether this was intended by putting the planet in the boat may be questionable, but assuredly the idea was meant to be conveyed by the dress of the figure, for all the draperies of the other figures on this capital, as well as on the rest of the façade, are disposed in severe but full folds, showing little of the forms beneath them; but the moon's drapery ripples down to her feet, so as exactly to suggest the trembling of the moonlight on the waves. This beautiful idea is highly characteristic of the thoughtfulness of the early sculptors. 500 men may be now found who could have cut the drapery, as such, far better, for one who would have disposed its folds with this intention. The inscription is Lune Cancer domu ti pebet iobe signoru. Eighth side. God creating man, represented as a throned figure with a glory round the head, laying his left hand on the head of a naked youth, and sustaining him with his right hand. The inscription puzzled me for a long time, but except the lost R and M of Formavit, and a letter quite undefaced but to me unintelligible before the word Eva, in the shape of a figure of 7, I have safely ascertained the rest. Delimo desada deco staffo avit 7 Eva. Or, De limo dominus Adam de costa for RM in brackets avit Evam. From the dust the Lord made Adam, and from the rib Eve. I imagine the whole of this capital, therefore, the principal one of the old palace, to have been intended to signify, first, the formation of the planets for the service of man upon the earth; secondly, the entire subjection of the fates and fortune of man to the will of God, as determined from the time when the earth and stars were made, and, in fact, written in the volume of the stars themselves. Thus interpreted, the doctrines of judicial astrology were not only consistent with, but an aid to, the most spiritual and humble Christianity. In the workmanship and grouping of its foliage, this capital is, on the whole, the finest I know in Europe. The sculptor has put his whole strength into it. I trust that it will appear among the other Venetian casts lately taken for the Crystal Palace; but if not, I have myself cast all its figures and 2 of its leaves, and I intend to give drawings of them on a large scale in my folio work. 19th Capital. This is of course the second counting from the sea, on the Piazzetta side of the palace, calling that of the Fig tree angle the first. It is the most important capital, as a piece of evidence in point of dates, in the whole palace. Great pains have been taken with it, and in some portion of the accompanying furniture or ornaments of each of its figures, a small piece of colored marble has been inlaid, with peculiar significance, for the capital represents the arts of sculpture and architecture, and the inlaying of the colored stones, which are far too small to be effective at a distance, and are found in this one capital only of the whole series, is merely an expression of the architect's feeling of the essential importance of this art of inlaying, and of the value of color generally in his own art. First side. Saint Simplicius, so inscribed. A figure working with a pointed chisel on a small oblong block of green serpentine, about 4 inches long by 1 wide, inlaid in the capital. The chisel is, of course, in the left hand, but the right is held up open with the palm outwards. Second side. A crowned figure carving the image of a child on a small statue, with a ground of red marble. The sculptured figure is highly finished, and is in type of head much like the Ham or Japheth at the Vine angle. Inscription effaced. Third side. An old man, uncrowned, but with curling hair, at work on a small column, with its capital complete, and a little shaft of dark red marble, spotted with paler red. The capital is precisely of the form of that found in the Palace of the Tiepolos and the other 13th century work of Venice. This one figure would be quite enough, without any other evidence whatever, to determine the date of this flank of the Ducal Palace as not later, at all events, than the first half of the 14th century. Its inscription is broken away, all but Discipolo. Fourth side. A crowned figure, but the object on which it has been working is broken away, and all the inscription except Saint Saint Enas. Fifth side. A man with a turban and a sharp chisel, at work on a kind of panel or niche, the back of which is of red marble. Sixth side. A crowned figure with hammer and chisel, employed on a little range of windows of the fifth order, having roses set, instead of orbicular ornaments, between the spandrels, with a rich cornice and a band of marble inserted above. This sculpture assures us of the date of the fifth order window, which it shows to have been universal in the early 14th century. There are also 5 arches in the block on which the sculptor is working, marking the frequency of the number 5 in the window groups of the time. Seventh side. A figure at work on a pilaster, with Lombardic 13th century capital. For account of the series of forms in Venetian capitals, see the final appendix of the next volume. The shaft of dark red spotted marble. Eighth side. A figure with a rich open crown, working on a delicate recumbent statue, the head of which is laid on a pillow covered with a rich chequer pattern, the whole supported on a block of dark red marble. Inscription broken away, all but St. Symmachus, tu Annus. There appear, therefore, altogether to have been 5 saints, 2 of them popes, if Simplicius is the pope of that name, 3 in front, 2 on the 4th and 6th sides, alternating with the 3 uncrowned workmen in the manual labor of sculpture. I did not therefore insult our present architects in saying above that they ought to work in the mason's yard with their men. It would be difficult to find a more interesting expression of the devotional spirit in which all great work was undertaken at this time. 20th capital. It is adorned with heads of animals, and is the finest of the whole series in the broad massiveness of its effect, so simply characteristic indeed of the grandeur of style in the entire building, that I chose it for the first plate in my folio work. In spite of the sternness of its plan, however, it is wrought with great care in surface detail, and the ornamental value of the minute chasing obtained by the delicate plumage of the birds, and the clustered bees on the honeycomb in the bear's mouth, opposed to the strong simplicity of its general form, cannot be too much admired. There are also more grace, life, and variety in the sprays of foliage on each side of it and under the heads, than in any other capital of the series, though the earliness of the workmanship is marked by considerable hardness and coldness in the larger heads. A northern Gothic workman, better acquainted with bears and wolves than it was possible to become in St. Mark's Place, would have put far more life into these heads, but he could not have composed them more skilfully. First side. A lion with a stag's haunch in his mouth. Those readers who have the folio plate should observe the peculiar way in which the ear is cut into the shape of a ring, jagged or furrowed on the edge, an archaic mode of treatment, peculiar in the Ducal Palace to the lions' heads of the 14th century. The moment we reach the Renaissance work, the lion's ears are smooth. Inscribed simply, Leo. Second side. A wolf with a dead bird in his mouth, its body wonderfully true in expression of the passiveness of death. The feathers are each wrought with a central quill and radiating filaments, inscribed Lupus. Third side. A fox, not at all like one, with a dead cock in his mouth, its comb and pendant neck admirably designed so as to fall across the great angle leaf of the capital, its tail hanging down on the other side, its long straight feathers exquisitely cut. Inscribed VULP, perhaps, IS, Vulpis. Fourth side, entirely broken away. Fifth side, Aper, well tusked, with a head of maize in his mouth, at least I suppose it to be maize, though shaped like a pine cone. Sixth side, Chanis, with a bone, very ill cut, and a bald-headed species of dog with ugly flap ears. Seventh side, Muscipulus, with a rat in his mouth. Eighth side, Ursus, with a honeycomb covered with large bees. 21st capital. Represents the principal inferior professions. First side, an old man with his brow deeply wrinkled and very expressive features, beating in a kind of mortar with a hammer. Inscribed Lapicida sum. Second side, I believe, a goldsmith. He is striking a small flat bowl or patera on a pointed anvil with a light hammer. The inscription is gone. Third side, a shoemaker with a shoe in his hand, and an instrument for cutting leather suspended beside him. Inscription undecipherable. Fourth side, much broken. A carpenter planing a beam resting on two horizontal logs. Inscribed Carpentarius sum. Fifth side, a figure shoveling fruit into a tub, the latter very carefully carved from what appears to have been an excellent piece of cooperage. Two thin laths cross each other over the top of it. The inscription, now lost, was, according to Selvatico, Mensurator? Sixth side, a man with a large hoe breaking the ground, which lies in irregular furrows and clods before him. Now undecipherable, but according to Selvatico, Agricola. Seventh side, a man in a pendant cap writing on a large scroll which falls over his knee. Inscribed Notarius sum. Eighth side, a man forging a sword or scythe blade. He wears a large skull cap, beats with a large hammer on a solid anvil, and is inscribed Faber sum. 22nd capital. The ages of man, and the influence of the planets on human life. First side, the moon, governing infancy for 4 years, according to Selvatico. I have no note of this side, having, I suppose, been prevented from raising the ladder against it by some fruit stall or other impediment in the regular course of my examination, and then forgotten to return to it. Second side, a child with a tablet and an alphabet inscribed on it. The legend above is Mercurio D.Nt. Puericio Pan X, or Mercurius Dominator Pueritiae per annos X. Selvatico reads VII. Mercury governs boyhood for 10 or 7 years. Third side, an older youth, with another tablet but broken, inscribed Adolescentiae blank 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 P. An VII. Selvatico misses this side altogether, as I did the first, so that the lost planet is irrecoverable, as the inscription is now defaced. Note the O for E in Adolescentia. So also we constantly find U for O, showing, together with much other incontestable evidence of the same kind, how full and deep the old pronunciation of Latin always remained, and how ridiculous our English mincing of the vowels would have sounded to a Roman ear. Fourth side, a youth with a hawk on his fist. Juventuti DNT Sol P an XIX. The sun governs youth for 19 years. Fifth side, a man sitting, helmed, with a sword over his shoulder, inscribed Senectuti dint Mars P an XV. Mars governs manhood for 15 years. Sixth side, a very graceful and serene figure in the pendant cap, reading Seniciae dint Jupiter P an XII. Jupiter governs age for 12 years. Seventh side, an old man in a skull cap praying. Decrepite DNT Saturn ucus ad motem. Saturnus usque ad mortem. Saturn governs decrepitude until death. Eighth side, the dead body lying on a mattress. Ultima est mors pena peccati. Last comes death, the penalty of sin. End of chapter 8, part 5. Chapter 8, part 6 of The Stones of Venice, volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stones of Venice, volume 2, by John Ruskin. Chapter 8, The Ducal Palace, part 6. Shakespeare's 7 Ages are of course merely the expression of this early and well-known system. He has deprived the dotage of its devotion, but I think wisely, as the Italian system would imply that devotion was, or should be, always delayed until dotage. 23rd Capital. I agree with Selvatico in thinking this has been restored. It is decorated with large and vulgar heads. 24th Capital. This belongs to the large shaft which sustains the great party wall of the Sala del Gran Consiglio. The shaft is thicker than the rest, but the capital, though ancient, is coarse and somewhat inferior in design to the others of the series. It represents the history of marriage, the lover first seeing his mistress at a window, then addressing her, bringing her presents, then the bridal, the birth and the death of a child. But I have not been able to examine these sculptures properly, because the pillar is encumbered by the railing which surrounds the 2 guns set before the Austrian guard house. 25th Capital. We have here the employments of the months, with which we are already tolerably acquainted. There are, however, 1 or 2 varieties worth noticing in this series. First side, March, sitting triumphantly in a rich dress, as the beginning of the year. Second side, April and May. April with a lamb, May with a feather fan in her hand. Third side, June, carrying cherries in a basket. I did not give this series with the others in the previous chapter, because this representation of June is peculiarly Venetian. It is called the month of cherries, Mese delle Ceriese, in the popular rhyme on the conspiracy of Tiepolo quoted above, Volume 1. The cherries principally grown near Venice are of a deep red colour, and large, but not of high flavour, though refreshing. They are carved upon the pillar with great care, all their stalks undercut. Fourth side, July and August. The first reaping, the leaves of the straw being given shooting out from the tubular stalk. August opposite beets, the grain, in a basket. Fifth side, September. A woman standing in a wine tub and holding a branch of vine. Very beautiful. Sixth side, October and November. I could not make out their occupation. They seem to be roasting or boiling some root over a fire. Seventh side, December, killing pigs as usual. Eighth side, January warming his feet, and February frying fish. This last employment is again as characteristic of the Venetian winter as the cherries are of the Venetian summer. The inscriptions are undecipherable, except a few letters here and there, and the words Marcius, Aprilis, and Februarius. This is the last of the capitals of the early palace. The next, or 26th capital, is the first of those executed in the 15th century under Foscari, and hence to the judgment angle the traveller has nothing to do but to compare the base copies of the earlier work with their originals, or to observe the total want of invention in the Renaissance sculptor, wherever he has depended on his own resources. This, however, always with the exception of the 27th and of the last capital, which are both fine. I shall merely enumerate the subjects and point out the plagiarisms of these capitals, as they are not worth description. 26th capital, copied from the 15th, merely changing the succession of the figures. 27th capital, I think it possible that this may be part of the old work displaced in joining the new palace with the old. At all events, it is well designed, though a little coarse. It represents 8 different kinds of fruit, each in a basket, the characters well given, and groups well arranged, but without much care or finish. The names are inscribed above, though somewhat unnecessarily, and with certainly as much disrespect to the beholder's intelligence as the sculptor's art, namely, Xerexis, Piri, Cucumeris, Persici, Zucche, Moloni, Fici, Uva. Xerexis, cherries, and Zucche, gourds, both begin with the same letter, whether meant for Z, S, or C, I am not sure. The Zucche are the common gourds, divided into 2 protuberances, one larger than the other, like a bottle compressed near the neck, and the Moloni are the long watermelons, which, roasted, form a staple food of the Venetians to this day. 28th capital, copied from the 7th. 29th capital, copied from the 9th. 30th capital, copied from the 10th. The Accidia is noticeable as having the inscription complete, Accidia me stringit, and the Luxuria for its utter want of expression, having a severe and calm face, a robe up to the neck, and her hand upon her breast. The inscription is also different, Luxuria sum sterc, inferi, 31st capital, copied from the 8th. 32nd capital has no inscription, only fully robed figures laying their hands without any meaning on their own shoulders, heads, or chins, or on the leaves around them. 33rd capital, copied from the 12th. 34th capital, copied from the 11th. 35th capital has children with birds or fruit, pretty in features and utterly inexpressive, like the cherubs of the 18th century. 36th capital. This is the last of the Piazzetta façade, the elaborate one under the Judgment angle. Its foliage is copied from the 18th at the opposite side, with an endeavor on the part of the Renaissance sculptor to refine upon it, by which he has merely lost some of its truth and force. This capital will, however, be always thought at first the most beautiful of the whole series, and indeed it is very noble; its groups of figures most carefully studied, very graceful, and much more pleasing than those of the earlier work, though with less real power in them; and its foliage is only inferior to that of the magnificent fig tree angle. It represents on its front or first side Justice enthroned, seated on 2 lions, and on the 7 other sides examples of acts of justice or good government, or figures of lawgivers, in the following order. Second side, Aristotle, with 2 pupils, giving laws, inscribed Aristot che die lege, Aristotle who declares laws. Third side, I've mislaid my note of this side, Selvatico and Lazari call it Isidore, query. Fourth side, Solon with his pupils, inscribed Salo uno dei sete savi di Grecia che die lege. Solon, one of the 7 sages of Greece, who declares laws. Note, by the by, the pure Venetian dialect used in this capital, instead of the Latin in the more ancient ones. One of the seated pupils in this sculpture is remarkably beautiful in the sweep of his flowing drapery. Fifth side, the Chastity of Scipio, inscribed I Scipione a chastità che e la figlia, really, are. A soldier in a plumed bonnet presents a kneeling maiden to the seated Scipio, who turns thoughtfully away. Sixth side, Numa Pompilius building churches. Numa Pompilio Imperador edificador di tempi e chiese. Numa, in a kind of hat with a crown above it, directing a soldier in Roman armor. Note this, as contrasted with the mail of the earlier capitals. They point to a tower of 3 stories, filled with tracery. Seventh side, Moses receiving the law, inscribed Quando Mosè riceve la legge y sul monte. Moses kneels on a rock, whence springs a beautifully fancied tree, with clusters of 3 berries in the centre of 3 leaves, sharp and quaint, like fine northern Gothic. The half figure of the deity comes out of the abacus, the arm meeting that of Moses, both at full stretch, with the stone tablets between. Eighth side, Trajan doing justice to the widow. Traiano imperador che fa giustizia alla vedova. He is riding spiritedly, his mantle blown out behind, the widow kneeling before his horse. The reader will observe that this capital is of peculiar interest in its relation to the much disputed question of the character of the later government of Venice. It is the assertion by that government of its belief that justice only could be the foundation of its stability, as these stones of justice and judgment are the foundation of its halls of council. And this profession of their faith may be interpreted in 2 ways. Most modern historians would call it, in common with the continual reference to the principles of justice in the political and judicial language of the period, nothing more than a cloak for consummate violence and guilt. And it may easily be proved to have been so in myriads of instances. But in the main, I believe the expression of feeling to be genuine. I do not believe, of the majority of the leading Venetians of this period whose portraits have come down to us, that they were deliberately and everlastingly hypocrites. I see no hypocrisy in their countenances. Much capacity of it, much subtleness, much natural and acquired reserve, but no meanness. On the contrary, infinite grandeur, repose, courage, and the peculiar unity and tranquillity of expression which come of sincerity or wholeness of heart, and which it would take much demonstration to make me believe could by any possibility be seen on the countenance of an insincere man. I trust, therefore, that these Venetian nobles of the 15th century did, in the main, desire to do judgment and justice to all men. But, as the whole system of morality had been by this time undermined by the teaching of the Romish Church, the idea of justice had become separated from that of truth, so that dissimulation in the interest of the state assumed the aspect of duty. We had perhaps better consider with some carefulness the mode in which our own government is carried on, and the occasional difference between parliamentary and private morality, before we judge mercilessly of the Venetians in this respect. The secrecy with which their political and criminal trials were conducted appears to modern eyes like a confession of sinister intentions; but may it not also be considered, and with more probability, as the result of an endeavor to do justice in an age of violence, the only means by which law could establish its footing in the midst of feudalism? Might not Irish juries at this day justifiably desire to conduct their proceedings with some greater approximation to the judicial principles of the Council of Ten? Finally, if we examine with critical accuracy the evidence on which our present impressions of Venetian government are founded, we shall discover, in the first place, that two-thirds of the traditions of its cruelties are romantic fables; in the second, that the crimes of which it can be proved to have been guilty differ only from those committed by the other Italian powers in being done less wantonly and under profounder conviction of their political expediency; and lastly, that the final degradation of the Venetian power appears owing not so much to the principles of its government, as to their being forgotten in the pursuit of pleasure. We have now examined the portions of the palace which contain the principal evidence of the feeling of its builders. The capitals of the upper arcade are exceedingly various in their character. Their design is formed, as in the lower series, of 8 leaves, thrown into volutes at the angles, and sustaining figures at the flanks; but these figures have no inscriptions, and though evidently not without meaning, cannot be interpreted without more knowledge than I possess of ancient symbolism. Many of the capitals toward the sea appear to have been restored, and to be rude copies of the ancient ones; others, though apparently original, have been somewhat carelessly wrought; but those of them which are both genuine and carefully treated are even finer in composition than any except the 18th in the lower arcade. The traveller in Venice ought to ascend into the corridor, and examine with great care the series of capitals which extend on the Piazzetta side from the Fig tree angle to the pilaster which carries the party wall of the Sala del Gran Consiglio. As examples of graceful composition in massy capitals meant for hard service and distant effect, these are among the finest things I know in Gothic art; and that above the Fig tree is remarkable for its sculptures of the 4 winds, each on the side turned towards the wind represented. Levante, the east wind, a figure with rays round its head, to show that it is always clear weather when that wind blows, raising the sun out of the sea. Hotro, the south wind, crowned, holding the sun in its right hand. Ponente, the west wind, plunging the sun into the sea. And Tramontana, the north wind, looking up at the north star. This capital should be carefully examined, if for no other reason than to attach greater distinctness of idea to the magnificent verbiage of Milton: "Thwart of these, as fierce, forth rush the levant and the ponent winds, Eurus and Zephyr, with their lateral noise, Sirocco and Libecchio." I may also especially point out the bird feeding its 3 young ones on the 7th pillar on the Piazzetta side; but there is no end to the fantasy of these sculptures, and the traveller ought to observe them all carefully, until he comes to the great pilaster or complicated pier which sustains the party wall of the Sala del Consiglio; that is to say, the 47th capital of the whole series, counting from the pilaster of the Vine angle inclusive, as in the series of the lower arcade. The 48th, 49th, and 50th are bad work, but they are old. The 51st is the first Renaissance capital of the upper arcade; the first new lion's head with smooth ears, cut in the time of Foscari, is over the 50th capital; and that capital, with its shaft, stands on the apex of the 8th arch from the sea, on the Piazzetta side, of which one spandril is masonry of the 14th, and the other of the 15th century. The reader who is not able to examine the building on the spot may be surprised at the definiteness with which the point of junction is ascertainable, but a glance at the lowest range of leaves in the opposite plate will enable him to judge of the grounds on which the above statement is made. Fig. 12 is a cluster of leaves from the capital of the 4 winds, early work of the finest time. Fig. 13 is a leaf from the great Renaissance capital at the Judgment angle, worked in imitation of the older leafage. Fig. 14 is a leaf from one of the Renaissance capitals of the upper arcade, which are all worked in the natural manner of the period. It will be seen that it requires no great ingenuity to distinguish between such design as that of Fig. 12 and that of Fig. 14. It is very possible that the reader may at first like Fig. 14 the best. I shall endeavor in the next chapter to show why he should not, but it must also be noted that fig. 12 has lost and fig. 14 gained, both largely, under the hands of the engraver. All the bluntness and coarseness of feeling in the workmanship of fig. 14 have disappeared on this small scale, and all the subtle refinements in the broad masses of fig. 12 have vanished. They could not indeed be rendered in line engraving unless by the hand of Albert Dürer, and I have therefore abandoned for the present all endeavor to represent any more important mass of the early sculpture of the Ducal Palace, but I trust that in a few months casts of many portions will be within the reach of the inhabitants of London, and that they will be able to judge for themselves of their perfect, pure, unlabored naturalism. The freshness, elasticity, and softness of their leafage, united with the most noble symmetry and severe reserve; no running to waste, no loose or experimental lines, no extravagance, and no weakness. Their design is always sternly architectural. There is none of the wildness or redundance of natural vegetation, but there is all the strength, freedom, and tossing flow of the breathing leaves, and all the undulation of the surfaces, rippled as they grew by the summer winds, as the sands are by the sea. This early sculpture of the Ducal Palace, then, represents the state of Gothic work in Venice at its central and proudest period, i.e. circa 1350. After this time all is decline. Of what nature, and by what steps, we shall inquire in the ensuing chapter, for as this investigation, though still referring to Gothic architecture, introduces us to the first symptoms of the Renaissance influence, I have considered it as properly belonging to the third division of our subject. And as, under the shadow of these nodding leaves, we bid farewell to the great Gothic spirit, here also we may cease our examination of the details of the Ducal Palace. For above its upper arcade there are only the 4 traceried windows, and 1 or 2 of the third order on the Rio façade, which can be depended upon as exhibiting the original workmanship of the elder palace. I examined the capitals of the 4 other windows on the façade, and of those on the piazzetta, one by one, with great care, and I found them all to be of far inferior workmanship to those which retain their traceries. I believe the stone framework of these windows must have been so cracked and injured by the flames of the great fire, as to render it necessary to replace it by new traceries, and that the present mouldings and capitals are base imitations of the original ones. The traceries were at first, however, restored in their complete form, as the holes for the bolts which fastened the bases of their shafts are still to be seen in the window sills, as well as the marks of the inner mouldings on the soffits. How much the stone facing of the façade, the parapets, and the shafts and niches of the angles retain of their original masonry, it is also impossible to determine, but there is nothing in the workmanship of any of them demanding especial notice, still less in the large central windows on each façade, which are entirely of Renaissance execution. All that is admirable in these portions of the building is the disposition of their various parts and masses, which is without doubt the same as in the original fabric, and calculated, when seen from a distance, to produce the same impression. Not so in the interior. All vestige of the earlier modes of decoration was here, of course, destroyed by the fires, and the severe and religious work of Guariento and Bellini has been replaced by the wildness of Tintoret and the luxury of Veronese. But in this case, though widely different in temper, the art of the renewal was at least intellectually as great as that which had perished; and though the halls of the Ducal Palace are no more representative of the character of the men by whom it was built, each of them is still a colossal casket of priceless treasure, a treasure whose safety has till now depended on its being despised, and which at this moment, and as I write, is piece by piece being destroyed forever. The reader will forgive my quitting our more immediate subject, in order briefly to explain the causes and the nature of this destruction, for the matter is simply the most important of all that can be brought under our present consideration respecting the state of art in Europe. The fact is, that the greater number of persons or societies throughout Europe, whom wealth or chance or inheritance has put in possession of valuable pictures, do not know a good picture from a bad one, and have no idea in what the value of a picture really consists. The reputation of certain works is raised, partly by accident, partly by the just testimony of artists, partly by the various and generally bad taste of the public. No picture that I know of has ever, in modern times, attained popularity in the full sense of the term, without having some exceedingly bad qualities mingled with its good ones. And when this reputation has once been completely established, it little matters to what state the picture may be reduced. Few minds are so completely devoid of imagination as to be unable to invest it with the beauties which they have heard attributed to it. This being so, the pictures that are most valued are for the most part those by masters of established renown, which are highly or neatly finished, and of a size small enough to admit of their being placed in galleries or saloons, so as to be made subjects of ostentation, and to be easily seen by a crowd. For the support of the fame and value of such pictures, little more is necessary than that they should be kept bright, partly by cleaning, which is incipient destruction, and partly by what is called restoring, that is, painting over, which is of course total destruction. Nearly all the gallery pictures in modern Europe have been more or less destroyed by one or other of these operations, generally exactly in proportion to the estimation in which they are held; and as, originally, the smaller and more highly finished works of any great master are usually his worst, the contents of many of our most celebrated galleries are by this time, in reality, of very small value indeed. On the other hand, the most precious works of any noble painter are usually those which have been done quickly and in the heat of the first thought, on a large scale, for places where there was little likelihood of their being well seen, or for patrons from whom there was little prospect of rich remuneration. In general, the best things are done in this way, or else in the enthusiasm and pride of accomplishing some great purpose, such as painting a cathedral or a camposanto from one end to the other, especially when the time has been short and circumstances disadvantageous. Works thus executed are of course despised, on account of their quantity as well as their frequent slightness, in the places where they exist; and they are too large to be portable, and too vast and comprehensive to be read on the spot in the hasty temper of the present age. They are therefore almost universally neglected, whitewashed by custodes, shot at by soldiers, suffered to drop from the walls piecemeal in powder and rags by society in general; but, which is an advantage more than counterbalancing all this evil, they are not often restored. What is left of them, however fragmentary, however ruinous, however obscured and defiled, is almost always the real thing. There are no fresh readings, and therefore the greatest treasures of art which Europe at this moment possesses are pieces of old plaster on ruinous brick walls, where the lizards burrow and bask, and which few other living creatures ever approach, and torn sheets of dim canvas in waste corners of churches, and mildewed stains in the shape of human figures on the walls of dark chambers, which now and then an exploring traveller causes to be unlocked by their tottering custode, looks hastily round, and retreats from in a weary satisfaction at his accomplished duty. Many of the pictures on the ceilings and walls of the Ducal Palace by Paul Veronese and Tintoret have been more or less reduced, by neglect, to this condition. Unfortunately, they are not altogether without reputation, and their state has drawn the attention of the Venetian authorities and academicians. It constantly happens that public bodies who will not pay £5 to preserve a picture, will pay 50 to repaint it; and when I was at Venice in 1846, there were two remedial operations carrying on, at one and the same time, in the two buildings which contain the pictures of greatest value in the city, as pieces of color of greatest value in the world, curiously illustrative of this peculiarity in human nature. Buckets were set on the floor of the Scuola di San Rocco in every shower, to catch the rain which came through the pictures of Tintoret on the ceiling; while in the Ducal Palace those of Paul Veronese were themselves laid on the floor to be repainted, and I was myself present at the re illumination of the breast of a white horse, with a brush, at the end of a stick 5 feet long, luxuriously dipped in a common house painter's vessel of paint. This was, of course, a large picture. The process has already been continued in an equally destructive, though somewhat more delicate manner, over the whole of the humbler canvases on the ceiling of the Sala del Gran Consiglio; and I heard it threatened when I was last in Venice, 1851 2, to the Paradise at its extremity, which is yet in tolerable condition; the largest work of Tintoret, and the most wonderful piece of pure, manly, and masterly oil painting in the world. I leave these facts to the consideration of the European patrons of art. 20 years hence they will be acknowledged and regretted. At present I am well aware that it is of little use to bring them forward, except only to explain the present impossibility of stating what pictures are and what were in the interior of the Ducal Palace. I can only say that in the winter of 1851 the Paradise of Tintoret was still comparatively uninjured, and that the Camera di Collegio and its antechamber, and the Sala dei Pregadi, were full of pictures by Veronese and Tintoret, that made their walls as precious as so many kingdoms; so precious indeed, and so full of majesty, that sometimes when walking at evening on the Lido, whence the great chain of the Alps, crested with silver clouds, might be seen rising above the front of the Ducal Palace, I used to feel as much awe in gazing on the building as on the hills, and could believe that God had done a greater work in breathing into the narrowness of dust the mighty spirits by whom its haughty walls had been raised and its burning legends written, than in lifting the rocks of granite higher than the clouds of heaven, and veiling them with their various mantle of purple flower and shadowy pine. End of Chapter 8, Part 6. End of The Stones of Venice, Volume 2, by John Ruskin.